Are you ready for me to start the timer?
Yes, I am.
Give me just one minute. Okay, ready when you are.
Thank you. All right, here we are. We will call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the San Diego Water District, 5 p.m., Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. And our first item will be to call the roll.
Board Member Schaefer,
Here.
Board Member O'Hara,
Here.
Vice President Ehlers,
Here.
and President Lyons.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the board are present, and please note that San Diego Water District board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening water district meetings pursuant to the San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
And thank you. And our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 4, special presentations and proclamations. This month we have none. Item number 5, oral communications, and I'll turn to the city clerk to see if we have any oral communications.
Yes, we do. We have one, Sheila Cameron.
Okay, thank you.
Hey there.
Hello.
A couple of things. One, I'm concerned about the fire and water situation, and they go together, so I'm bringing it up now. We've got fires in Rancho Bernardo, Ramona, Bonsall, someplace else in south of San Diego, and I'm concerned. So one of the things I wanted to be caught up on is, and I think the public should know, what is going on with the Lake Hodges. Now, I'm sure you guys get updates from time to time, but that doesn't, look who's here. Mm-hmm. That doesn't get translated to the public or to a city council meeting. And I think there needs to be some crossover between your knowledge and what you're learning, particularly at this time because of the fires with the water and if it's adequate and everything. I read the press release, it was pretty good. My concern is you use the word evacuation, but there's no evacuation plans, and I don't think that can wait too long. That has to be a combination of the citizens working with the fire department, because you go into any neighborhood, neighborhoods will know any back streets or side streets or anything that the firefighters and police may not even be aware of. So that has to be a combination. I don't know what else I was going to, got notes here. But my main concern is the water. And I wanted to ask you one more thing. If you can put out something like the press release, which does end up in a couple papers and online, but is there any way you can e-blast that to the citizens in this city? Because you must have a list of all of our emails, and if you could do something like that, it might put people at rest. I know I'm a little nervous today. I got out this red trash can I put together 25 years ago for emergencies. I went through it, I cleaned it all up, and put more stuff in it. We're putting away our papers. I don't know what I'm going to do about all my genealogy research that's still in notebooks and photos, but all of that has to be done. And when the fires are getting this close, it's a little nerve-wracking. So I would like you, I guess most of all what I'm asking is that you combine what you're doing here and we see something on the agenda and consider an e-blast of that type of news press, and please get an evacuation put together as soon as possible. I mean, as soon as possible. Because if we had fires here in 2 days, what would we do? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
That
And-
concludes.
And that concludes, thank you. Item 6 is report from closed session, and we did not hold a closed session today, and so there is no report. Are there changes to the agenda?
Yes, President Lyons. Staff is removing item 10A, and that will be re-agendized for the next board meeting.
Thank you for that edit. Next, we have item 8, which is the consent item. It consists of 8A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll call the question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 9, items removed from the consent calendar. There were none removed today, so we'll go to our action items, which is item number 10. And just to repeat, item 10A has been removed from our agenda today and will be re-agendized, so we'll go to item 10B.
Chair, can I ask a question about that? Just,
Yes.
Was that continued date certain, or is it off calendar?
It'll be to one of the next meetings. We're,
But as far as, do we need to do it date certain, or we're doing it off calendar, we'll
We'll just
renotice?
say off calendar.
Okay.
Yeah, it does not need to be to a date certain.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Item 10B. And for this item, I'll turn to Finance Manager Kazungu to tee this up.
Thank you, President Lyons and members of the board. At the close of each fiscal year, the books are closed and the district contracts with an independent certified public accounting firm to conduct an independent audit of the district's financial records. Under agreement, the Poon Group, accountants and advisors, has been contracted to conduct this independent audit. Corley Delaney from the Poon Group is here to present the results of the audit examination, and they have also issued the district's annual financial report. I'll now turn it over to Corley.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my name's Coley Delaney. I'm a partner with the Poon Group, and this is our first year of the audit contract with San Dieguito Water District. Our firm and I previously did work for 5 years on the Water District's audit before, with the last year being in 2018. So now I am the engagement partner for the Water District's audit and for the city's audit, and I have just a brief presentation for you today. I'm going to go over some required communications by generally accepted auditing standards, audit responsibilities, a quick overview of the financial statements, and then I will deliver our audit results. Okay, so starting with required communications. Okay, so again, these are by generally accepted auditing standards. So regarding independence, we complied with all relevant requirements regarding independence, and so that means that the firm and all engagement team members were independent from the district. For significant accounting policies, the district disclosed all of those significant accounting policies in Note 2 to the financial statements. There was one new GASB statement that was in effect this year. It was GASB statement number 100, which is for accounting changes and error corrections. These did not affect the district's financial reporting in 2024. As far as significant estimates included in the financial statements, those include fair market value on investments, the depreciation and amortization methods on capital assets, the proportional share of joint venture ownership of joint ownership for investments in joint venture. The net pension liability actuarial inputs, and as well as the OPEB actuarial inputs. As far as what we would consider sensitive disclosures, or just sort of ones to pay attention to in the financial statements, that would include Note 2, which is, again, was that summary of significant accounting policies. Note 5 is the investment in joint ventures disclosure. Note 10 for the pension liability, and Note 11 for OPEB. Regarding misstatements, there were no uncorrected misstatements reported this year. And for consultations with other accountants, there were no consultations with accountants regarding audit-related matters. As far as significant difficulties, we did not encounter any in dealing with management. We did not have any disagreements with management in terms of accounting treatments or audit procedures performed, and we did not come across any instances where transactions occurred that did not have authoritative guidance. Okay, so on to audit responsibilities. We'll start with management. So management is responsible for the financial statements. These, we do provide our opinion on them, but these financial statements do belong to the district. Management is responsible for presenting the financial statements in accordance with U.S. GAAP, for adopting sound accounting policies, for establishing and maintaining internal controls over financial reporting and compliance, and for providing evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements to the auditors. They're also responsible for the fair presentation of the financial statements that are free from material misstatement, and that's whether due to fraud or error. And it is also management's responsibility to prevent and detect fraud. Now, as the auditors, our responsibilities start with performing the audit in conformity with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. We're required to communicate with those charged with governance, which is what I'm doing here today. We are also required to assess the audit risk of internal control over financial reporting, but it is important to note that we assess the audit risk of internal control over financial reporting in order to provide to do our risk assessment and to determine the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures that we perform, but we do not provide an opinion on the district's internal controls. We're also responsible for determining the fair presentation of the financial statements and rendering our opinion on those financial statements, and then issuing recommendations to management if we note any. All right, so now I'll just do a brief overview of the financial statements again for the year ended June 30, 2024. So on this slide, we have a condensed statement of net position, essentially the district's balance sheet, and we're comparing 2024 to 2023. The district saw accounts receivable on the asset side increased by $500,000 and capital assets increased by $1.3 million. Overall assets increased by $1 million. Deferred outflows were similar to the prior year. Liabilities decreased slightly to $11.8 million, and the deferred inflows decreased by $500,000, mainly due to pension-related items. For net position, the net investment in capital assets increased $2.7 million, and unrestricted net position decreased by $876,000. Overall, net position increased this year by $1.9 million. Here we have a condensed income statement, again comparing 2024 and 2023. Charges for services increased by approximately $800,000. Operating expenses saw general operations and maintenance increase by $2.6 million, and facility and operations and maintenance increased by $800,000. For non-operating revenues and expenses, those increased by $537,000 due to increases in property taxes and investment earnings compared to last year. Those, however, were offset by an increase in investment in joint venture expense of $330,000. Again, total change in net position for 2024 was a positive $1.9 million, which is down $1.7 million from 2023's change in net position of $3.6 million. So on to the audit results. So for the audit results, we issued an unmodified opinion in what you would consider a clean opinion. Modified opinions would be a qualified opinion or an adverse opinion or a disclaimer of opinion where we refrain from providing an opinion. So we did issue an unmodified opinion on the district's financial statements. And so what that means is that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. The accounting policies have been consistently applied. Any estimates used are reasonable, and the disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements. For other results, again, I kind of already mentioned some of these, but no disagreements with management. We noted no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting or compliance. We noted no inappropriate activities or fraud, waste, or abuse. And again, no accounting issues were noted where there was a lack of authoritative guidance. And with that, that will complete my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any board member questions? Wait, let me get my speaker thing up. I will answer my own question. Vice President Ehlers.
Yeah, one question on the pension funding ratios. I noticed it got better, which is great. Mm-hmm. Do we have any policy as far as paying down the unfunded liability in good years, so to speak. Other organizations I'm on the board for, they do that. They'll pay extra money down. What's the current policy for San Diego Water Board?
Actually, the district has an ongoing payment of unfunded liability. I believe it was in 2017 that the board at that time adopted a policy and a set amount that has to be paid every year for the unfunded liability. And so we are on a schedule of a 15-year pay down of our unfunded liability, and I think we're in the maybe 6th year now. So
And
we are
this
working
is-
aggressively to paying it off.
This would be over and above the payments that we make towards the pension liability there. It's like an extra payment when we close out the books from the prior year. with
Correct.
Any excess funds. I'll come find, and I'd like to see the policy and see if we might need to make it more aggressive or less aggressive, whatever. But, okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Board Member O'Hara.
Just a quick question. I was actually taking a note and didn't hear an explanation if there was one, so I apologize if there was. On the net operating income, I believe it's page 11-ish, the discrepancy from year to year was pretty substantial, and, sorry, this, I think it was maybe the next page 12. Yeah, right in the middle, net operating income. It's a major discrepancy, and I didn't hear an explanation of it. I'm just curious if there is one.
Well, I'd noted, again, that the charge for services increased, but on the operating expenses side, and I couldn't tell you exactly at this moment digging in, but from my notes, it was that, general operations and maintenance was up by 2.6 million, and facility operations and maintenance also by 800,000. But as far as digging further in, I think we'd probably have to have some details in front of us at the moment.
I will be following up Coley's presentation with the budget side of it, which will dive into the expenses and revenues. So hopefully you'll get your answer there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the discrepancies from year to year in certain cases are substantial, and obviously this is a good result, but it'd be nice to have some explanation when there's such discrepancy, also in non-operating revenues in those two lines, whether it's just a shift of dollars in policy or whether it's a actual point of income. It'd be nice to have just some clarification on that. The other question I had was the rendering opinion on, which is page 10. That is just a rendering of whether we are in a good, healthy position. It's not a rendering of a policy we should change, correct?
Well, as the auditors, it is important to note that our opinion refers to the fair presentation of the financial statements and not the financial health of the district. That being said, I don't see anything. Looking at the unrestricted net position that the district has of almost $44 million is quite good, especially considering that the district does have pension and OPEB liabilities on its books. So a positive unrestricted unrestricted net position of that size is a healthy number. But we don't provide an opinion on the health of the district.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
All right. Thank you. I'll just conclude by saying I always look forward to this as one step to assure that we're in a good position as far as our financial statements, and that we again this year have an unmodified opinion. So thank you for your explanation. And is there a motion?
Motion to pass.
Okay.
I
And a
seconded.
second? All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
I think are we still on 10B, Mary?
Yeah, Manager Akazungu, did you have some more to present?
Yes. So as I mentioned, I'll be doing a presentation on the year-end budget results, which will actually dive into the actual revenues and expenses of the district in the last fiscal year.
May I get clarification? This may be my error. We're headed to item 11, and is this item 11A?
No, this is still item 10B.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Apologize for that. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you again, President Lyons and members of the board. Staff is here to highlight the district's fiscal year 23-24 year-end budget and available net position. The FY 23-24 budget was approved at the June 21st, 2023 board meeting, and subsequent modifications to the budget were approved as part of the district's quarterly reports. First, a look at the district's total revenues at year-end. Nearly $21.6 million in revenues were collected at the end of the fiscal year. This equates to about 2% over the projected revenues. Most revenue categories came in over projection. Property taxes continued to exceed projections due to the housing market remaining strong and the increased valuation of properties. Recycled water sales and charges were driven higher by the warm summer months, which caused an increase in the use of recycled water. Interest and property earnings were higher due to strong investments and a strong real estate market. Capacity and engineering fees were up due to increased development activity within the district. Other revenues, which consists of a small category of administrative charges, reimbursements, refunds, and cost recovery for damaged district infrastructure, was also over budget. Billing fees were also over projection as district staff continued following up on late and delinquent accounts. Slightly under projection were potable water sales due to the reduced water consumption by our customers. Through the end of the fiscal year, the district expended $18 million, or 89.5% of its projected operating budget. On target was the internal cost allocation, which are payments made by the district to the city for services that the city provides. Salaries were over budget due to the unrealized salary savings, as well as MOU-approved wage increases. Water treatment costs ended the year over budget due to more local water than had been anticipated being received from the Lake Hodges Dam. But because local water requires additional treatment, this caused the water treatment budget to exceed projection. Recycled water purchases were up due to as the warm months caused the demand to increase once the rains had ended. And debt and finance was up as a result of several years of uncollectible debt finally being written off. Benefits were under budget as a result of periodic vacancies throughout the year that resulted in overall savings. Both the materials and supplies and contracts and services categories typically start the year slow and see most of the expenditures in the second half of the year as needs are assessed and purchases are made. Both these categories ended the year under budget. Potable water sales came in under projection since the district received more of the less expensive local water from Lake Hodges than had been anticipated. In the district's other non-operating funds, through the end of the year, nearly $400,000 was expended on capital projects, mainly for the joint facilities projects at the San Diego Reservoir and the Badger Water Treatment Plant. These projects are part of the 10-year joint facilities master plan with the Santa Fe Irrigation District. Principal payments on both the district debt issuances were paid out of the debt service fund. The 2014 bond issue matured and was paid off, leaving only a final payment on the 2007 bond issue, which will mature in this current fiscal year. Lastly, in the fleet replacement fund, one of the district's 5 replacements scheduled for FY 23-24 was completed, and the remaining 4 are in progress. Staff has requested that these appropriations be carried over into the current fiscal year, so it is expected that the purchases will be completed shortly. All purchases are being made with the goal of assisting the city in meeting its climate action goals. And finally, a look at the district's year-end available net position. The ending available net position is calculated by starting with the district's beginning of year net position, including all assets and liabilities, accounting for all revenue and expenditure transactions throughout the year, and then backing out any unavailable assets such as the value of land, buildings, and inventory items. Liabilities and unspent capital appropriations are also backed out. The available net position is the amount that the district has in liquid assets to fund its various reserves and immediate needs. The district finished the year with $18.8 million in available net position. Per the board's reserve policy, staff is able to fully fund the operating and rate stabilization reserves and fund the capital replacement reserves at above the minimum target, but slightly below the maximum target. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer questions.
Well, thank you very much. Are there some questions? I don't see any from my colleagues. I do have one question. You presented that we were able to fully fund our rate stabilization based on our higher than our expectation. And could you give a little more detail on that?
As you may recall, back in April of 2024, the district staff came with a water rate cost of service study, and at the conclusion of that, and also at the time that the budget was adopted, it was anticipated, or it was actually our projections were that everything that had been adopted would be spent on the expenditure side, and all the revenues would also come in at projection. But as I've presented today, we did not spend all of the expenditure appropriations were not used up, and in addition, the revenue came in a little bit over target. So we were able to replenish the reserves, fully fund the operating reserve, and also fully fund the rate stabilization reserve, which puts us in a really great position.
Very good news. Thank you.
I just want to add that one of the reasons that we had more revenue is because we were able to get more water from Lake Hodges that we actually budgeted for. We were talking about 750 acres, and we got, I think, around 1,100 acre feet that year. So that's why we had more revenues than we anticipated projection.
Thank you. And I appreciate that we project a little conservatively, and we are pleased when it comes out better than what we thought. Okay. Thank you. Do you have, you could go ahead and press the speaker. That helps me over here. But now that I know, I'll just call on you. But Board Member O'Hara.
Just kind of circling back to the 2024-2023 discrepancy from the previous question. In the file, and I'm looking through it, and I see a payments to suppliers for goods and services. That is the $2 million discrepancy that accounts for that discrepancy. Could you describe that line, please, and what why that discrepancy from year to year payments to suppliers would be so substantially different?
Are you referring to the presentation that was in the auditor's presentation?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the study we were giving, the document that we have in this agenda item, for any of the document that's provided with us. It's page 30. about the fifth line from the top. Payments to suppliers for goods and services. It refers back to the question I had for the other gentleman as to that discrepancy between 3 million and 1.3 million. So I'm wondering what that $2 million discrepancy is.
Yeah, without having it here in front of me, staff will definitely have to get back to you.
Okay.
So that I can dive deeper into it and come up with the specific items, because I don't have the
Okay.
backup information.
Yeah, it's the substantial amount on there. It's
Absolutely.
what, 2 million out of, I think we said 40 million, and 18 million on here. It's a significant percentage, right? So I just want to get an explanation on that.
We will definitely
Thank
get an
you.
explanation to you, for sure.
You said page 30?
Page 30, correct.
Bottom.
Cash flows from operating activities. We have receipts from users, receipts from interfund charges, payments to employees, which changed, but that was accounted for in the explanation. Payments to suppliers for goods and services. I'm not sure I feel we've got a full explanation on that.
Okay.
And that's a category that seems a little incongruent with the rest of the trends on this report. And so I just wanted the confirmation, just so we know why.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble finding that page. Is it?
So I
I'm
think my
sorry.
confusion was it's page 31.
Is it?
Oh, I'm
You-
sorry.
You're reading the label at the top, which is the previous. Okay.
You're correct.
I was looking at page 30. Going, I
You're
can't
correct.
find these
I'm-
words on there, and so maybe I'm just
Words I
lost.
don't see.
Absolutely, my mistake. I apologize to everybody
Thank
here
you.
for that one. Yes, page 31, at the very top.
Okay.
Yeah. So can I offer one likely explanation? It would be the difference in the rainfall and the amount of CWA water we had to buy from the state as opposed to the water we would have got. Isn't it likely that's part of that? That size payment typically is for going to be water or capital.
So is there a
unless
way-
it's a capital payment.
Are we planned ahead for future times if that were to reoccur?
It is possible that could be one of their explanations, but since it's such a general category that says goods and services, it could also be our fleet replacement. It could be materials that have been purchased to replenish our inventory. So that's why I think.
Or a combination thereof,
Right,
too.
so
Yeah.
we would like,
And-
we can provide
And
a
then
deeper dive
to
into it.
the board member's question about, are we planning ahead? And that's a good time to explain the rate stabilization reserve and the operating reserve fund, if staff could explain that.
Yes. As you know, we do budget on an annual basis, so we're always trying to factor in everything that is happening in the water world with the CWA, any potential increases from the Metropolitan Water District, and that's why we've gone back down to a one-year budget so that we can plan accordingly. And as I mentioned in my presentation, at the end of the last fiscal year, we're in a better position to replenish our rate stabilization reserve so that if we do get hit with those unexpectedly large increases from CWA or from MET, we're in a better position to not have to pass that on to our customers.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation.
And I'll just follow up by saying that I know General Manager Haresh would be happy to provide that detail that you're asking for, Board Member O'Hara, either after this meeting or in the future. You could provide it before the meeting if you have some questions about the budget items. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to action item or informational item, and that is item 11A, and this is the fiscal year 24-25 CIP update and execution rate. And this is also presented by Finance Manager Kazungu.
Actually, this will be a team effort between myself and Alma Alex, our senior engineer.
Thank you.
I'll cue it up. Yep. Okay. Thank you, board members. This information item is an update to the district CIP with an emphasis on the execution rate for projects. A little bit of background on why we're presenting this item. On April 17, 2024, the board approved water rate and charge increases for fiscal year 25, 26, and 27 after the conclusion of an extensive water rate cost of service study. Water rate studies are conducted every 3 years or so to ensure that rates are sufficient to fund the operating and capital costs of the water enterprise. Since the CIP budget was increasing significantly due to aging infrastructure, the board requested staff to provide updates on projects and their execution rate. This table shows the CIP program that the district has that was approved by the board during the budget adoption on June 26 of 2024. It only shows projects that received appropriations for FY25 and does not include ongoing projects that were already funded. Prior CIP budget appropriations have been in the range of about $2 to $3 million per year, compared to the nearly $5.5 million that was adopted for FY25. I'll turn it over to Elmer.
Hi, good afternoon. Elmer Alex, Senior Engineer. So the project funding set here, the first project we're describing is CW25A and B, and these are joint facility projects. These are projects that we have a responsibility for funding with Santa Fe Irrigation District. This primarily deals with the RE Badger treatment plant, and we have obligations to pay those projects that come out of that facility. And this 25A and B are set-aside funds that we use to pay for those expenses occurred at SFID. These projects are identified in the 10-year master plan, and that's in the 25A. And also in 25B, these are capital acquisitions that are typically vehicles, transmitters, chlorine analyzers, and valves that may be consumed at the joint facilities. The CW23F is part of the SCADA automation upgrade program. Like all electronic controls, electronic things in our lives, there are upgrades that need to be made. So this is a set-aside fund for upgrades to the SCADA system. So a SCADA system is kind of our computer system that lets us monitor and control the water system. That includes software, radios, and transmitters. This helps our staff know what's going on in the water systems. We set aside funds to make sure we're constantly upgrading our equipment related to that. And the fund CW23K is the Lake Hodges Capital Repairs set-aside funds. These are for the improvements intended to make the repairs that the Division of Safety of Dams is imposing upon us on the Lake Hodges Dam. The Lake Hodges Dam is owned by the City of San Diego, but the district holds water rights to that dam, and we are contractually obligated to pay 10.7% of the associated O&M and the capital costs per the amended Lake Hodges agreement. So these are our set-aside funds. We have a couple of other set-aside funds. This is CW23C, which is the Infrastructure Improvements Fund. This sets aside for various projects and upgrades to the project's district and infrastructure. These include valve replacement, reservoir rehabilitation, and main extensions. CW23D is for our transmission main line maintenance. Again, a set-aside fund for repairs, replacements to the 30 and 36-inch transmission main that comes from Badger over to our district. These include either valve additions, we have cathodic protection, because these are steel pipelines. We want to protect the pipeline from corroding, and also replace inoperable facilities like ARVs or air release valves or blow-offs. That was awarded last month. And the last set-aside fund is CW23H, which is our asbestos pipe replacement fund. This fund set aside to replace some of our aging infrastructure, primarily related to asbestos pipe. And then Fund 25E is for our on-call consultants, which we use from time to time for various engineering tasks and expertise as they may arise. So when we pull aside those set-aside fund or some of those obligations we have to pay, our remaining total appropriations for the fiscal year is approximately $2.9 million, and that's available for our capital improvement. So this slide here shows some of the current project status of the ongoing construction projects. We had used the emergency repairs for the ARV and blow-offs to our transmission main. That amounted to $190,000. We had awarded in March, awarded last month, the ARV and blow-off project to finish the remaining portions. That amount was $740,000. Earlier in the fiscal year, we had awarded the Cador and Lacadia Village Pressure Reducing Valve PRV project. That project amount was $780,000. Project is delayed due to supply chain issues, and construction expected to begin in April with completion by the end of the fiscal year. And tonight, with your authorization, we are moving forward with the Encinitas and Cardiff water looping projects. That's CW25H of amount of $830,000 approximately. Work is supposed to start most likely in April, and we anticipate receiving 30% expenditures by the end of the fiscal year. We are also running that system condition assessment. That's the asbestos cement condition assessment plan. Expenses through December is $100,000 of the $130,000. We're expected to complete that by March. Currently on the on-call consultants, we have encumbered only $50,600 of the $200,000 there, but we're working on several other tasks to use the other $150 for as-needed tasks. And the expenses are $5,700. That just really accounts for the invoices. We've actually done more work than the $5,700 that shows in the expenses, but expenses are just as soon as the consultants invoice us, but we have done more work than that. And the other part of the budget is the urban water management plan, which we have allocated $100,000 for. The state has not provided guidance on the preparation of that plan, so we haven't been able to start that. When you look at our total expenses through December, we're approximately $300,000, $295,700. Amount awarded or encumbered is about $2.8 million. So that encumbered $2.8 million of the $2.93 appropriated is about 95% that we have encumbered. We anticipate expenses to be about $2.2 million because of the Cador and Lacadia Village project being a little bit delayed, and the Encinitas and Cardiff water looping project only being about 30% invoice, which comes to about approximately a 75% execution rate, assuming the contractor remains on schedule. And staff's available for any questions you might have on our CIP and execution rate progress.
If any board member has a question, you can press your speaker and get in the queue. No questions? I just do have one question, Specialist Alex. What is the supply chain issue? What item is it, or which items?
So that was the Cador and Lacadia Village pressure reducing valve station. So that is a large vault with various valves to help control the pressure. That project will increase more reliable fire flow in those areas. So getting that valve to control the flow between the two pressure zones is very specialized, and it's actually a pre-manufactured station. So they're going to manufacture it and build it in a factory, and then bring it to the site, and then just excavate a hole and then drop the station in.
Okay,
so
thank
most
you.
of it is the valving and then setting up the actual pre-manufactured station.
Thank you. This is a receive and file the oral report. Thank you. We will go now to item 11B. This is Water Resource and Supply Update, and this will be presented by Water Resource Specialist Ogawa.
Thank you, President Lyons and board members. I'm Kelly Ogawa, the Water Resource Specialist, and I'm going to be providing information on the Water Resource and Supply Update. Next slide. So I'm going to cover the 2025 water year, and that water year is from October 1st through September 30th, then talk about water supply and talk about the district's water demand. So as I'm sure many of you are aware, we're off to a dry start to the 2025 water year. San Diego is experiencing the third driest start to the rainy season in more than 150 years. The rainy season is from October 1st through April 30th. Generally, San Diego gets most of its precipitation between December and February. It looks like there's forecasted rain for Sunday and Monday, definitely keeping fingers crossed that that's going to be coming. And we have seen where there's been some months where we get a majority of rain, so also hoping for that for February. Next slide. So for the water supply throughout California, Northern California conditions are much wetter than Southern California. The 6 major reservoirs are currently at 121% of their historical average. And given that this is a dry year, that's actually slightly higher than where the reservoirs were at this time last year. Next slide. So the California Department of Water Resources conducted the first monthly snow survey on January 2nd at the Phillips Station, which is denoted by that snowflake on the map. At that time, there was 9 inches of snow water equivalent, which is 91% of average. Statewide at the same time, 10.4 inches of snow water equivalent, which was 108% of average. So this is showing the major water supply reservoirs for California. The gold yellow color is the total reservoir capacity. The blue is what the storage level is to date, which the date for this was January 13th. And then the green line is the historic level for that date. So you can see from this that the majority of reservoirs are either at or above the historical average. Next slide. The Metropolitan Water District of Southern California also provides information on reservoirs. So you can see here, Lake Matthews is 85% full. The Diamond Valley Lake, which was on the previous slide as well, is 97% full, and Lake Skinner is 86% full. So moving over to the Colorado River Basin and the conditions there, the precipitation in that area is 95% of normal. The snowpack is 94% of normal. Lake Mead's at 33%, and Lake Powell is at 37%, and this is as of January 14th. So regardless of the dry conditions, San Diego does have enough water. While our district encourages voluntary water conservation actions, there's no current or forecasted emergency water use restrictions in place for our region. So this is the water supply portfolio for the district. There's 2 main areas. We have local water and imported water. The local water is raw water that we get from the Lake Hodges Reservoir. The imported water we receive through San Diego County Water Authority, and we receive both raw and treated imported water. So this is the district's water supply that we receive for fiscal years 2020 through fiscal year 2024. The blue line is the local water supply, so that's that raw water from Lake Hodges. The orange line is the raw imported water that we receive from the County Water Authority, and the gray line down at the bottom is the treated imported water that we get from the County Water Authority. This is the district's potable water demand for the last 20 years. So this graphic is covering from 2004 to 2024. The bars that are in yellow are drought years, so you can see the demand is higher generally there. And over the last 20 years, in general, our demand has decreased. So the demand varies by some factors. One of them is average temperature. So this is the average temperature from fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 2024. The blue is the potable demand for the district, and the orange line is the average temperature. So you can see the demand pretty much follows the average temperature throughout the months. Another variable is precipitation, and so this is showing that same time frame, fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2024 for the district. The potable demand is in the light blue, and the precipitation is in the dark blue. So you can see, in general, when we have precipitation, that demand for water does go down. So in summary, we do have sufficient water supplies for the 2025 water year and beyond. The next few months will determine this water year for us. The models, there's been conflict between those in terms of really saying how this water year is going to pan out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially in February and March. And we will, as the district, continue to encourage level 1 voluntary conservation actions. And so with that, I'll turn it over for any questions you may have of staff.
Well, thank you. That was informative. Are there any questions from board members? Well, seeing, yes, Vice President Ehlers.
Yeah, that was great. I'd love to get a copy, so if you could mail that to us and put it on the website too. But
Sure.
I thought the charts and the water consumption trends over 2 decades were quite telling. So thank you. It's excellent information. Thank you.
Yes, we can definitely provide that, and also links. A lot of the information is updated on a daily basis through some of those websites. So if you wanted to look at reservoir storage, you could do that as well.
All right. Thank you, Specialist Ogawa.
Thank you.
And now we will go to Agenda Item 12, Board Member Reports pursuant to AB 1234. Do we have any reports?
Myself and Councilmember O'Hara have, we attended the San Alejo JPA, and we were basically introduced to what's going on there and gave a great overview as to how well we do with our wastewater and water runoff, and they've done a phenomenal job over there. So nothing specific to report at this time, but it was quite eye-opening of how well they've done. So that's all I have to report.
Board Member O'Hara?
I would echo the same sentiment as Councilman Schaefer. You drive by the building is beautiful, and it's a reflection of how well they're doing down there at the current time. I'm excited to move forward with that. That concludes my report.
Vice President Ehlers?
Yeah, I have a question for AB 1234. Do we have to report both here and in the City Council, or only one of the two?
Whichever is the relevant meeting.
Okay, so in the case of, we're in the water board, so it's probably more appropriate for the sewer to report in the city.
Correct.
Okay, so nothing to report in that case.
Oh, thank you. And I have nothing to report. Item 13 is 13A is our General Manager's update. General Manager Harish, do you have an update?
Nothing to report.
All right. With that, item number 14 is adjournment, and we are adjourned. We will start the City Council meeting in 5 minutes. Okay.
If you're a city council candidate for item 10A, we do have some seats reserved in the front for you.
Check, check.
Are we ready? I need to get the crowd capacity taken care of. Wanted to give it a minute. And where's my... on crowd. Hello? Okay. Hey, we got a huge crowd. It's great. Can everybody hear me? Well, yeah, I'm right here on the mic. Kathy. There you go. Can everybody hear me now? We got a big crowd. Okay. If we can get an adjustment on the volume here, hopefully we won't be too loud. Sounds good? Okay. So first thing I got to take care of is fire marshal issues. So we got a couple of fire and a fire chief here. We can't have people against the inside wall here. You can be lined up against the back wall up to the maximum capacity of the two rooms. So they're going to take care of that. They may ask you if you're standing to move. Probably on the back, you're probably okay, but up here in this room, you can't stand in the doorways. There is the poinsettia room next door with video feed and audio feed, so you can watch, and if you put in a speaker slip, we'll call you. You'll have time to come in here. I think a lot of the people here for oral comments, one of the things we're going to do is usually we have the front row here. I'd like you to come in and if we get called in threes, if you get called in the three, come into this room so we don't have to wait the minute for you to get in here so we can get through more speakers more efficiently. So first step is, I think people standing against the glass over here and here, you're going to have to probably go in the other room or find a seat. Are there any open seats that anybody sees? If so, put a hand up. But otherwise, we need to get people into the other room so that we abide by our own laws. And then the other thing I'll go over is if you're here to speak on oral comments, you need to put in a white speaker slip. That's on something that's not on the agenda, such as maybe something like pickleball. So as soon as the white slips are on either side in the back here, yeah, right under the two TV monitors in this room. So, and it can't stand in the hallway either. We have to be safe.
You can walk up and grab a white slip yourself. The clerk has pens if you need a pen.
Yeah. So when the fire marshal gives me thumbs up, we'll start the meeting and get going once they are close to where they need to be. Thank you for being patient. Sorry about the delayed start, but good crowd. Excellent. Perfect. So with that, we'll start the meeting and the call to order. So second item is roll call. So if the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
For item 3, please join me and rise, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's see, tonight, item 4 would be special presentations and proclamations. We have none, and so we will move right into oral communications. And we usually reserve 30 minutes for that, but it depends, and typically people get 3 minutes per comment. How many oral comments do we have?
Right now, we have 25.
25, so that's well over an hour. We can do one of two things, and I'm going to ask for what the rest of the council would like to do. We can reduce it to 2 minutes, 25. That'll be about an hour with changeover. Or we can do the first 20 and then push the last 5 to the end of the meeting. I think my preference would be the 2 minutes, but
I concur. My preference would be the 2 minutes.
Is there a representation of this group that's talking specifically? Like we could have 10 who are representing this group go the 3 minutes, everyone else goes 2 minutes?
we just have to be fair with
That's
everybody.
what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, the other option, if we go bite the bullet, go 3 minutes, and we'll probably get done around 7:30, and then we don't have a huge agenda, but we'll go an extra half hour later. Yeah. I mean, it's your pleasure. Hey, yeah.
Hold on.
I'm trying to get the input from the council. Yeah.
I think 2 minutes is all anybody needs, but I don't want to take away anybody's minute. I've had that done to me before, and I'd like to keep it open at 3.
And I feel the same way.
And I want to encourage people or remind people that you don't need to use the full 3 minutes.
Haven't heard from.
Yeah, I concur. I think I'd be all for 2 minutes. I think the common sense here is that everybody's here for the same thing, and
Yeah, there'll be some that aren't, of
Yeah,
course.
sure.
Always are. So I'm hearing 2 to 3. I really like public comment, but we got a lot of people here. We all don't want to stay too long, especially the crowd. So I'm going to say 2 minutes. It's a prerogative of the chair. So what we'll do is start oral comments. There's a timer up here. Go 2 minutes. If it's been said, just say, I agree with Speaker A or whatever, and anything we can do to be efficient, but we want your input. We absolutely want your input. And plus, we've gotten quite a few emails.
You ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Okay. The first 3 speakers, Christine Schindler, Madison Rapp, and then Kathleen Lippett. And I think Christine might be in the other room. So.
Yeah. And so as you hear your name, make your way up here over by the fire marshal. Where do they go? Oh, or just over behind, like next to where staff is. And just come into the room so that we can have quicker changeover.
So again, the first 3 are Christine Schindler, Madison Rapp, and then Kathleen Lippett.
You got the floor.
Waiting for slides.
Okay.
Can we skip her and go back to her next?
Okay, let's Madison.
Hello, good evening, Encinitas City Council and Mayor Ellers. My name is Madison Rapp. I am a public health advocate and mother of 3. As a parent, I applaud the efforts of this city in 2020 and the state in 2022 to remove flavored tobacco products for sale and to prosecute those who continue to sell. Recently, in a high school campus newsletter, a teen reporter wrote this, quote, "The Encinitas vape and smoke shop near my high school is exposing students to vapes along with several unapproved and possibly dangerous drugs, and its location may be illegal. As stated by the Encinitas Code of Ordinances 2000-10, quote, no retail establishment which has 33% or more of its floor display area dedicated to the sale of tobacco products shall be located 1,000 feet from any school," end quote. The approximate distance may be speculative. However, at the end of the day, Encinitas vape and smoke is furthering the exposure of students to vapes, along with several unapproved and possibly dangerous drugs. It's difficult to understand how the city could be oblivious to the harmful effects of opening a smoke shop next to a high school, especially considering that we already struggle with students vaping on campus. The school administration has attempted action against the shop by filing several complaints with the city. However, they said, quote, "They kind of don't make it easy, like it's a multi-step process on the website," end quote. We owe it to these students to take action, for these students to see us take action, and make sure that it is easy for residents to file a complaint. As the student says, quote, "As students, we are owed the right to an education and campus free from the interference of drugs. The vape and smoke shop should not be allowed to disrespect or contribute to obstruction of our rights," end quote. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening.
Thank you. Who is next? Oh, are we ready with Kristen? Okay, cool.
So it'll be Christine Schindler, Kathleen Lippett, and then James Morton.
All right, thank you. IT support. So Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. Wanted to come. I was supposed to be here last week to talk to this, but had a friend who fell. So instead I was in the trauma center. So I wanted to acknowledge that our new council members are going through some training, and I think that's very important. And Jim, Councilmember Jim, it was interesting to see you do oral communications. I've never seen a council member do that, but I liked what you had to say about decorum and process and people being considerate of each other. I do want new council members to kind of lift the level of discussion, because I watched the video from last week, and some of it sounded like you were talking to your buddies while you're drinking a beer. And when you're on the dais, you're representing our community, you're representing our council, and I think that's incredibly important. But what I'm really here to talk about is a very recent pedestrian fatality, a hit and run on Coast Highway, and a pretty recent bike fatality on Encinitas Boulevard. So we continue to have concerns. I would hope the entire community, however, tonight it seems like our big concern is with pickleball. But we're driving too fast, our roads are too wide. I want us to make more good progress. We've made a lot of good progress on my list here. Most recently, I found out from staff that we have added sharrows on Requesa, on Nardo. These are little big things. I just want to bring attention to the fact that we need to do more. So, Mayor Bruce, I love that you want to increase pavement quality, and that helps all users. And for Bike and Ped, I hope that you'll continue to improve our striping as well. And I only have 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Kathleen.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and as a public health promotion practitioner, I advocate on behalf of parents and communities for environments free of influences that challenge their ability to raise resilient, competent, and productive children. Community-friendly businesses are often displaced by those with deep pockets, developers, adult businesses like smoke shops, bars, and marijuana retailers. And reaching youth during the time that is during their critical brain development is a long-term strategy for creating lifetime industry-friendly consumers. So it's no surprise that children and young adults have become commodities to be exploited by for-profit addiction and drug industries, social media platforms, and influencers that shape their opinions, consumer choices, or ideologies. Healthy and thriving communities need healthy recreational, social, and learning experiences to grow resilient, creative, productive, and responsible children to adulthood. Steve Dawson is an exemplary role model and mentor for that. We need more, not fewer, healthy outdoor recreational options for all ages, especially for children and young adults. The Bobby Briggs racket and paddleball is such a place, and in the best interest and welfare of Encinitas residents, please work to find workable solutions for both residents and club attendees. Our grandson was discovered had a 7.5 centimeter brain tumor, and he had played. Okay, sorry. I will finish later. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you. James.
James Morton. Next speaker is James Morton, to be followed by Katie Poponiak, Natalie Satoon, and then Stephen Lord.
Good evening, Council. I didn't anticipate my comments from last week being so relevant this week, but if you remember the importance of exercise and dance on our mental health, I'm not really here to talk about that specifically, but I am here to highlight that there's currently 2 vacancies on the Public Health and Safety Commission. The city is accepting applications until tomorrow at 5 p.m., and I'm here to laud and bring to light the service of the 2 members that have left the commission, that have left the vacancy. So I really cannot underestimate the strength, the service, the commitment, and the help that Marlon Taylor and Mally Woods Drake did in presenting the recommendations that you're going to be receiving from our commission. They're outstanding citizens. They were wonderful to work with, and they really are wonderful people. With my time, I always get the chance for my passion project, which is gun violence. It continues to be a problem across the nation. Every week, today, North Carolina, another tragedy. It follows a similar rule, a similar pattern. AI, the gates don't make a difference. They can't notice it. It's not a big weapon. It's a handgun. It's children's access to handguns and inability to control their emotions at times. It brings to light very, very bad things. I think our community does a really great job with gun violence, but there's a lot more that we can do. And certainly we can all agree that saving children's lives and ending gun violence is a great thing. Enjoy your meeting tonight, Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katie? And Natalie, if you could move up to the front.
Welcome, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and new council members. I'm a 42-year resident of District 4, so I'm excited to see who you pick here tonight. I just want to see who's chosen. I just had a great time last Sunday. We went to Community Park, and you know, every walk of life was there. Every age, every dog, every size. And I'll name some of them that I made up names for, but there was ultimate frisbee, there were old guys soccer, and then there were other families having barbecues with other soccer games, golf, baseball, dog training, walkers. The skate park and the playground were just packed. And how fun. I mean, I don't usually go there on Sunday, and it was just packed with all kinds of people. As we're kind of leaving, UCLA rugby team was there in full uniform. I don't even know why they came there. Yeah. But nobody was smoking. Nobody was smoking. No tobacco waste. I loved it. I just love our ordinance. I'm very proud of Encinitas for this ordinance. Everybody has the right to breathe clean, smoke-free air. And I think it would be great if Encinitas would protect our residents living in multi-unit housing and kind of take from Carlsbad's law that went into effect this month. I think smoke-free should be a requirement in all of the new multi-unit housing developments, these huge things that are coming up. Take care of us. You guys are good at, and I know you have a big job, but thanks for keeping us safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. And who's up next after Natalie?
Natalie is Stephen Lord, Jean-Marie Savoto, and then Scott Campbell.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I'm here because I met with Matt and Batter from engineering this morning, and also the consultant from Kleinfelder concerning Santa Fe construction deficiencies. They were unaware of the recent traffic collision death on Santa Fe. They were also unaware of the DUI on Santa Fe over the weekend. And I'm just here to let the council and staff know in case you are also not aware. Thank you.
Next is Stephen Lord. Stephen Lord to be followed by Jean or Jean-Marie Savoto.
Oh, yeah,
Scott, and then Scott Campbell.
Is Stephen coming in from the other room?
I'm Adam.
Stephen?
Yeah, I'm Jean Marie Sonato.
Why
I
don't we
thought you
go,
called
we'll go
me
with Jean
second.
Marie, and when Stephen, I saw him in here, so he's somewhere. Oh,
He's right there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Here,
I was like, looking.
you
Swap.
can have your turn.
It's okay, I mean, I
yeah.
don't mind.
Okay, go ahead and go.
Just,
Well, hi. Welcome to all the new common sense members of the council. I live in Leeuwenhoek. Nice big picture of Leeuwenhoek. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. I would like to emphasize the clear and present danger we face from fire in Leeuwenhoek. CAL FIRE has designated most of Leeuwenhoek as a very high fire risk area and the kind of zone that gets your fire insurance canceled, which has just happened to me. So, in the spirit of common sense, I would like to paraphrase the words of the very common sense President Jefferson. We hold these truths to be self-evident. The fire requires fuel, air, and an ignition source. That we cannot stop the wind from blowing, but that we can reduce the fuel load, that we can reduce the ignition sources, and that we need to act before we follow the LA example, and I might say the Rancho Bernardo example. Further, I would like to note that the new representative for Leeuwenhoek, whoever is chosen, should have a common sense approach to dealing with fire risks, and it seems to me that Marco San Antonio would be a good choice, as he seems willing to challenge the status quo, which will be required in order to deal with reducing the fuel load. Thank you for your attention. I understand on a technical level that we may need a SEQA waiver in order to quickly remove brush from various areas, and I would like to ask the City Council to apply for that waiver, whoever you need to apply to it for, if they would do that. Thank you very much.
no, yeah, John Marie you're next.
It was perfect that he spoke before me because I'm going to talk about fire too. Okay. And I live in Encinitas Ranch, and the trail along the ridge on Linwood is a mess. They just finished trimming there, and this is what it looks like. There's undergrowth. The limbs are hanging down all the way on the ground, and for the longest time, they kept planting pine trees up there. And even when the Planning Commission approved that development, they could keep existing in some of the eucalyptus, but they weren't supposed to, I couldn't find anywhere in there that they were still supposed to plant pine trees. But the problem is even with that, keeping that existing line, the city is not doing what they are supposed to do to clean it up. What it says in the report on Encinitas Ranch is Lot 15, which is along the trail at the very top of the ridge. To the top of the slope, all the brush would be removed, as well as branches below 8 feet to 10 feet. Larger branches that give the appearance on one treetop over the trail will also be removed. At the base of the bluff, reserve the right to remove brush and some eucalyptus trees growing up into the pine trees. So what we have now is the undergrowth has grown up, the limbs have grown down, and we have eucalyptus trees growing up along the bluff. Directly behind my house is one, and you can see if a fire like the fire called the Garden View Fire in 2008 that was in that canyon really gets going, it's going to take out the whole development.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, during oral comments, these are items that have not been agendized, and we cannot discuss them, and we cannot deliberate on them, so I wanted to be clear. I can refer to staff, and so if somebody from staff, if you could give the notes on what you're showing to the clerk over here, and we'll get it to staff, and somebody will contact you.
That would be
But
wonderful.
we can't discuss it up here and now.
I understand.
And for the Bobby Riggs, I didn't say this at the beginning, at the end of oral comments, normally the city manager will give an update and status, and again, not discussing it, but it's a status she would have given at the end of the meeting. We're going to pull part of her status that has to do maybe with pickleball up to the end of oral comments, so just so you know. But thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Campbell, to be followed by Lori Michaels, Harry Kugler, and then Kevin Neems.
I've been up here before and I said, don't mess with the pickleballers. And I was kind of joking, and they're pretty serious. So let's get with it. So I'm here a totally different subject here. Let's talk about RENA. Overall, the state is completely failing on achieving the numbers. We're 50% through the cycle, and you can see the numbers are dismal. There's no chance of success. It's impossible. Look, these are the statewide numbers. Look at the low incomes. There's no way. The city's already permitted the most of our land. Where's this new land going to come from that we need to do it? I asked the council to make this be a legislative priority to change the RENA numbers. Locally in the county, the region, Oceanside to Solana and San Marcos Vista, the numbers are a little bit better. I asked you to work with Sandak to get changes to the RENA numbers. I asked you to start doing this now. Let's not be CFIUS. He never stopped working. This is impossible. Locally, our numbers are a little bit better, 27% compared to 9.5%. We're doing a little bit better. We shouldn't be so worried and paranoid about lawsuits. We're not the worst. Here's in the county, comparison-wide, we're doing really good. We should not be so paranoid about these projects and think we have to succeed. This is an impossible goal. It's unachievable. Nobody in the state really thinks that we're going to pull this off. Bonta can't get all the cities. And once again, we're ahead of the pack. So there's a lot of people here, and I'll give them 15 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori? Was it Harry or Lori? Lori's next. Okay.
Hey, hi, everybody. Good evening, council members. I won't take a lot of your time because I really believe that with our new council members, you will be sympathetic to the situation at Bobby Riggs. I want to note that Bobby Riggs Center is so much more than a place for people to play pickleball. Since I'm the first one talking about it, I'm sure others will tell you their feelings and appeal to you about that. I want to shout out the praises to Steve Dawson. He has been an amazing and generous contributor to the nonprofit organizations that have used the facility over these years to raise money for their much-needed charities. His philanthropic contributions have made Bobby Riggs so much more than just a game center. I won't say any more because I'm sure you will hear from other people that it is so much more than just about pickleball. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody? Who was next? Is it Harry? Oh, sorry. You weren't moving fast enough, Harry. I'm sorry. I want you to attack the microphone,
Mayor Ehlers, council members, my name is Harry Kugler. I live at 845 Cornish Drive. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Directors of SNAP, Spay Neuter Action Project. We are a nonprofit organization here in San Diego that provides spay and neuter services to financially challenged pet owners throughout the San Diego region. We approached Steve Dawson 3 years ago about having an event there. He was so gracious and so committed to helping us. And as a result, we had it for the third year in a row in September here in 2024. I can't speak enough as far as what he has done for our community, his efforts to try and give back in ways that a lot of other business owners haven't. I was a little shocked when I heard about what had transpired there. I think it probably could have been dealt with a lot more effectively than what it was. So what I would suggest is that council direct the city manager to sit down with the conflicting parties, come up with some objectives and some goals that are concrete, and that we get back on track to where people can enjoy the facility for what it's intended. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Kevin Neems, followed by Roberta Miller, Jackie Carnavas, and then David Dean, or Dave Dean.
Hello. Thank you, Council. I'm Kevin Neems. I'm actually one of the pros at Bobby Riggs. And I want to talk to why it's so important, I believe, to keep the facility as is. I think it's very fortuitous that this is happening at the end of an election cycle. And the reason I'm saying that is because the sexuality, race, and political views are at an all-time high. At Bobby Riggs, when you walk in through those gates, is total inclusion. It's a place that Steve Dawson and his family has created a true community, a community where people can exercise, have fun, be together, network. And it's a windfall for the city of Encinitas because we have people coming from all over the world to enjoy this facility. So it puts Encinitas on the map in a sense. Pickleball used to be considered an old man's sport. You know, that's why I play it. But with that being said, the youth is now taking it over. It is the fastest growing sport in the United States. And with all the social media that we have going on nowadays and the anxiety that it creates for the kids, I now see all these kids at Bobby Riggs. It actually is a place for them to let loose. It reminds me of my youth when I was a kid. And I think that's a much better place than where we are now with all the social media anxiety that creates. It's truly a community of inclusion, a place for exercise, friends, and camaraderie. Let's see what else I got here. I have met so many friends. It has enhanced my life as well as many others. I can appreciate the concerns of the neighbors. Hopefully, like the example of the community of Bobby Riggs, we can all come and work together for a solution to better the community as a whole. Appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Is it Roberta? Did we?
Roberta Miller, followed by Jackie Carnavas,
So,
Dave Dean.
you're good.
Hi, my name's Roberta. I'm a neighbor. I live near the Bobby Riggs Courts on Windsor. What I wanted to bring tonight, I wanted to share something that was a reply on Instagram that one of the neighbors replied to. You can hear her frustration. There are some points in here I think she wrote it very well, and I kind of want to elaborate on the parking as well. As a neighbor of Bobby Riggs, this is what she wrote. As a neighbor of Bobby Riggs for the past 25 years, we have endured the noise, pollution from these courts from morning through night, 7 days a week for the last 5 years. We have been subjected not only just to repeated noise of the paddles and balls from 22 courts, but the screaming and shouting, profanities and music. We tried for years to work with Steve, but he prioritized money over the neighbors' wishes to add soundproofing. In addition to noise pollution, we have endured 7 days a week traffic and parking issues with the pickleball players, even parking in my driveway, and countless illegal parking on the neighborhood streets. She wrote this. She wrote, those who support Bobby Riggs clearly put their own interests ahead of local residents and businesses, regardless of how it negatively impacts our quality of life. What I want to touch on especially is the parking, because my husband is a firefighter and I'm a nurse, and what we see going on can very much impact the safety of what my husband affectionately calls Windsor Speedway. When people park.
Can you wrap it up in one sentence?
I understand the frustration and what from what I've read and what I've heard that the pickleball players are going through. I
Okay.
do want to also say I'm very sorry for what they're going through,
Yeah,
but please consider
Thank you.
us. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, and I want to welcome you and congratulate you on your new terms. My name is Jackie Carnivus. I am a 27-year resident, I know I don't look it, of Cardiff, but, and I also am a business owner of 2 businesses in Cardiff, as well as a old member of the Cardiff Board. I am here, and I will sum it up fast, because there really are not enough words to convey the passion that we all have for Bobby Riggs and what that community builder has brought to everybody in this room and to those that couldn't make it. Yes, do we have a problem with parking? We do. I don't know who really did that plan, and I don't know who approved it, but it needs fixing. But I'm sorry, you know, if you moved here in the last 5 years, you knew that there were courts there with pickleballs, and we will figure something out because we have to as a collaborative. It is a community builder, and we need to keep our small businesses thriving and alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dave Dean, followed by Maria Ardans, Chad Kinzelberg, and then Molly Woods.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and your staff. I would like to thank you very much for the work that was recently completed down by Moonlight Beach on B Street. We had a water issue that had been leaking for over 3 years onto the sidewalks, and had seen literally hundreds of people slip and fall on the sidewalks. And I would like to suggest that you find a way to track when issues are brought to the board for awareness, because what they did, they were able to fix this problem in 3 days. They did an amazing job fixing it, and I think everybody here is on board that we don't want people being hurt on the streets. But I think what happened, it fell through the cracks and always got pushed on and pushed on and pushed on over the years. So if we could be a little bit more creative in the tracking system where we can address these issues, it would be a lot safer for the community. So again, I thank you very much for your efforts. The results are outstanding. The work they did was excellent. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Maria?
And before my timer starts, I can't believe you pulled a Tony. You know I need my 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay this time.
I did it with the council backing, so.
I know, it's okay this time. Okay, so last month I briefly addressed the new daylighting law, and I did notice the city started a PSA on that the following day, which is great, but I still think there needs to be some further clarification, because it seems to me the state is asserting intersections, not just crosswalks, so I'd appreciate if someone could look into that. Regardless, the city does need to start red striping curbs, because it's unreasonable to expect visitors to know the parking law, let alone locals who don't know about it. So red curbs make it clear. Perfect example of this need is on the public portion of Paseo de las Flores. Street safety in Encinitas Ranch is being compromised due to the overflow visitor parking from Fox Point Farms, as it's out of control every weekend. Cars park right up to the stop signs, intersections, fire hydrants, crosswalks, even where there's like painted planters on the road narrows. People park on those. It's insane. Bumper-to-bumper parking is also compromising visibility in the neighborhood road and making it dangerous for people riding their bikes. Making clearly defined red curbs will hopefully fix one of the problems we're encountering now.
Other topics. Last week, I watched the council meeting, the recording. Councilmember Schaefer, thank you for everything that you said last week. You were 1,000% spot on. I share your frustration about the processes and the procedures that are getting in the way of implementing common sense action. Real leaders know how to assess the situation at hand, recognize shortcomings, and pivot to respond to more effective solutions. Like Councilmember Schaefer, I am tired of bureaucracy tying our hands and putting our lives at risk. So I ask this council this: what procedural steps allows us as a city to step back and pivot? I'm tired of these well-intentioned ideas that often go terribly wrong in the real world. I'm tired of statewide blanketed mandates, which are short-sighted and asinine for a state this size that strains our local infrastructure, and environmental regulations, which prohibit proper fire prevention strategies. After watching the footage of the fires, people are opening their eyes, right, to this. How are we doing active
can you
resource
sum up?
management? I know, I needed
Sorry,
my
Maria.
time. It's all
Yeah.
good. To be continued.
Yeah. Next week.
Chad Kinzelberg, followed by Molly Woods, followed by Pat Rolfs, and then Bryce Whiting.
Hi, I'm Chad Kinzelberg. I'm an Encinitas resident and a pickleball player at Riggs. Given the time limitations, I just want to focus on two reasons that you will find very compelling to make sure that Bobby Riggs stays open. First off, we estimate that there are between 1,800 and 2,000 people that regularly play pickleball at Riggs. I would submit to you that with the exception of Moonlight Beach, there is no other location in Encinitas that contributes more to the physical fitness and well-being of Encinitas residents than Bobby Riggs. Second, Bobby Riggs is instrumental to the economic vitality of Encinitas. Bobby Riggs is consistently voted the #1 pickleball club in the country. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in this country. All of the brand equity that's been cultivated for the last couple decades by Riggs accrues to the city of Encinitas. It increases the appeal not only as a place to live, but as a vacation destination. I've met people from dozens of states and about 5 countries at Riggs who say specifically, I come here for the great beaches, but I also come to play at Riggs. And just to make this personal, when my wife and I moved to San Diego, we had 2 strict requirements. 1, we wanted to be in an oceanfront house. 2, we wanted to be no more than 15 minutes from Riggs. You can see from this group here that there is a genuine passion and enthusiasm for Bobby Riggs. Mayor and council members, I know that we just went through a tough election, but this is your opportunity to do something that is very consequential that will contribute to the well-being and the fitness of this community. I'm thrilled with the results of the election, and I'm confident that you will do the right things and do whatever it takes to keep Bobby Riggs open. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Els and council members. My name's Molly Woodstrake. I am an 11-year resident of Encinitas and a 4-year pickleball player. For months, my husband would try to get me to play pickleball. I think the chief could attest to it's something the firefighters do when they're on a break. And for a long time, I made fun of him. And I was like, what are you, 80 years old? Like, I'm not playing pickleball. And then I played pickleball, and an 80-year-old kicked my ass. And I was like, all right, guess I'm going to play pickleball. I think a lot of people in this room share the same story, that we started playing pickleball during COVID, during a time of great isolation and, mental fatigue, and pickleball brought people together, both during COVID when there was a lot of divisiveness and during a time when there was just a lot of political strife. What I can say about the pickleball community is it is one of the most inclusive, welcoming communities that I've ever been a part of, not just in Encinitas, but across the country. Just looking at this room, you'll see people of different genders, different ages, different backgrounds. They come together to play pickleball, and they enjoy time together on the court as well as off the court. This is a community and a family that will take care of people when they are sick. There are people that raise thousands of dollars in my pickleball group to take care of our first responders in LA. And so hindering the ability for these people to get together isn't just keeping people from playing a sport, it's keeping people from being able to connect in a way that we're not able to connect otherwise. I empathize for the people that live around Bobby Riggs. I know that there's a legitimate concern with permitting issues as well as the sound concerns that are happening. I don't believe that the city could just say that this isn't happening. I know that there is a process to take place. My ask is that you allow Bobby Riggs to stay open at full capacity, allow them to keep bringing in the revenue that they're going to need to bring in to pay for what will likely cost up to $300,000 in soundproofing. In just 3 days since this has happened, we have collected a survey with about 200 people in this community saying that they're willing to plan a fundraiser, pay membership fees, do whatever they can to ensure the longevity and the financial stability of Bobby Riggs. And so what I ask is that we come together the way the pickleball community does as a city community, city staff to work together for solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Pat Rolfs, followed by Bryce Whiting, followed by John Reedy, and then Rob Fleener.
Here we go, pickleball. Mayor, City Council member, staff, thanks for having me. My name is Pat Rolfs. I'm actually not a member of Bobby Riggs, but I own the Hub. The Hub is a pickleball facility down in Spring Valley, so we're about 30 miles south. When I was in escrow on the property, I called Steve Dawson, and he really helped and advised me on, the community and the staff. And since then, we have built an amazing community, and the pickleball community will do that. I want to comment on a couple of your speakers just to add to it. One gentleman came up speaking on different topics, said, beware of the pickleball people. I actually will spin that around saying, we want solutions and we want to support, and these are your community that want to put solutions together. The next comment was that nice lady was speaking about smoking in the park, and she mentioned all the activities. One of the activities that the city is missing in that conversation are city-owned pickleball courts. And so a private, facility like Bobby Riggs and the money that they have put into it and the community that they've grown, and the nice lady that just spoke, saying the community is willing to support the independent company here, that's a big deal. You don't hear that a lot. And so it helps the city, it relieves the burden. Obviously, they pay taxes, they, employ people. So, obviously the community has, proven itself worthy. I think sitting down and solving the problems, I think everybody's willing to do that. I do want to make one other comment back to the last speaker is, letting it continue to operate. It's been there for 12 years. Let it continue to operate until the solutions are in place. Sit down with everyone. I'm happy to help my engineering services to help Steve and Bobby Riggs to find the solution. And my agenda here is just for more pickleball in the community of Encinitas and the county of San Diego to continue to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know some of the new council members. Congratulations. My name is Bryce Whiting, longtime resident, Encinitas. Been playing pickleball since 2019. I have been beaten by those 80-year-olds as well. They're probably in this room tonight. Hopefully the attendance tonight is a statement. It's amazing the passion for the sport and for this yellow ball, which causes so much joy, but also pain for others. What Steve and his family have done for Bobby Riggs to bring pickleball to life in Encinitas is nothing short of incredible. But pickleball is much more than a sport or an activity, and Bobby Riggs is much more than a business. I've always said Steve could charge so much more for people to play pickleball, and I know I would pay it, right? But he's kept it very reasonable. He's kept it very accessible for so many. That's probably going to have to change, right? But give him the opportunity to continue the things as they are and then implement things. He has ideas. He's obviously an inventor. He can make things right. In the crazy world we live in, Bobby Riggs truly is a bright spot that brings so much joy to the local community. And the Dawson family has brought so much positivity, health and wellness, both physical and mental. And so please, once again, please give the Dawson family the opportunity. Thank you.
Ralph?
John Reedy, followed by Rob Fleener, Julia Chun here, and then Farzan Demubid.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Encinitas City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about a place that has become not only very close to my heart, but a huge part of my life. Like many of you, I discovered pickleball during the COVID lockdowns. You know how it goes. We were stuck at home. A friend invited me and a couple of others to try this old person's game called pickleball at Bobby Riggs Racket and Paddle. I knew Bobby Riggs was a tennis club. I barely knew anything about pickleball, but 2 hours later, I was hooked. And by hooked, I meant it, and my entire life changed. In the years following, I would play at Bobby Riggs roughly 15 to 20 hours a week. Since then, I've spent approximately, I went from being an enthusiastic but semi-decent player who stared at the pros like they were wizards to being now a senior pro myself, playing in tournaments all over the country. Somewhere in there, I even started teaching pickleball to African refugee kids at the Seeds of Hope Academy at Venture Church. I hosted a tournament at Riggs that raised over $20,000 for their program. This is a small example of the countless charities that have benefited from fundraising tournaments at the club. Pickleball has brought hundreds of friends into my life. I'm in the best shape I've ever been in. Who knew that into my 50s I'd be playing 5 hours a day, burning 2,500 calories and having so much fun, I literally forget that I'm melting away. The best part is when I finish, I'm counting the hours until I can play again. The day Bobby Riggs had to shut down 15 of its 22 courts, I had just announced on social media that I was going to become one of the teaching pros at Riggs. Talk about timing, I was crushed. Now, as I approach the empty nest years, I know how pickleball is going to. I know pickleball is going to continue to be a huge part of my life. I had really hoped it would be at Bobby Riggs, and the wonderful people there. And when I say wonderful people, I mean everyone at Riggs. Everyone, all the teachers, everyone. The Dawson family has built a thriving business, but they've built community.
Okay.
And it's the community that you see here today. And I will let it go at that. But
Thank you.
Don't take it from us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ellers and council members. My name's Rob Fleener. I live on Hillcrest Drive. I've been there for 47 years. I have two asks for this evening. I'd like to address the noise ordinances and the mobility in Leucadia along 101. First, the noise, specifically the restrictions placed on Bobby Riggs. I've been playing pickleball there since we started on the back courts 9 years ago. This place offers so much to so many. Not only exercise, but a social outlet and charitable fundraisers for the whole community. Hopefully you can come up with a solution to help Bobby Riggs stay in business and to keep us all playing pickleball. My second ask is safety along the corridor in 101 in Leucadia. Now that we're allowed to park along the rail tracks on the east side of 101, we need more safe crossings to get to restaurants and businesses along that corridor. This area is becoming more and more popular, especially on weekends. If this means we need more crosswalks, slower traffic, or more speed bumps, please help us get across that road safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Julia Chen here, a resident of Cardiff. And Bobby Riggs is a cultural hub of our city. It's good exercise, it's good for your brain, it's good socially, and it's fun for something that we can do up until our 80s. I personally have been playing there with a group of moms weekly for about 2 years, and there's several other groups that have 16 or 20 moms. It's something we do as busy working moms without our kids. We do it for ourselves, and it's something we really cherish. So I'm here to represent those interests. We celebrate birthdays, we come together, and it really builds community. And like I said, it's something we can do until we're 80. I can empathize. I wouldn't want a pickleball court to go in behind my home, but it was a sporting facility before, and I'm hopeful that you guys can find a solution moving forward. I trust the council to do the due diligence and taking the needs of the community into consideration and find an outcome that serves the community and preserves its character. Bobby Riggs is a unique resource, and that should not be taken lightly. It's like a park for adults, and I hope it'll stay that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Following Farzan will be Douglas, no last name, Colleen McLaughlin, and then Molly Hintlian.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a pickleball player, a fan for years. I've been playing for years. I also have a house off Santa Fe close to the property, and my brother lives right on the property on Windsor. And I could tell you by personal experience, the sound from the pickleball courts is absolutely unbearable. Just imagine your own house, just for a second. Imagine being in your own house and not even 1 hour of the day being able to open any window and not hearing the noise of over 100 people playing at any one time. From 8 in the morning till 9 at night, over 100 people every single hour of the day on every single day. And I can tell you this is the same sentiment on everybody on the street butting up to the house. Many who are not here, that they don't even know this is happening today. But I am a fan of pickleball. I am a fan of the Bobby Riggs, but something serious needs to be happening with sound walls, because when people bought those houses, there were 7 tennis courts, and now there's 22 pickleball courts that are playing all day, every day. So I hope you guys can find a solution with proper sound walls, proper quiet paddles, but something needs to be done for the sanity of everybody there, because I can guarantee you nobody in this room would want to live anywhere close to that court. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Is it Darlene next?
So Douglas?
Or Douglas, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong.
Hello, everyone. My name is Doug. I'm 63. I'm retired. I bought a home in Encinitas back in 2018, and I play at Riggs probably as much as anyone else, 4 or 5 times a week, 20 hours a week, et cetera. I can attest to everything that's been said so far tonight. I've met people from all over the world. As recently as 2 days ago, I was playing with a couple from Minnesota. Sean from Oregon, Florida, Seattle. A ton of people from Venture Church go over there and play. It's really amazing how many people come from, and I'll be honest with you, they all say the same thing. They come to San Diego and they always hit Riggs before they go home. I mean, period. I mean, it brings in, after they leave Riggs, maybe they go down the Coast Highway, they spend money down there, but it's a major economic impact for Encinitas. I also want to plug real short, I might go over 2 minutes a little bit. One park that's been overlooked, I spoke to the Park and Recs people inside City Hall, not at one of your meetings, because I think you have an outside Park and Recs people that go over stuff like that, about Cottonwood. Really overlooked. Beautiful location. They have pickleball there. It needs a major facelift, similar to what Poinsettia Park did at their pickleball community. They resurfaced everything. They put in permanent fences. It needs 8 courts, all pickleball. It was right now it's half tennis on the left and pickleball on the right. But the problem is no one's playing tennis there. And I'm not exaggerating about no one. I went there at 8:30 this morning after breakfast just to take a look and see if it's changed, because I basically just play at Riggs. And every court was full of pickleball, no tennis. It's an embarrassment. It's really, Encinitas used to be instead of today. It needs a facelift.
Okay.
As far as Riggs, everything they said was true. You've heard it all before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Next speaker is Colleen McLaughlin, followed by Molly Hintlian, and then David Alonso.
Hello. I'm Colleen. I just wanted to speak on behalf of, the same as everyone said for Bobby Riggs. I am a non-pickleball player, but you can find me at Bobby Riggs pretty much every day. Even when I'm not working, I'm volunteering because of the community aspect of the place. I've actually had people that were my neighbors in my complex for years that I never met, but then met at Bobby Riggs because it brings people together. So just wanted to say what everyone else has said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is not about pickleball. It's fire safety and new development. Good evening, council members. Thank you. I'd like to discuss a concern for fire safety, very topical, and emergency preparedness in light of new development in progress, near term, and yet to be approved. I attended last week's council meeting, and I know it can be tough for the new council to deliberate over projects that were already pre-approved and very far down the line. And it's hard to go through that appeal reversal process. But what I'd like to highlight is that I share the concerns that Councilmember Schaefer highlighted and the need for the city to regroup and ensure that we have a refreshed emergency plan. I know that when the planning commission's looking at things in these developments, that on paper, we might be looking at emergency plans, but as a city as a whole, because we've grown. Even in the last 11 years that I've lived here, and I live in District 2, very close to what's going on Encinitas Boulevard in Quail Meadows. And just a week ago, not during rush hour, it took me half an hour to go half a mile. And it wasn't a holiday, it wasn't school, it's not Christmas. And it brought to light a very valid concern that we're faced with. And I want to share my concerns with new developments that I don't know if it's a directive that the council gives planning commission, how we can just pause the approvals, take a breather, and reevaluate what the current situation is with all the developments, especially in light of District 2 and District 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Alonso? Jennifer's texting.
How many more do we have?
That's it.
Hi, good evening. I wasn't actually going to speak. I've just finished pickleball and been overwhelmed by what I've heard. It feels a bit awkward talking about pickleball when there's such pressing things like fires and stuff going on in our neighbourhood. I'm actually a local pickleball business owner. I don't really have a huge affiliation with Bobby Riggs. But the court situations, what they allow us to play so many pickleball matches at the moment, has quite a big effect on the communities around us as well. So in my business, I probably get requests, maybe 10 or 20 people a day asking where to play pickleball. And those people are spread around North County. And if we do end up reducing or shutting down operations at Riggs, it's going to have a much further reaching knock-on effect to not just the Encinitas community, but neighbouring communities, because these guys want to play, and it's only getting more and more. So I'm here just to say, like, there must be an opportunity to deal with the noise issues, give these guys a chance, because actually they're a really important club in our community. Hope we get the opportunity to keep pickleball at the same levels, and hopefully find, as the gentleman mentioned earlier about neighbourhoods like Cottonwood, these places need to be developed, because this pickleball business isn't going anywhere. It's only going to get more and more. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that concludes our oral comments tonight, but I will have the city manager provide a status and comments that may help say what's going on.
Thank you, Mayor Ellers. Thank you all for coming tonight and your comments. The city did receive noise complaints about the Bobby Riggs facility. And as code compliance went out and investigated the noise complaint, we did find that the facility did violate our noise ordinance. So there were some warnings and violations that were issued, and we're asking that the Bobby Riggs facility just comply with the noise ordinance that we have. We do understand that Mr. Dawson is amenable to that and is working on some options. We also received a complaint about the facility use. The permit for the original facility was done in 1975 with an update in 1995, and it was not pickleball at that time. So staff is currently working with Mr. Dawson. He's coming in this week to go ahead and update his permitting for the pickleball that he has. So staff will be meeting with him. We will be working with solutions, again, for both the pickleball players as well as the neighbors. But we do require all of our businesses and residents to abide by our municipal code and ordinances, and that's staff's job to make sure that that's enforced. So just to let you know, we will be working with Mr. Dawson as well as any of the neighbors on issues with Bobby Riggs. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's see, with that, we'll move on to item number 6, which is report from closed session, which we did not have, so there is no report. Changes to the agenda. Are there any changes? And we may have to give the crowd a... So we have to continue, so if you leave, yeah. Please file out quietly and quickly. Thank you for coming. I'm going to pause long enough to get... Think we can go? Okay. Yeah, they're actually quite well behaved.
So there are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, items 8C as in cat and 8D as in dog have been removed by members of the public.
Okay. Okay, given we have 8C and D pulled, can I have a motion to adopt the remaining consent calendar items?
I'll move adoption of consent calendar items 8A, 8B, 8E, 8F, and 8G.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
That motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to item 8C.
Yeah.
And we do have several speakers on that item.
Okay, and hopefully we can get the doors closed here shortly. I don't know if...
So the first, did you want a staff report, Mayor?
Yeah, well, you said multiple people in
Yes.
the... So let's go ahead and do a staff report and pause for 1 minute until we get it. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's getting quieter. So, okay. I think we can proceed with a staff report. How many people in public comments? Oh, wow. 6. Okay, so let's do the staff report.
Good evening. Is this on? There we go. Okay. Honored tonight to as part of this presentation, Recreation Manager Margaret Hamer, and leading our presentation is our Commissioner Chair Lambert Ling. So thank you. Take it away.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Lambert Ling. I'm the chair of the Senior Citizen Commission of Encinitas. I have been an Encinitas resident for over 27 years. So why am I presenting? Let's go back about a year, January 2024. Israel Hernandez of AARP spoke out at our commission meeting about livable communities and the age-friendly network. His presentation hit home because it put many of the actions and initiatives we wanted into one comprehensive framework. We didn't see this as a political agenda by the WHO or even the AARP. What we saw was an opportunity to develop a plan unique to Encinitas and the needs of our community while taking advantage of well-established tools and processes that have already worked for many others. And it made us wonder, why isn't Encinitas already a part of this? So we wrote a letter to the mayor and city council in February of 2024, encouraging them to consider taking steps to make Encinitas an age-friendly city. So we're not alone in this. By joining the age-friendly network, we will be getting involved with the County of San Diego, City of San Diego, our neighbors to the north and south, Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Oceanside, Vista. These guys have already had several years of a head start on us. And why is now the time to be looking at joining the age-friendly network? Because each year, as our population grows older, older adults are also becoming a larger part of our community. In the United States, within the next 10 years, the number of adults 65 and older will exceed the number of children under 18. Here in City Hall, we all know that change takes time, and not changing now could do great harm to our growing senior community. So what are we exactly talking about when we say age-friendly communities? Is it really something controversial? I don't think so. We're looking at accessible outdoor spaces and facilities for all people of all ages to gather. We're looking at sidewalks, crosswalks, transportation options for those who can no longer drive a car, available housing for all walks and all stages of life, homes designed for residents to age in place as they choose, affordable and accessible social activities, including sports and cultural events, community engagement to combat loneliness and isolation, intergenerational activities for the young and old to learn from each other and respect one another, engaging older adults in community life by being productive through volunteerism and community service. Many seniors struggle with technology, so we also need to remind ourselves that communication and information are not always on a device or through the internet. Ensuring that assistance and essential care for our older adults in need are nearby and available. Becoming a member of the age-friendly network means that you, as our elected officials, are committed to making Encinitas a better and safer place to live. And not just for older adults, but for all of our residents, regardless of age and background. By the way, everyone in this council chamber will have the opportunity to grow old and face the challenges many of our seniors already face. So why not prepare for this in the best possible way? I urge you to vote to approve the letter of commitment and take the first step towards making Encinitas an age-friendly city. If you do approve, our commissioners will work with city staff as needed to get the ball rolling on securing grants for technical services support and supporting the development of an action plan which includes data gathering and community input. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Do we have any questions of clarification? And don't forget, we have 6 public.
I just want to clarify that this is simply a study, correct? This is not to actually take any actual action until we get the study back?
So this is sending a letter of commitment that says we're going to become an age-friendly city, a part of the network, but the actual funding and planning and that follows after that.
So this isn't just a study, this is the commitment tonight?
Go ahead.
Let me take a shot. So this is the first step, a commitment letter that this is something that we want to do so we can go seek the grant funding. There's grant opportunities to pay for the study. If we find the grant money, then we would follow through with the study, and then those results would come back to the council.
At which point we'll make a decision whether we want to go forward, correct? This is not the commitment to go forward. Once we get that study back, we'll make the commitment then. We wanted to see the study first. We're not doing the study
any
in
actions
conjunction
you take,
with.
Sorry. Any actions you take from that study would be after the study returns.
Copy.
And subject to future approval, I think is where you were going, right? Just to
make sure that we're not committed to anything. This is some time to actually get the study, get all of our resources back to us, see what we've got, and then we have options to deny, go forward, whatever we choose to do from there. But we're not starting tonight because we sent the commitment letter that we want to do this, but if it doesn't make sense for whatever reason, I just want to make sure that we're not committing ourselves tonight. We're just getting the ball rolling, and if that comes back and we don't want to commit, then we have that option.
Correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe follow up on that this commitment letter would make us eligible for funding, which could range between $72,000 and $85,000 for the study. Am I in the right ballpark there?
In the right ballpark. I have 67,000 to 85,000. Same area.
Oh, right. And the study then would have recommendations, and those recommendations would come back to us. I guess that if you're saying yes, then I'm clear on this now too.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'm going to hop in here. First question is, I think I saw 89,000, and so and the hope is, or the belief is, we would get the a grant to pay for that. Other cities are ahead of us. Have they gone through the survey and the study, and where are they? Are they reaping benefits? I just want to understand what concrete benefits will we get? I understand a grant may pay for the initial 89, but later I imagine there's ongoing support costs. But first, where are the other cities, and have they gotten through that first phase?
So, and team, please correct me. So Carlsbad has completed the process. They are an age-friendly community, so they have their study complete. I understand that Vista and Oceanside have started the study process. They've paid for the start of their process. It's looking at those 8 areas, which include housing and transportation, social impact, and we will get that study back and see how we are doing as a city, especially in comparison to other cities, and where are the chances to improve what we do for all people in the community in those 8 areas.
And so they'll come back with, let's say, specific, targeted, Encinitas targeted recommendations of what we could do. I guess my concern or my worry is that we're going to be told what we already know. And the question is, what new will I learn for that? And granted, it's paid by a different grant, but it's 89,000.
So I'm going to chime in here. There is gathering data, and there's also an opportunity for community input. So it's not this rhetorical they that is telling us what to do. It's the community coming back and saying, here are the things that we think will make the city of Encinitas a livable city.
And if I could add, and knowing that we have a great city now, we have a great city, and when it comes to senior programs, we have a senior center, we provide services, we have a senior commission. There are a lot of things here already which would be looked at and discussed as part of that input. But we're assuming there's always things that we can do better, and we can learn from other agencies in that comparison.
So, there's the 89,000, and then there's also the staff time and focus that you're going to have some staff time, probably public meetings to gather this information, support the IT effort, whatever it might be. And I guess I would have liked to have seen what the Carlsbad results look like. And if it's obvious, then I'm just not sure I want to go there. It may be wonderful. I don't know. I don't think I saw enough information in the presentation to make it an automatic yes for me. It sure sounds good, feels good, but I'm looking for concrete, because we do lots of studies. In fact, later tonight, we're talking about a council-initiated item about hiring consultants. This seems like one of those data gathering tasks that AI could solve, actually. It's probably more so than many of our other consultants. So that's my hesitation, and I am hesitant at it right now. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember O'Hara.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions. In regards to Councilmember Schaefer's question, we're not making a comment. Is there a penalty, though, if we take that grant and we change our mind? We don't have to give the money back.
No, there's no penalty and there's no obligation.
Okay.
It would be an action plan that you as the city council would review and decide. And you could even change it if you felt it didn't properly represent the community. And I did want to also add that it provides a roadmap to a population not normally surveyed or talked to. And I know AI and there's a lot of other methods to collect data, but with this population, it's extremely important to talk to people in person. That's why the city hosts a senior center and a daily lunch program, because we we know reaching people that are unable to do online SurveyMonkey or AI type of features really need the one-on-one, face-to-face connection. And I think what you heard from your group that was here earlier talking about pickleball, community building, and all the different needs and things they talked about is, I believe, what we want to build on, a similar feature and a roadmap on how to do this for older adults.
Okay, so if there's...
I'm not done.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So are we then eligible for grants we'd be ineligible for otherwise if we participate in this, was to keep us going after grants outside of this?
This particular program, there are certain agencies who are open to grant funding, so it would have to be that we would have to be accepted by the AARP application. If we did not go down that route, you know, if the city council wanted to develop some other sort of, call it something different, you know, aging well or something, that would be up to you. It just wouldn't have the same standards and framework of the other cities. And I did work in Carlsbad when we built that roadmap, and it did have a great impact. We learned a lot of things that we had not heard before. And I do believe it's a benefit to any community when you're properly planning in advance for this changing demographic. I've looked into this program. We had a great presentation on it, discussion about it. There are a plethora of great ideas. I've spoken with the senior commission on a couple of members of the senior commission, I should say. I've received emails from them, and there are a lot of really great concepts, opportunities, possibilities with this program. What I come back to, and again, some of this is through the senior commission's input, is why can't we do this on our own? We have a very productive senior commission who could probably identify a lot of the needs in this study. I'm curious if that's something we can't do and what the limitation would be.
Reinventing the rhetorical wheel here. The nice thing about, yes, because I think the thing about age-friendly communities, the network, is there are tools and frameworks and resources that are already available.
Do they keep them locked in a safe?
They would become available to us as part of our commitment to becoming an age-friendly city.
And so...
I guess my question is, why is it, are they the only people who have the capability of doing this, and what would inhibit us from developing a similar program, going online, finding their recipe, applying it ourselves? We have 300 volunteers at the community center. We have a very active community. We have an entire, am I going too far?
Well, we were in preliminary questions, so I was just going to ask.
I'm clarifying. I want to know why we can't do this ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. But we do have public speakers, and I want to get to them. Then we can do the full deliberation.
Okay.
And I probably violated it worse myself.
Okay. I will stand down. For your reference, I would like that question answered when it gets to that time, please, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to
I want to move things along.
Have a chance. And you'll hold? Okay. So if we can do the 6 public speakers, great. 3 minutes?
So the first 3, one does have a time donation. First 3 speakers, Patty Stottlemyre, Jesse Hanwitt, Karen Koblenz,
Welcome new council members and our new mayor. About 8C, application to join ARP WHO, Network of Age-Friendly Communities. This is a UN Agenda 2030 agenda. Right on their website, it says they are supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Oh, here's from the ARP site. How to go car-free. More from ARP. Why older Americans should give up their cars. 11 reasons why public transport, bicycles, and our feet are moving us toward a brighter future. Oh, and here from their age-friendly community website, they are promoting tricycles like they do in their community in Brazil for the seniors. Oh, and did you notice the bicycle icon on the pie chart, too, that was in the presentation for transportation? Okay, I urge the council not to join the global AARP WHO World Health Organization age-friendly communities and instead focus staff time and effort to prioritize resident and structure safety with any imminent disasters. How are the drainage pipe installations going? Now, there is a nice thing on the website about the fire and water agencies getting prepared for fire danger. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And then they have a whole page on preparing to evacuate. Excellent. Will the streets with narrowed lanes and lane reductions allow for safe evacuations in cars, not bicycles or scooters? Or will the police have to encourage people to evacuate their cars and run to the ocean, like in Los Angeles? Okay, Olevenheim Fire Safe Council may be a good resource. I looked at their site. They're doing a lot of good things, it looks like. And they said that Olevenheim faces significant evacuation challenges. So that's not even getting to the narrow streets that we've working on here in West Encinitas. So instead of partnering with global entities, ARP and the WHO, please allocate time and resources for safety and prevention of our community. Thank you for your dedication to the highest welfare of Encinitas.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jessie Hanwitt, and in case you can't tell, I'm an older adult. I've lived in Encinitas for 6 years, and I have a little bit of a different take and maybe an explanation for some of the things that you just learned in the presentation done by Lambert and the staff. I, at my age, am very intentional about what I choose to do, and I chose to be on the Encinitas Senior Citizens Commission and applied, and I'm very proud to do that work and to help improve the quality of life for seniors in Encinitas. But this evening I'm here to encourage you to support the City of Encinitas joining the AARP Age-Friendly Network. I learned about the network about 1.5 years ago when I attended a County Aging and Independent Services Housing Committee, and they mentioned it, and I got home and decided to do some research about it. And the first thing I discovered was that both Solana Beach and Carlsbad were members. I read the letters from their mayors and their work plan goals, and these goals included such things as improving safety, signage, social participation. It was enlightening to see the impact of their work. And as was mentioned in the presentation, we're surrounded by network cities: Oceanside, Vista, San Diego, Imperial Beach. Chula Vista and the county have completed the 5-year project and have decided that the framework was so valuable that they've re-enlisted, and they're doing another 5 years because it had such a positive impact on their city. And as I read about it, all I could think about was what a difference it could make for Encinitas. And what excited me most about the whole project was that it creates the opportunity to enhance the livability of our city for all ages through community input. Member cities ask their citizens to identify needs and develop a work plan based on the results. This allows for voices that are not currently being heard to come forward. Over the past year, I've discussed the information with the Senior Commission, with city officials, and practically anybody that would listen to me. I've also had the wonderful opportunity of working with Israel Hernandez, who is here tonight, our representative from the AARP, and I know that he would be more than happy to answer any questions. He has kind of a global picture because he works with all of the cities that are in the jurisdiction. So What do you want Encinitas to look like in 5 years from now or 10 years from now? As was mentioned, we know that the population is aging, and that's not going to stop. Our city's vision is to be responsive to the changing needs of our community, and as our population ages, becoming a part of the network would allow us to plan for the future, and the results could benefit all of us, from the mom with a baby in a stroller to the older adults. The network has, the network has support, and there are people here that are advocates for it that aren't speaking tonight, and if there are any in here and they'd like to stand, that would be a great thing.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Koblenz, followed by Israel Hernandez, Amy Stuck, and then Elena Thompson with time donation from Sheila Cameron.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Reverend Karen Koblenz. I'm chair of San Diego Interfaith Ministerial Association. It's an association where we come together to promote the ability to work together through faith and community, to work side by side, shoulder to shoulder for our community. The goal of your council, and I too sit on the senior council, is to provide health and safety for all members of our community. I have to tell you, I'm a little bit aghast that we got pulled. So I'm wondering, you listen to these magnificent people talk about Bobby Riggs, about health, which is perfect, about safety, which is perfect. This is the same thing. We're simply asking for your commitment, all of your commitments, the staff's commitment, and everyone to support us with more information, education, and serve our community. Trust me, you will all be senior citizens someday. Right now, we're sitting at 37% of the population of Encinitas is seniors. Yes, things are going to change. And I think with Age Friendly, we can be on the top front, the roadmap to help all of our seniors. I think by your Bobby Riggs constituents, they're talking about community. I don't know a better way than to make a commitment. You make a commitment for all of your seniors and all of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is up next?
Israel Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Congratulations to those newly elected. Not going to read a script. I'll just speak frankly. I picked quite a night to come support. I'm really happy to be here, though. I just want to level set on a couple things. We're not keeping anything in a box. I work for ARP. They're all free and online available resources. I would say one of the biggest benefits of many in joining the network is that you're joining a cohort of jurisdictions in our county that are also trying to search for what are the best practices in those domains, in transportation, in housing. Pickleball was a great example in social inclusion. Surgeon General's report highlighted that isolation is the new silent killer. It's on the rise. I think I heard a lot in that pickleball discussion. I'm actually glad that that came first because it kind of brought to life livable communities for me. I talked to some jurisdictions and there's this knee-jerk apprehension of, well, we're not going to be able to develop housing. We see housing as domain. We see transportation as a domain. We're not going to be able to do all of these things in one plan. That's not the intent. The intent is that you have these listening sessions throughout the county. It's community driven. They could either reinforce for you that X and Y of what you're doing is working really well, and you might make some rudder steers or some tweaks to a couple other things based on community input. It's not an immediate overhaul plan to drastically change anything. It's to help guide and actually uplift what you're probably and likely already doing well. And yeah, so there's regional roundtables where Oceanside just got 900 survey responses. I think they closed the survey last week, and so that will inform for them through the 9 domains. And I should also mention the 9 domains are not a holistic, you're going to work on A to Z. You know, most jurisdictions pick 1 or 2 and say, we want to spend the next years focusing on social inclusion, whatever it might be. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time or other, whenever's appropriate. But I just wanted to add that context. I'm not here to sell anything. Jurisdictions, I've been to some meetings where they're like, no thanks. All right, it's not the right time, and you can do it on your own if you so wish. There's just access to free resources, consulting, and other things as part of the network. Nothing nefarious, and I'm happy to talk with anyone about that over coffee or whatever you wish.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Elena Thompson here speaking on 8C. And full disclosure, I've been receiving solicitations from ARP for about 10 years. Yeah, believe it or not, it is true. So I think it's uncanny that 8C, the agenda item, also jived with 8 criteria of the AARP WHO for compliance. And one of the things I've noticed as a citizen advocate here is that the new council and the voters were really looking for some change. And the change was going to involve local control and local agendas. And from my perspective, this is a global agenda and a national agenda. And I think because we have so many neighboring cities that are part of this, we can leverage off of their learning without having to sign up for this. And I even feel bad actually taking time talking about this right now because you guys have some important work to do and very important priorities. So I'm not really sure how this stacks up. But what does come to mind is that this is a non-local initiative. And I'd like to see the money invested in kids and anti-cannabis drug education instead of the senior stuff. We have all of those 8 criteria. This city pretty much meets, and very well, including the work of our wonderful senior commission. So I think we're pretty much covering all the bases. What concerns me when we look at fiscal stewardship and fiscal responsibility in the new year here is that we're talking about applying for free money, other people's money, here again, so we take that little candy and we run after it. But this is $89,000 of grant money that, where's it coming from? But more importantly, this takes staff time and your time and our time discussing this, including membership dues hereafter, including onerous reporting requirements that really need to be looked at. So in the interest of local control and really prioritizing the needs of our city right now and the youth, the next generation, coming from a senior, I would just say that I would urge you to table this tonight and, look at it in your strategic planning session that's up and coming, and look at it in your legislative priority agenda. And then certainly you have time to come back to it. But for tonight, let's get on with the real task at hand of what you're all here for. And thank you so much.
Hi, I too was shocked that this got pulled from the agenda. Good evening, council members, and thank you for this time to address the council regarding the AARP age-friendly initiative that is up for the approval by the City Council. My name is Amy Stuck. I'm a resident of Cardiff since 2002, and I'm here to support Encinitas' participation in advancing strategies to serve older adults in our city. I'm representing a fairly new nonprofit community organization in Encinitas called Village Encinitas, and share how Village Encinitas is part of an age-friendly strategy. About 2 years ago, I learned about the village concept, which started in neighborhoods and towns about 20 years ago. Villages have grown across the country from grassroots efforts where caring neighbors create intentional communities to support each other as we strive to age well, remain independent, stay in our homes and in the communities we love. Village models are typically all volunteer, member-based organizations with a mission of fostering aging in place, reducing isolation through social connections, providing community practical support such as rides to the store, walking dogs, or helping with home technology, for example. Villages also tap into the vast knowledge and expertise of our community's older adults and provide opportunities to share their wisdom and be involved in whatever way feels right for them. In 2022, I introduced the village concept at the Encinitas Senior Commission. Several of the commissioners were very interested, and one eventually helped form a small planning committee. We piloted Encinitas Village in 2023 in the community of High Country Villas and currently have about 50 older adults participating and engaging in the village activities I mentioned. We're now in the process of expanding to the rest of the Encinitas community. In fact, our next community meeting is at our Encinitas Senior Center on Monday, January 27th at 10:30. Our goal is to have Village Encinitas serving all 5 of our community neighbors within the next year. I'll end by congratulating the City of Encinitas for already taking many steps to support older adults and all ages in our city, but there is so much more we can do to make this our incredible city even better. Joining the AARP Age-Friendly Network will give Encinitas a structured framework to broaden efforts to encourage healthy aging and livability while promoting economic benefits, housing solutions, and increasing social and civic engagement, just to name a few. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And so now we'll go to council deliberation and Councilmember Schaefer.
I appreciate everybody's comments, and I really do. I appreciate where our city is and where we go with this. And I just want to know, how long has the Senior Community Center been there? How long have we had our Senior Community Center?
The Encinitas Community and Senior Center opened about 2002. So it was established, there was actually a senior center out of a church originally, and it was very important to the community to have the community center include a senior center. So it's a shared space.
Yes, and I think that's kind of along the lines of the question I was asking, for $89,000 to be quasi-committed to some larger requirement, whatever that is. Again, staff, money, continued service, maintenance fees is one thing that we always forget about. And this looks like it could have some maintenance fees attached to it. That was my concern, and that was my clarifying questions. We've had a community center here since 2002. We have pickleballers. We have the Village Encinitas doing great things. I mean, I just got done over the course of the summer walking about 10,000 houses with the help of some of the people here and some of the people in Encinitas. It looks like we're actually creating community, right? We're in the midst of creating community. And so when we create community, sometimes it's more resilient when it's done the way that we do it authentically. And that's really my concern right now is to go for more money that puts, and again, I'm not against more money. I love more money. Everybody needs more money, right? But the fact of the matter is I think there's ways for us, and we're kind of at the forefront. Bobby Riggs has, I mean, I don't know how many seniors sat up here just now. They saved their lives. It's allowing them to find those things and seek those things. So to continue to do what we're doing and rely on our community, I think Encinitas is at the forefront. You're talking about Carlsbad and Oceanside that's succeeding. We've already been at the forefront. We've already been doing this since 2002. We made a commitment to, and we call it a senior center for that purpose. And it's at the crest of our city, right next to Oak Crest. So it puts it in the same regards as to what we're trying to do. We're doing micro transit studies to allow for better transportation. I think this is a big part of that. I think this is the transportation. We have these oceans. We just had the king tides. There's been all kinds of ways to get down and enjoy the oceans and all of the different things we're doing. I just don't think that we need to tie ourselves to another group when specifically when we talk about community, we have our county as well, the North County, the 9 cities in the North County that are kind of already doing some of these things. I mean, I'm not trying to sit here and say let's steal from them, but let's go incorporate with them with a large portion of Northeast Encinitas is considered Carlsbad. All of La Costa Valley, all that stuff. So we're connected very quick, very uniquely with them, the way that the puzzle is put together. And I'm leaning for more of our community to do it the way that we do it. I think we're a flagship of not just our county but our state. And I don't know if that we need outside help. I think the way that we do it should actually be the way that others do it. And I don't want to do it the way that others do it. So.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, just tell a little, maybe I have the opportunity to tell a few stories, but one that comes to mind is I was at the grocery store today, and I have a friend who works there, is probably listening to this meeting tonight. And he always chats with me, you know, what's coming up on city council. And he pointed out this one, and he said, wow, this age-friendly communities, that's going to be a slam dunk, right? Because that just makes so much sense. We've got an aging community, and we care about quality of life. And I say, yeah, it should be. So I am also surprised to hear that there's some folks in the room here tonight that find that this opportunity to look at expanding the health and safety and quality of life of our seniors for no additional cost to us is authentic. This is an authentic way to do it because we will meet with our community, and we've done this before. We do it all the time so successfully. Believe me, we hear some things from our community members when we sit down and say, hey, we've got this topic. You're an engaged citizen on this topic. We want to really know what's the opportunities and what the challenges are. We learn from that, and that's the listening that we all talk about. That's so important to us. This actually gives us a framework so that we move forward and do exactly what our senior commission is set up to do, and that is to bring these good ideas forward, to connect us with resources that'll help us do it, and then to engage our community to authentically say what's important here. And it will be different than our surrounding communities, and that's perfect because it's supposed to be. That's who we are. I love the fact we're unique and we're really good at what we do. We've done so many great things, but this is a wonderful opportunity. I want to point out, this is I've already said it once. I'm going to say it again. This is exactly what we want our senior commission to do. So I want them to continue to bring these great ideas forward, and I look for, I hope to receive some support to approve this, because I see there's so much opportunity here for our seniors. I do want to point out, I know when Karen was speaking, she mentioned that 37% of our citizens are seniors. That's huge. I looked at the census, so I think she's got a different age group that maybe it's 55 and up, that she's put together for the 67. And I'm not looking for clarification unless it's important. But when I looked at our U.S. Census data, and I looked back at 2010, 2015, and then 2020, in 2010, 65 and older, we were 12.8%, and 65 and older now, in 2020, we're 20.4%. And I think we all know this intuitively, that we are an aging community. I think we talk about that in other ways too. We know that because of affordability, some of the younger folks can't stay here. There's many other reasons, but we are an aging community, and I trust the census to tell us that in data. So I think this benefits us in so many ways. I don't have any other questions for staff because I really do understand this well, and I think it's going to be a benefit to us. So I am interested in moving approval on this item.
Is that a motion?
That would be a motion.
Okay. And then you yield on to
I will yield.
Councilmember O'Hara.
I thought Joy brought up some great points. This is a really great program when you read it. The initiatives provided on it are fantastic. The concept of it is great. I've spoken, again, some of the senior commission who is just told me in a brief synopsis of what the pieces are that this would include or possibilities. And there's a lot of great services for all of us, to the point we're all aging and we need these pieces in place. I concur with Councilman Schaefer that I'm not so sure we can't do this on our own. So this is where I'm going to come to and make it really simple. I think this is about a $20,000 expense for the city because it'll include staff time, facility use, and some outreach. However, I believe in our senior commission. I believe in the recommendation. And whether you answer my question or not, I believe in your recommendation. I'm willing to spend $20,000 on this project with the caveat that if we get to the end of this study, when we get there, staff has spoke with, I believe it's Solana Beach, Carlsbad, Oceanside, and Vista, who are listed on here, and gotten how they implement their programs and determined whether or not we could do it ourselves, so our parks and recs and our other departments here, because we're not a silo, we can work with all these departments to come up with really good ideas, whether we can work with NCTD to do things. I'm willing to get on board with that. So I'd like staff to do some of that background work if you want me to support this. I also think with Bruce's point earlier, the question of outreach to a city like Carlsbad and how their program is working, and straight up forward conversation as to whether they think they could have done it themselves or not should happen at some point. So rather than push this down a month, which is what I think is another possibility to do, say, okay, well, let's get this information, come back in a month and talk about it. I'm willing to go forward because, again, the Senior Commission has done a lot of work on this. They've really looked at it. I don't believe they're doing this, per their words, for any other reason other than it's good for Encinitas. So I do want to hear from Mayor Ehlers, but I will second the motion from Joy at this time under those circumstances.
And what was that a modification to Deputy Mayor Lyons' motion or not?
Correct. Yeah, it's a modification. The modification is that staff will communicate with Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Vista, and I believe it was Oceanside who are listed to find out more information on their programs for us, so we can get that feedback. Zero commitment at the end of this study, in case we decide we can do it ourselves, which I do think we can. But again, senior commissions put a lot of work into this, and I think they've got a lot of good. They see the possibility, and there's a good possibility that it comes back, and this is the best option. Why would we want to pass that up for $20,000?
Okay, and is that modification
I'll accept
acceptable?
the friendly amendment.
Okay, cool. So,
Staff, facility use.
and that's good. I think that helps address some of my questions. I'm going to go back to staff one more time because I believe you've had personal experience with Carlsbad, and I'm curious what results did they get? I'm looking for, because my belief is we're doing much of this already. By some method or not, we have programs. I think Councilmember Schaefer pointed out, the history. We have ex-Mayor Cameron here who approved the community center and senior and community center and the senior program. So we even formulated a senior commission 15, 20 years ago. So, we're doing a lot of this, and I am almost exactly in the position that Councilmember O'Hara mentioned, which is I'm not an automatic yes. I want to see the there that's there. So first step is, what did Carlsbad get? Concrete results that they said, you need to do this, you weren't doing it before.
So in working with the technical services company, which is part of that grant and that extra money, they do a full audit of the different policies and they make the different recommendations. And then we go forward and you speak to people that, and I'll have to say, even for our senior commission, one of our senior commissioners was not even aware we had a senior center. So by doing this outreach, this is true, she's not here tonight, but Commissioner Martin constantly says that she was not aware of that. But part of the outreach in getting people's voices heard is that opportunity to not only, as you stated, there are already so many things the city is already doing. So it's an opportunity to shed the spotlight, whether it's the transportation. I heard a lot of people here talking about the roads and the bike lanes and the things you're adding. It's an opportunity to shine a spotlight on what you're already doing and then hear firsthand directly from the people, aging community and people with special needs, finding out exactly what more are they looking for. And it's a roadmap, so it's not like you have to stick with it. And I know I'm hearing you say, oh, well, there's Carlsbad and Oceanside. Each community is extremely different, and even as a professional who has served both City of Carlsbad and now City of Encinitas, an extremely different community. I would not take what their decisions or plans or policies were and say that they match Encinitas. So it's a roadmap. You don't have to, we would bring the action plan back. You don't have to agree with it. You could change it. And it's something to be again, a roadmap, so then when decisions are being made, you can refer back to it so that you're hearing what your aging community has shared and what's important to them. And again, I do think you're doing an excellent job, and it's that chance to do the spotlight on what's already been done while thinking about what will happen in the next 5 years.
So you say a roadmap, or is it actually recommendations of services, particular services we need to add or modify because the population we surveyed, our population, came back with, I assume, specific feedback? Or is it a roadmap? I'm hearing two different things. And that's why I'm asking the question. I always like to look at examples as good ways to really understand what's going on. And if Carlsbad did their survey and they came back and they said, you know, they need some sort of, they need to do curb cuts everywhere. And I granted, they're a different answer than us. That's what I'm trying to understand. What happened in Carlsbad? Did they change their roadmap, their previous roadmap? Did they change programs for their seniors as a result of this? Give an example. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, they used it as a guideline. So one of the items is more intergenerational programming. So programming that brings youth together with older adults. So whether that's mentoring or maybe teaching pickleball. We heard that pickleball is getting huge with youth. It's actually hearing what people want more of and trying to implement those, whether it's programming or more socialization. And again, there's 8 domains. You don't have to select all 8. We might just hone in on 4 of them that we think are more important. Like, let's say that is the isolation issue or the socialization. I heard a lot of people that community building was very important to them. It's creating things that this community of Encinitas decides is important, and it wouldn't be staff that decide that. It would be the people who participate, and it's not just a simple survey. It's a multitude of different listening sessions and hearing from different people, again, of all different ages, but that aging community that's not going to do a Survey Monkey, that needs to be done in person, possibly at the senior center, and their needs will be different than surrounding communities. It should be a unique set of criteria. And again, this would only be if, this was a priority for the council.
Yeah. I mean, and I heard my fellow council members say, it benefits us. I'm trying to get down to what the benefits are. I think you came closer and gave me a more specific example. I'm going to be very, I'll support it with the caveat that with the friendly amendment, because we can come back, and I'm not an automatic yes in the future to signing up to a subscription. If I think we're already doing many of the things and there wasn't a lot of value in the survey effort, I want to know that the senior commission's gone through it. It's statistically valid. I know Lambert will take care of that. I want to disclose, I'm an AARP member. I'm a senior, so there are probably a lot of us in the room, and I don't think anything. I really applaud the Village Encinitas. That is exactly the way to do it. And I think that's the way we do it. It's organic. It's volunteer-based. We're a town of activists, right? And I love the fact that is coming up. We don't need necessarily. Maybe I'll learn something here, and I'm willing to learn. It's grant supported. So let's see. Anything other? No. With that, I'll yield. And by the way, all the programs that could come out of this, we need people to come to the February 24th and 25th goal-setting session. So seniors, come show up. Tell us what you need there, because that's another place to input outside of this survey. Don't wait for the survey call. Come tell us what plans and goals, because I think our senior population is pretty diverse. There's mobility challenge. There are not mobility challenge. I want to meet this 80-year-old pickleball player that dominates. I think we've got that here. But so with that, I'll support.
I just want to follow up. I'd also like to know why a city like Carlsbad didn't decide to go on their own. What was compelling to them in this that they decided they couldn't do it on their own within that return of information we get? From what I understand is what we're looking to do is bundle these services to make sure we're tracking them and addressing them to the right population, which I think is a great idea no matter what, whether we do it ourselves or through a project. I would say I'd like to see us find a better way than sending out a survey. Our city has not had a great track record with surveys. We've been, I'm not going to say biased, but we've been maybe directional in some of our surveys we've sent out. I look at the numbers that Mr. Hernandez said. Thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. 900 people out of Oceanside. That's probably less than 1% of their population. So 1% population is a lot of deviation of error. How do we get more people to participate in this survey? Because ultimately, 1% of you, if 100 people from the same neighborhood show up, it's going to be a great survey for that neighborhood, but it's not going to help across town. So how do we do that? I think that's one of my questions within this. Sorry to open that can of worms, but I think that's something that should be addressed in this.
Yes, definitely. When you do a survey and plans such as this, like with department master plans, you go throughout the community. So there would be meetings in different parks and within different districts throughout the city. It would not be only at the senior center. And those locations would be, you know, vetted with our senior commission on what their input would be and where we should go and when we should have those. And again, it would be in person and online, but the in-person element's extremely important, as well as going to different locations. And perhaps Bobby Riggs would be one of those locations, because we know there's a very passionate community building people, and many of them are retired. So I think that there's lots of resources to reach out to, and hearing directly from people is very important.
I'm in support. I'm just voicing my concerns to make sure we follow through with that, get the best result for our community. I support this, and I'm going to yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, and I can get behind this as long as, again, I just want to hear it one time verbatim. This is not committing us to anything long term. And just on record, the whole deal.
That is correct.
Got it. Thank you.
With that, I think we can call the question. Yeah. With the, and the motion was with the friendly amendment too?
Correct.
Okay.
Motion does carry unanimously. Takes us to item 8D. And we do have one speaker. Sheila, did you want a staff report?
Yes, I would like a staff report.
Okay. So 8D, we'll have a staff report first, and then we have a public speaker.
And Sheila does have one-time donation from Elena Thompson.
Okay.
There we go. Oh. We good there? So it's my honor to pass on to Parks Manager David Norgard for our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and members of the council. My name is David Norgard. I'm the Park Operations Manager. I'm here this evening to give you an overview of the item 8D, the agreement for the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program with the San Diego Botanic Garden. As a brief reminder, the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program's purpose is to provide funding for basic property management stewardship on city-owned property which contains sensitive habitat. There are 5 main categories within the Habitat Stewardship Program: invasive plant control, erosion control, access control, trash and debris control, brush management, and fire abatement. In February of 2020, the City Council approved the first contract with the San Diego Botanic Garden for the Habitat Stewardship Program General Services and Maintenance Contract. Since that time, that contract was amended 3 times to add scope for additional sites and to extend the life of that contract. That contract currently has a total not to exceed fee of $249,500, and it expires in 2026. The fiscal year 24-25 City Council budget included $100,000 for the next phase of the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program for scope at Saxony Road. On October 8th, 2024, City staff issued a request for proposals for the next phase of that work. And on November 9th, 2024, 3 firms submitted proposals. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department reviewed proposals from the 3 firms and evaluated the submittals based on demonstrated experience with habitat management, restoration and knowledge of establishing, monitoring, and maintenance of native plants, experience of the project team, understanding of the city's needs, innovation and problem-solving skills, and fair and reasonable cost. The RFP evaluation panel recommends the award of contract to the San Diego Botanic Garden. The Botanic Garden demonstrated their ability to manage native habitats. The garden also demonstrated innovation by locally growing all of the plants that are used in the program and using a large number of volunteers to expand the value of the program. The recommendation before you tonight is to authorize the city manager, in consultation with the city attorney, to execute an agreement in substantial form with the San Diego Botanical Garden as set forth in Attachment 1. The agreement will be for a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000 over the 4-year period if both renewal options are exercised after the initial 2-year term. This concludes my report, and staff are available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification? Nope. Then we'll do public speaker.
Sheila Cameron, and she does have a time donation from Elena Thompson.
Good evening, Council. Sheila Cameron. Isn't Bobby Riggs dead? I just thought I'd bring that up. The other thing is 27% of us are seniors, according to the last census. By the way, 65% have dogs, 35% have children, just so you know that. Okay, my primary interest here is Indian Head Canyon. They've got it down as 52.3 acres. It's always been 63 acres, attached to 38 acres of Magdalena Park. So, preserve. So that gives us 100 acres of open space. I am concerned about some of the natives. And I walked through there recently, and it looked like the toyon and monkey flower had been cut back a lot. And I am going to ask this question: do we have a botanical person, certified botanical person, or a biological person who can work with both flora and fauna on our staff? I'd like that question answered. Sooner than later.
We can respond when you're done.
Okay, thank you. Then there are money amounts listed for Indian Head Canyon. Various things like fencing installation, repair and stabilize eroded gullies, blah, blah, blah. None of it too expensive. But is this $100,000 going to be, some of it going to be spent here? My gathering when I read this was mostly you were concerned about a couple of other parks, primarily the one down on, can't even think of the name of it, and I'm part of the reason they have it, on 101 and,
Cottonwood.
El Camino, yeah, Cottonwood Creek. That's the one. So anyway, I'd like to know when Indian Head Canyon is going to get its due, and has there been a list of natives done? Because at least 2 of them are missing on this list, and I know there's more than that. And it bothers me that these natives look a lot like weeds sometimes. The toyon has a very distinct red berry, but it's kind of big and bushy, and if they want to clean up something, they'll cut it. Well, for heaven's sakes, what are you doing that for? That's why I want a professional attending this kind of stuff when a maintenance crew goes in. The monkey flower isn't mentioned here. They come in orange to red to yellow. I've seen mostly orange and red ones there. Wildlife, because dogs were allowed to be in there without leashes for years. I watched a guy just drive up, open his car door, and out went 3 big dogs. The bobcats are gone. They're in your neighborhood. Coyotes have gone. They're in your neighborhood. The opossums have almost totally disappeared. They're out. They've been killed all over the streets. Skunks don't smell so good, but they are a very special little animal. And raccoons and a lot of others. They're not there anymore. We've lost them. But I know that Jennifer reinstated dogs on a leash. And whenever I go there, I try to remind people, I think the sign needs to be bigger. Okay. And I would like some enforcement on leashes with dogs, because you can't trust people. I've been there when I just see them take the leash off and I go, excuse me, you know what you're doing when you do this. So let me see what else. Erosion and hydrological issues. I have for many years, I spent 11 years, by the way, getting Indian Head Canyon, so that's why it means so much to me, working with both federal programs as well as the Eckies when they bought it for mitigation land. Erosion, hydrological, there is a wonderful river that runs through there when we have water, but it is eroding, and every place else that it's eroding. And I think that river area needs to be rocks and whatnot put in it to slow the water down and capture it for a good use. And I saw a pile of wood chips asphalt, and a dirt pile on photo on 5. Who's dumping? Who's dumping there? I'd like to know that. And the eucalyptus trees. You know, there's a lot of them there. There's a forest. I'm rather fond of eucalyptus trees. Some people don't like them. I love them. And I honestly think if you want to take care of them and trim them up occasionally, that's one thing. But do not plan to cut them all down. They don't deserve that. I keep asking, and other people have asked this too, how long does it take to be a native? I've been here over 50 years. I'm not a native yet. And eucalyptus have been here for 120 years. And they're not considered natives. I think they need a little protection. Indian Head Canyon is very beautiful. It's very precious. We need to take care of it. And we need to support all natives and the animal life that's there as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. I'm going to, I just want to reinforce what Sheila just presented. I agree with most of what she said, and I'm just such an advocate for open space, quality stewardship of our publicly owned lands. I'm going to make a statement and then ask staff to make sure I'm correct in what I'm saying here. But when I was on the Environmental Commission, the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program came before us to prioritize, and that's the report that we have here in this item, to prioritize I guess it's 13 properties. I'm just thinking it looks like about 12 or 13 properties in order of vulnerability. And so each of these properties is prioritized now, and we're following the priority list. So Saxony Road is the next one, and it's the 4th priority, and that's what we're considering today with the approval of the Botanical Gardens to do their work on it. Indian Head Canyon is the next one after it. So I'm getting a nod from Dave on that.
That's correct.
Okay. This was important to prioritize for how vulnerable these properties were, because some needed just immediate intervention to make sure that erosion didn't wash away all the soil, or that there weren't invasives that took over, pampas grass and things. So we've really tried to very strictly follow this priority list with, I think, only one exception, and that is the Oak Crest Park habitat area kind of jumping up a little bit last year, but that decision's already been made. So I agree completely. These are special places that we own that we need to steward, and we need to make sure are kept in the best condition for habitat, but also for us to enjoy, so that we don't have sediment that runs into our ocean, so we have a quality of open space. And also, and that was in 2016. And when I got on City Council in 2021, the Habitat Stewardship Program really hadn't moved forward as I had anticipated it should. And so we were able to then elevate the whole Habitat Stewardship Program and say, is this important to us? And if it is, let's do it. And we had it as a part of our strategic planning discussion. And we've had it as a part of our strategic planning discussion every year because it continues to rank really high for everyone who has been in leadership to continue to fund at the level that we've been funding it and work through our priority list. So I'm happy to say this is where we are now. I think we've made great progress up to this point. I'm happy to see Saxony Road go forward. I did ask the question, and it maybe wasn't clear, but it goes to one of your questions, is there's different species out there now than there was 10 years ago in 2015 when the study was done. So Rincon Environmental is contracted under a different contract, and they do the assessment of the existing conditions. So we do have an updated assessment of the existing conditions so that when the Botanical Gardens gets in there and does the restoration and does the brush management and the control of exotics and invasives and the trash and debris removal and the erosion control and the fire abatement, that they are working with what's currently there today. And they are all experts in biology, flora, and fauna. And I think that may have answered your question. We don't have that expertise specifically in-house. Yeah. If I didn't say anything correctly, please correct me over there.
You covered it very well.
Okay. And I'd like to move approval of this item.
Second.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. I'm up next. I share completely support what Deputy Mayor Lyons said. Absolutely. I view this as an expansion of the Habitat Stewardship Program, which is great. This is a great example of public-private partnership where we're leveraging the volunteer base at the San Diego Botanical Garden to help steward areas, and we do have a longer list to get to, and hopefully we can continue to grow. What Deputy Mayor Lyons did not talk about was the native plant ordinance we're working on, and that in that it's become very obvious that we do need more expertise in natives and all. And by the way, we just had a meeting the other couple days ago where we talked about with industry experts what are natives, what's a native, what's not a native. So we should have a legal definition in the future when we go through the public adoption of the native plant ordinance. And I view this Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program as a pilot program because as we do more and more natives in our parks and more and more open space that we get better care of, we're heading down the path where we have to learn. We have to see what works, see what doesn't work. We had some examples in the last year in Cottonwood Creek where the underbrush was cleared and probably not in the most preserving way for the native habitat. So we're learning, the city's learning, and we're starting with smaller projects, and I view this as part of that on the continuum, getting to the point where we probably do end up having some in-house capability of understanding what we need, where we have contractors like West Coast Arborists and Excel that do our landscaping or equivalent companies that actually have understandings of natives, and that industry is coming along. So we're trying to push the industry and follow it, push it, follow it. So I support this too. I won't belabor. I think the questions were answered, so I don't see any other speakers, and I will call the question.
Motion carries unanimously. That does conclude the consent calendar, and that takes us to item 10A.
10A, and it is 8:22. Can we take a short break and come back at 8:30, please? And then we'll get right into 10A and move quickly. Okay, if we can come back to order. On my glasses. So if you can either finish up your conversations or take them out in the hallway, we'd appreciate it. We'd like to get back before it gets too late. So we're moving on now to item 10A, the District 4 interviews and appointment. We'll go through the following process. Staff report will be given first, and then each applicant will have 3 minutes to address the City Council regarding their interests and qualifications for serving as the District 4, and that's the Liebenheim New Encinitas representative. The clerk will call each applicant to speak alphabetically by last name, and then the council may ask questions of each applicant. After we finish going through the applicants, we will have public speakers, and then we'll have council discussion and action. And we have 4 council members up here, so a majority is 3, so it takes 3 votes to appoint. I got that correct, I hope?
Correct. It takes 3 votes, and it takes a majority of the council, a majority of the quorum.
And I see we still have all 8. So you've passed the first test, which is good. You know, yeah, we did that on purpose. No, I'm kidding. So thank you. And with that, I'll have the clerk. You're giving the staff report, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So I'll just give a quick background. So on December 10th, 2024, Mayor Ehlers was sworn in, leaving the District 4 council seat vacant with a term ending with the certification of the November 2026 election. At the December 11th City Council meeting, council was provided 2 options for filling that vacancy. One is to fill the vacancy by appointment, and the other was to call a special election. At that meeting on December 11th, the City Council did vote to fill the vacancy by appointment. They approved the draft application and proposed timeline and the application deadline of January 9th. We did receive a total of 8 eligible applications. We did receive 1 application that was ineligible because the applicant resides and is registered to vote in District 2. The voter registration for all 8 eligible applications has been verified, and as the mayor mentioned, I will call you one at a time, and it's going to be alphabetically by last name. So the first applicant is Julie Graboy.
Hi, my name is Julie Graboy. I'm a 35-year resident of Encinitas, and I would like to highlight my involvement in Encinitas politics since 2010 and discuss my qualifications and background to represent District 4. I have been a teacher in higher education for almost 40 years, having taught at 4 community colleges as well as UCSD and University of San Diego. I also owned a consulting business called English at Work. My clients included Hotel Del Coronado, Berkeley Policy Associates, and McGraw-Hill. I was a state board member for my professional association, CATESL, and I currently serve on the MiraCosta College Academic Senate. Because I vote on a range of issues in my role as an academic senator, I understand that should I be appointed to this position, I must remain unbiased and listen to the evidence before me with an open mind. As a citizen advocate for the past 15 years, I have been in the trenches with other citizens. I understand what it is like to fight density bonus projects, raise funds, bring in supporters, hire attorneys, and advocate in meetings. I have gathered signatures for issues like Prop A and brought in the attorney who represented Prop A. I have obtained documents, researched written letters and articles, and spoken often at City Council and different commission meetings. I also have spoken at Sandag and was interviewed on Channel 8 News regarding the way that a low-income housing unit was sold to a Rancho Santa Fe millionaire instead of to low-income qualified buyers who were excluded from the process. A large portion of District 4 falls within New Encinitas. In 2013, I fought against widening of El Camino Real and against mixed-use, high-density, market-rate building projects in the corridor. I have advocated for better road conditions, preservation of wetlands and open space, greater transparency in decision-making, and fiscal responsibility. Currently, one big issue that we face is safety. This includes roadway safety, safety for pedestrians, and fire safety. I want to see what can be done to reduce pedestrian and biking injuries and accidents that have recently spiked. I am up to date and ready to work. If selected, please go to the next slide. If selected, I pledge to support Mayor Ehlers in his conversations with HCD, and I would like to work with him to try to revise RENA numbers, work to improve fiscal management by recommending in-house expertise over consultants when possible, and promote a city culture where staff are rewarded rather than threatened or punished for doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now if we have any questions, we should ask now.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, I have a couple of questions for most everybody. First question is, will you commit publicly to not running in 2026?
I absolutely will, because I have seen the history of what happens when people are appointed and then run in the next election. I think it's an unfair advantage. And the second part is that I'm here to work for citizens, to represent citizens. Elena Thompson made a comment about local control. That's what I want, and I might make unpopular decisions.
So a yes and a no will be suffice,
Okay.
just so that we can.
I'm a teacher, sorry.
Yeah, and or maybe one sentence. I'll go there.
Got
But
it.
in the interest of time, efficiency for everybody, I just want to know. And then, do you support Prop A?
Absolutely. I was in front of those stores collecting signatures.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, did you have questions too? Anybody else? I'm not seeing it pop up. So, yeah, you're the first one, so you get to jump up and down. So,
I'm so
Councilmember
sorry.
Schaefer.
Yeah. First of all, I think it's a slightly unweighted because now everybody gets a slightly different value because they're getting to see the questions. But going first, you don't. So you do support Prop A. Do you have any ability to see adjustments and needs for maybe a couple of adjustments to Prop A? Keeping it at local control, but making some adjustments where we can functionally grow and keep our open space, but maybe allow certain sections of our city to grow in different areas.
Unfortunately, Prop A does not address density bonus projects. And if anything, I would like to see Prop A stricter. But because I think that the density bonus projects have been one of the big problems that have, all of these issues are linked. The traffic, the parking, the overdevelopment, they're all linked. And so if I could have it my way, I would make it stronger.
Got it. Thank you. And then quick question as well. As far as, do you know how many commissions that we sit on, or as a full council, how many commissions that we are a part of?
Well, I know that there are a lot. I know that all of you have responsibilities outside of the meetings. Usually, people sit on 2 or 3. I was fortunate to attend Joy's meeting with the Education Commission, but I believe that there are at least 10.
Yeah, it's closer to 26.
Oh my gosh.
So
Sorry.
just wanted to see what your aptitude for actually sitting on a portion of those boards as a primary, but also an alternate on the other ones, or some of the other ones.
I absolutely will do what I can. I have research background, and I'm very interested in the Education Commission that Joy mentioned at the meeting that she might be stepping away from because she has so many other duties. But yes, anywhere I'm needed.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any? Oh, yeah. Nobody's up here. If any, oh, Councilmember O'Hara.
So I'll keep it simple. 2 questions. I'll give them both to you. You can answer them in any order you want, whatever you're comfortable with. I appreciate this. Quick question for Tarquin. Is this when we need to do disclosure?
You may.
Okay, I just want to disclose that we did have a conversation on the phone where you expressed your interest in this position. I'll be expressing that with many of the candidates here. Just want to be on record and transparent. So I have two questions. First question is, and again, any order, what do you think the most pressing issue in Encinitas is? And as a District 4 representative, you'll be hearing a lot from District 4. What is the most pressing issue in District 4? Very simple, straightforward.
Okay, District 4 it's a very spread out district. The area that I live in Hine, I would say that fire evacuation is the #1 problem, especially with the Goodson project going in. And with respect to the District 4 part that is in New Encinitas, I'm very concerned about overbuilding the corridor on El Camino Real, all of the multi-story buildings. I think that it's going to be overbuilt. And as I mentioned, I fought this over 10 years ago when we had consultants came in, and I analyzed their data and told them that they were wrong. And the consultant agreed with me.
And in Encinitas?
Yes.
No, I mean, is that your overall in Encinitas most pressing issue?
Overall in Encinitas, I think that safety is the overarching issue. We have bike safety to take into consideration. I'm so sad. I'm not a bicyclist myself, but it hurts me greatly to see all of these people who have been injured, and we've had 3 fatalities recently. They're all areas of safety, but traffic, bicycling, pedestrian safety, fire safety.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The way you've described yourself sounds like you're very aligned with Mayor Ehlers in the words you've chosen, and I think you've even kind of expressed that you are. So I know your primary objective would be D4, but yet you serve on the city council and need to understand issues of the greater communities. So that's the heart of my question. What do you know about the concerns of the Cardiff district?
I have worked as a volunteer on issues that help all of the areas of Encinitas. That's why I love Prop A. That's why I was very actively against some of the consultants that came in. They used invalid survey samples. We paid $6 million over 5 years for invalid research, and they said it was invalid. And many of the things that we are trapped with, like the high density, all of these issues did not come from citizens. They gave us surveys, but then our planning department at the time said that citizens wanted high density market rate. And I went over material, and there was no evidence of that. There was very, very little evidence. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I checked with the city attorney. We can do our disclosure. I was going to do it after public, and then we'll just disclose in general any of the candidates we met or talked with, and if there's any information that we have that we need to share with the rest of the council. We can do it all at once, and I think it'll be a little more efficient, too. Next.
Okay. Next applicant, Brad Lefkowitz.
Hello, Council. My name is Brad Lefkowitz. I live in New Encinitas. I'm married to a native Encinitan who grew up off Lone Jack, and we're raising our 2 young boys here. I'm a small business owner and the vice chair of the Urban Forest Advisory Committee. First, thank you all for taking the time to speak with me this past week. While this process has been fast, it's been incredibly educational. I've gained so much insight into how each of you views the role of council member and your goals for both the immediate future and the long-term vision for our city. The defining issue for Encinitas right now, and likely for years to come, is how we navigate growth, housing, development, and the infrastructure that comes with it. These issues drove the leadership changes we saw in the recent election and present us with challenging, complex, but exciting decisions ahead. If I can promise anything, it's I'll do my homework and approach those decisions with an open mind and a commitment to respectful dialogue. I hope our conversations this past week have shown you my dedication to enthusiastic collaboration. I envision an Encinitas that balances growth with sustainability, prioritizes public safety, fosters thriving small businesses, and preserves the unique charm that brought us or kept us here in the first place. Councilmember Schaefer, it was a pleasure to host you at my home. You know my wife, you know my sister-in-law, you saw my kids when they popped in between school and music lessons. My wife and I put everything we had into that house to lay down our roots, and we'll be there for the rest of our lives. You and I have the most important thing in common, which, as you said, is skin in the game. Councilmember O'Hara, I really appreciated the whiteboard session on arena numbers, as well as our exchange regarding the mature tree ordinance that will be up later this evening. It gave me a great preview of what it would be like to work with you. And I left our conversation excited about your ideas about supporting small businesses in Encinitas. Deputy Mayor Lyons, I loved seeing how much you lit up when I talked about walking to Swami's Cafe with my youngest son. That's the kind of walkability I'd love to see more of in El Camino Real. With all due respect to Halloween Express, it's pretty clear we can do better in that corridor. I'd be excited to collaborate with the Chamber to help locally owned businesses thrive there. Mayor Ehlers, I've enjoyed watching you hit the ground running in your new role, keeping things moving forward. During our phone call, it was clear how invaluable your institutional knowledge is when it comes to the nuances of city and state law. I want to address my involvement in the recent school board campaign. For the record, I am so proud of the work we did in that group, and I invite you to review it along with the public comments supporting it. I'm thankful for the friends I made during that campaign, many of whom are here tonight. Now, like all of you, I'm ready to leave the 2024 election behind and focus on the important issues ahead. Finally, I want to thank the friends, neighbors who gave me their time, support, and insight over these last few weeks, as well as my fellow applicants. While we would each bring different perspectives to the dais, one thing we all share is a deep love for our city. Thank you for your time, Council, and for the work you do. I look forward to continuing to work with you, whether as a council member or through my role on UFAC. No matter what decision you make tonight, I'm committed to supporting Encinitas and contributing to the community I call home. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you can, we probably have the same questions. Will you commit not to run in 2026?
At this point, I don't know. I would want to see how the first 6 months to a year go of the seat.
Do you support Prop A?
Prop A is the law, and I support following the law, and I think it did a great job of bringing local control to the forefront of conversation in the city.
And anybody else? You want to do the same questions, or what? You can do whatever you want.
I just got to keep opening and closing, sorry. Yeah, so the same question I had is Prop A, as great as it is, it's, I'm not going to say outgrown itself, but to some level there is some adjustments that might be needed. Are you willing to open it up and see if there's ways to adjust it to the advantage of our city?
Of course, yeah, and with the architect of Prop A sitting as mayor, I think we'd have a lot of useful ideas coming his way, and I'd be open to any of them.
Copy. And then the same question about the commissions, and it's obviously it's a very heavy time commitment with 26 commissions separated by 4 currently. It'll be 5 when the seat is filled. So where do you sit with that time, ability, evenings, all that?
Yeah, I was here at the meeting where you guys were all assigned the different commissions, and that was an eye-opener for sure. Mayor Ehlers did a good job of trying to divvy up the time commitment. So it seemed, everyone takes their fair share, and I'm open to whatever works best for the group there.
Copy. Thank you.
I've got Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah.
Did you want to go? Or-
I'll be the last.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
It helps me if you use the
Sure.
button. It really helps.
I didn't know we had an order. I thought we were just going as we went. Same questions. I'm going to keep it straightforward for everybody. I don't want to throw anybody a curveball. What are your most pressing issues? Object number 1, you know what we ran on. And what is, you do represent the whole city. Joy's completely right in that. However, your mailbox is going to be filled up with people in your district for the most part. So what are the most pressing issues in your district?
Yeah, obviously fire safety for Livingston is going to be top of the list, I think, for everybody.
And across the city?
Across the city, infrastructure, projects are being built. More people are coming. Traffic's already bad. More cars are coming. And so I think creative solutions to moving people around the city. And of course, drainage and Leucadia, I have a lot of experience with that through my work. But I'm really curious to see what the microtransit study that came up a couple of meetings ago, what that comes back with. But we're going to need all ideas on the table on how to move people around the city safely and efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So my questions will be different because you're a different person. And I want to say because candidate Graboy was presenting in a way that showed a lot of support for Mayor Ehlers and his issues and concerns. So that's why I asked her that question. But what I want to ask you is, you mentioned your support for Prop A, but you also did mention a wide range of other things. What I'm looking for is that diversity, and I know we've talked about it so I won't go down there right now, but where I'm going with this is, do you think there's some benefit to the fact that you live in New Encinitas? And I know that's one of the things we've talked about as far as representing a broad range of community. Is there something there that I could get your input on?
Yeah, of course. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a D4 representative from New Encinitas. And then with Mayor Ehlers representing Livenheim, having someone from New Encinitas gives us a pretty well-rounded representation of the city, which is why I believe he laid that out as a bullet point in his remarks a couple meetings ago.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. Next.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next applicant is Farhad Mahmoudi.
So 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to share a bit about myself this evening. I was born and raised here in Encinitas. I met my wife at San Diego Academy. We've both lived in District 4 since long before District 4 existed. She grew up in Livenheim, I grew up in Village Park. We're in Village Park now, and our 8-year-old daughter is stoked that we're less than a 5-minute drive away from every single one of her grandparents. I welcome discussion on specific policy issues during Q&A, but I'm going to use this very brief time to share a lesson that I learned when I was growing up here and one that I think applies to where we are as a city today. So my parents are Iranian immigrants who moved to Encinitas in the 1980s. We went from my grandmother's house off of Requesa to renting my uncle's house across the street from Glen Park, eventually settling in Village Park by the time I was in 5th grade. My dad had answered a newspaper ad that offered applicants with a college degree $14 an hour as an assistant manager at Jack in the Box if they did 1 week training. He managed the one that was on Birmingham. 15 years later, after managing 3 stores, he left food service to buy mailboxes, et cetera, in downtown Del Mar. At 17, I was his only employee. I remember being trained step by step on how to open and close the store. I could do it by muscle memory, but I had no idea how anything that I was doing was related to running a business. After I went away to college, I would still come back and work at the store in the summers, because it was the only way that my dad, who worked 6 days a week, would get any time off. One summer, my parents took a month-long trip, so I ran the store on my own. Being left to my own devices and without someone looking over my shoulder, I didn't worry that I would staple where I should paperclip or paperclip where I should staple. Instead, I actually took the time to figure out what all those little bits and pieces had to do with running the business. Funny enough, it turns out that a kid who does things like building his own computers can actually figure out how to make a point-of-sale system and a shipping platform run more efficiently. Once I realized I didn't actually have to do things the way that they'd always been done, I understood that I could change the way that the business ran for the better. Encinitas certainly has the charm and character of the suburban beach village that somebody called it last week. But nowadays, we're a city of 60,000 people and growing. That growth means new challenges. It means more development. It means keeping public safety standards high. It means prioritizing open spaces. It means maintaining road and drainage infrastructure. It means fire safety. And we can't address those challenges just continuing to do things the way that we've always done them. We have to recheck those assumptions so that we can grow out of adolescence and into adulthood. There's one final thing that I'd like to add. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I wouldn't be standing here today if it were not for Brad Lefkowitz. It's because of Brad that after 4 decades of living here, I am finally engaged in local politics. It was Brad's enthusiasm and persistence that encouraged me to plug into my substantial network here and get community members who care about our local schools working together with teachers, staff, and trustees at the Parents of EUSD group. So when you think about it, isn't that exactly what we want in our local leaders? People who are so passionate and care so much for our city that they drive others around them to civic engagement. So I want to thank Brad, but I also want to thank all the council members for your consideration today.
Okay, thank you. Will you commit to not run in 2026?
Yes, I will not run for District 4C in 2026.
Yeah, I think you made that clear in your write-up. And do you support Prop A?
I support Prop A as the law. I think, and this is maybe getting a little bit into what Councilmember Schaefer is probably going to ask too. I think Prop A might look a little bit different today, knowing what we know about the housing crisis in California and the kind of the flexibility and agility that city council members and city councils in general could take advantage of to be able to kind of address, avoid too many by right developments and the challenges that those are giving us right now. So I think it might look a little bit different. I'm going to pause because I feel like you might follow up with a question.
I'm going to let him go with the question. Let's see. What order did we do?
It was you, then down the row.
So we'll just do the order without even hitting the buttons.
Copy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you answered the question and you kind of said it the way that you ran the business. So retooling to some level, I feel like we grew up literally streets apart. So we have an understanding that the city has grown around us, and this used to be an island away from itself, especially with our lagoons. We were different, and it's become, like the pickleballers mentioned, that it's spot on the map now. So it's a destination for people to come. So it has a different look, but I appreciate that. And then the question on the commissions, obviously the time commitment to, especially not being able to, committing to not running, to jump on a commission, jump full in, and help out the city the way that you can. There's some benefits to that in some cases. I always say nobody more dangerous than a dead man walking. So if you know your time here is limited, then it could be good, but it can also be, I'm going to say reckless, but it could also have consequences that follow through that you may not be up here to follow through with. So
yeah, my view is that it's my job to come in, hit the ground running, do a good job, leave things better than when I came in, right? And I was here at the meeting where we saw that there's 20 some odd commissions to be appointed to. I'd volunteer. I remember Deputy Mayor Lyons mentioned that certain ones of those make more sense to appoint newer council members to because there's different kind of levels of involvement and learning when that's going on. I would absolutely love to be on housing commissions. I think what this election made really clear is that housing is at the forefront of what most Encinitas residents are thinking about. And on that note, actually, the Prop A conversation, Prop A, even though it's something that we might think could use retooling or might be different in today's environment, offers us a lot of opportunities in terms of putting options in front of people that are actually going to affect the type of change we need in Encinitas and dealing with multiple problems at the same time. I remember when we were here talking, Councilmember O'Hara had brought up the agenda item about specifically on L7, and we talked about how that's something that might trigger Prop A. Prop A has, and the Housing Crisis Act together, give us an opportunity to put something in front of residents that could simultaneously downzone parkland, protect the parkland that we're looking to do, while at the same time creatively or thoughtfully coming up with ways to increase housing density and meet our regional housing allocation without necessarily having to commit more and more resources and more sites to these by right developments that are causing so many challenges, right? So that might be something to work on together.
copy. I was wondering why the two of you were sitting back there that night, but now it makes sense. Thank you.
Actually, I want to start off by apologizing to you. You reached out to me, and you were one of the only people I got the email Tuesday after the sale was closed, and I did not get back to meet with you. And I want to apologize. I really wanted to, and I just ran out of time. It's a
apology accepted, not a problem. It was a holiday weekend, no big deal.
It's all those meetings.
But still, I wanted you to know that I did mean to meet with you, and I apologize that I did not get to that.
No sweat, no sweat.
With that said, I'm keeping this consistent. Like I said, I don't want to throw anybody a curveball here. I'm listening to the answers you're giving everybody else. And I think you kind of answered it already, the first part, what is the biggest issue in Encinitas. If you just want to repeat it or say it in a different way or say that you already said it, that's fine. And then, again, back to representing D4, what do you expect to get the most emails about, I guess is the way I should ask it.
Across Encinitas, housing and development, I think it's really, really clear from what we saw in this election that that's what people are thinking about. I think a lot of the other issues that we're talking about at these council meetings on a regular basis follow from that, right? Infrastructure, drainage, fire safety. As we have more and more people coming into the city, more housing means more people, and all of these things have to be maintained and prioritized. We have a lot of good resources for it already. The pavement index we have is awesome. I saw in an article recently, Mayor Ehlers mentioning that we've dipped below 70 on that, and so it's something that we know we have to address. It's just a matter of looking at those benchmarks and taking action on that basis, and then looking forward as well. In D4, I think you have slightly different priorities between Olevenhagen and New Encinitas, even though they're closely related to one another. Housing is maybe a little bit less of a concern, still is a concern there, but it has the highest concentration of single-family homes of all the districts in Encinitas. New Encinitas, my priority, having lived there for as long as I have, I would love to see attention being paid to the El Camino corridor and particularly local businesses in that area. We have lost a lot of our local mom and pop shop type businesses. Chains are moving in. That's kind of the reality of rent prices going up. So doing something to revitalize those businesses and incentivize those businesses to be more locally based would be great. We've seen success in Cardiff and in Leucadia on that front. In Olevenhagen, it's got to be fire safety. I think what we've seen recently and what Councilmember Schaefer was talking about last week really, emphasized that that's a concern for all of us, but Olevenhagen in general is basically the front line for that.
Thank you. Appreciate the thought and answer.
My only following question, and you answered a lot of things that I might have asked with the other council members. So really part of that is thank you for responding in a comprehensive way. I would typically ask the question about diversity of thought, and what you've already presented seems to hit on that to my satisfaction. So the one thing I was going to ask, and then it just slipped my mind, was if you could give some thought or give me some input on, you seem to be able to capture data. There's something about what you just said in your ears, like you want to look at data, you want to assess things. Is that how you look at making decisions?
It is how I look at making decisions. I had a friend once tell me, friends who lived in Leucadia, and I think this is one of the biggest compliments I ever received, so I'm going to toot my own horn here for a minute. He said, "You're really good at being wrong," and that surprises me. Because, yeah, and everybody laughs when you say it, but he said, "I've never seen someone so willing to change their mind on an argument or a topic as soon as you're presented with data or a good point or convincing argument that says otherwise." And I think that's the way people have to think if we want to build consensus and move forward.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all council members.
Next applicant is Denise Martin.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come up here tonight and introduce myself. I'm not here to recite everything in my submission, but we'll review it briefly for the audience in general. I'm a 30-year resident of New Encinitas. I live off of El Camino Real, and while concerned about issues citywide, I'm especially passionate about bringing representation to New Encinitas. I raised my 2 children here in Encinitas school system. I'm an original Prop A team member and longtime grassroots worker for local control. At the same time, I believe in responsible growth and have knowledge of the intricacies of housing issues. I was my HOA board president for over 10 years, having spent this time getting different voices to agree on things, listening to everyone, and managing budgets. I believe if you can survive HOA meetings, you can handle just about anything. As an environmental champion, I spearheaded the Villanitas Park Recycled Water Program. For over 30 years, I've been a math teacher. I'm all about communication, collaboration, and patience, and am not afraid of numbers, budgets, or complex equations. As a lead teacher mentoring other teachers, I possess leadership and time management skills. With recent changes on the council, now feels like the right time to join the council. I'm ready to be heard, and I'm confident my experience will add value. I am not a politician, but a sincere, passionate citizen. I am not a game player. I don't tell different stories to different people depending on what I think they want to hear. I will not learn on the job on the taxpayers' time and money. As an active participant in the city's goings-on over the years, I already possess knowledge on a variety of topics. I'm not beholden to any special interests and come with zero conflicts of interest. If you're looking for a council member who will listen to the community's concerns with an open mind, then I'm your person. Do the due diligence and read reports for myself. I'm your person. Bring honesty and a no-nonsense approach to problem solving, then I'm your person. Not hear an issue with a predetermined answer, I'm your person. Look beyond myself and collaborate for the greater good, I'm your person. Bring the highest ethics and standards to the position, then I am your person. Lastly, as a teacher, I registered as a Democrat years ago. But after all the years of working with diverse perspectives, I'd call myself a moderate now. As Mark Twain said, in truth, I care little about any party's politics. The person behind it is the important thing.
Okay.
And that's what I'm here to represent, the people with integrity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So questions, will
Yes.
you run in 2026?
No intentions. Do not want to do
You'll
that.
commit to not running?
Yes, I will commit to not running.
So, and Prop A, do you support Prop A? You worked on it.
Oh, gosh, yes. I'm an avid supporter of Prop A.
So same question, are you willing to adjust it for the growing population and some of the adjustments we need in requirements to wiggle our way through the turmoil that lies ahead? We have a whole nother slew of seventh cycle housing coming at us in 2029, and if we don't do something effectively, we're going to get ourselves stuck. So,
Well, I think it would be my duty to always consider options, for sure, and to try to, what do I want to say? Try to, well, to consider different options. But the reality is, I am a firm believer in Prop A, and I believe, if anything, it should be more strict.
correct. I love local control. It's some of the issue, whatever. I won't get into it. As far as the commissions, I know you and I have spoke on the phone. I know you're busy. I know you're still teaching up at Army Navy Academy. I love all the stuff you've done. You did kind of lean towards the fact that you probably won't be able to be a part of many of the commissions, correct?
Well, I looked online on the different commissions that are offered, and it seems like a lot of them are in the morning hours, like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, that type of thing. I mean, right now my job pays my bills, and it's one where I have a commitment from 7:30 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I just can't leave to go to a meeting because I have kids I have to take care of.
No, good.
So if it were like a morning meeting or something like that, that would not most likely work unless it's during my summer schedule or something like that.
Gotcha.
As far as any other types of meetings, if I can work them into my schedule, I would certainly be willing to do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Denise. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Hi, Denise.
Hi.
I appreciated all of the points you made driving into yourself as far as your personality, your dedication to the city.
Right. Thank you.
Sticking with the same two questions. Issue number one for you in Encinitas, and what do you expect to receive the most emails regarding in D4?
Well, since I live right off of the El Camino Real corridor, that is probably my biggest concern, being a actual New Encinitas long-standing resident. And I expect probably from my people in my district, the most concern they would have would be what's going on in El Camino Real.
Okay.
But then, on the other hand, too, I mean, I've heard what other people have said, and I feel that as well. I think in Livenhain, you have the issue of the fire, preparedness, and that is a big issue as well. So I would imagine I'd get emails from that group of people as well about the fire hazards and their concerns about the infrastructure and all that.
You'll get emails about all sorts of things.
Yeah, probably.
And then within the city, your number one goal?
Well, probably housing. That's what interests me the most. And another thing that interests me is the infrastructure, because as prior candidates have said, you know, we're getting more and more people here, things are changing, and we really need to consider our infrastructure. Do we have enough police? Do we have enough fire? Do we have a big enough streets? Do we have, you know, our schools that are big enough? All of this stuff, right? And that is a big concern for me as well. I also have a concern about safety. And safety is kind of a general term.
Just looking for one. I want to make it fair to everybody. Everybody else gets
Sure.
a chance to talk
No
about
worries.
one. I
No worries.
apologize. Thank you, though. I appreciate your answer.
Yeah, just a couple more.
Yes.
I have the opportunity then of being last, which is helpful for me. You mentioned El Camino Real. El
Yes.
Camino Real touches every district. It's so important to everyone in town. You said that El Camino Real is something you think is really a high importance. Can you tell me what your thoughts are about El Camino Real?
Well, I'm concerned about the talks about how things could potentially be developed on El Camino Real. I don't mind growth, but I think it needs to be responsible growth. And sometimes I'm not sure that that's kind of the direction that we've been heading. And I know all the people in my community and the people I talk to and interact with, that is a very big concern for them. Is, you know, they don't want gridlock on El Camino Real. They want something that's sustainable and something that they can get through. And I don't think most people would mind responsible growth.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
All right.
Next applicant is Michael Quinn.
Don't start it yet. Council members, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lines, thank you for seeing me. I'm going to run through this really quick, so pay attention. Okay. I've been a homeowner and resident of Encinitas for the past 46 years. All three of my daughters attended our local public schools and graduated from SDA. I'm currently serving on the Encinitas Parks and Rec Commission, and I'm a 2023 graduate of the Encinitas Academy. Encinitas Academy is a 12-week interactive program touching every aspect of city government, including, but not limited to, engineering, planning, finance and budget, public works, mobility, traffic, and public safety. This whetted my appetite for more involvement in city activities. I moved to California in 1978 from Connecticut. One day, while riding my 10-speed south on 101 from my home in Oceanside, I came upon a beautiful community with all these eucalyptus trees. A little further, Moonlight Beach, and then Swami's in Cardiff. I said to myself, this is home. This is where I want to live. I opened a natural organic food store in the late 80s in Normal Heights in San Diego. There I got involved with the Adams Avenue Business Association, BID, and served 8 years as president representing over 241 small businesses from University Heights to Kensington. Our association was very involved with securing CDBG and TOT grant money for public streetscapes for the betterment of the community. I work very closely with the San Diego City Council and the mayor, as well as county supervisor and other government officials. Eventually, I went on to become vice president of sales for Kashi Company, as well as several other organic companies, retiring with over 30 years in the natural organic product space. Now in my semi-retirement, I work part-time as a substitute teacher in the San Diego Unified High School District, partially satisfying my lifelong desire to be a teacher. I'm a strong advocate of Prop A. I'll leave it at that, because I know you're going to ask me. I do believe, and as a side note, and an issue that's present is the need for more open space. As Parks and Rec Commissioner, I was one of the unanimous votes to designate L7 as a park. Homelessness, we can address that in essence of time. Crime and safety. Captain Watts of the North Coastal Sheriff's Department recently reported in this room that crimes against persons in Encinitas increased while property crimes decreased. Burglaries increased early in the year but flattened out later. One solution we could explore is more community-oriented policing programs. There are grants available from community-oriented policing through the U.S. Department of Justice. We should pursue them if they have not already. Leadership. Throughout my life, I've always been in a position of leadership. Maybe it's because I was a firstborn. I have found, oh no.
So if you can just, final sentence or two.
Final sentence is, I want to listen to the community. Councilmember Ehlers came to my house over a community concern with our streets and listened to us, and that's what I intend to do.
Okay, thank you. That was more than two sentences.
Sorry.
So, okay, so I think I got one question answered already. Run in 2026?
No.
Okay.
Let me just expand on that 1 second. I'm going to do so much work in 2 years that I won't need to go run in 2026.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Prop A, obviously, we just talked about it. Would you be willing to make the adjustments where need be if keep local control, but make the adjustments if need be?
I'm a big firmer in local control. The loopholes were closed a couple of years ago about the city council and the votes and all that. I would be open to a Prop A.1, which would be stronger, initiatives.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the final question with the commissions. You willing to jump on the commissions and help?
Well, I'm currently on the Parks and Rec Commission. Again, like I said, I'm retired, and one of my neighbors came over and he was going to put his hat in the ring, and I said, "Well, it's 30 hours a week plus," and he said, forget it." But I'm retired. Every once in a while, I'll sub at SDA or LCC or one of the local high schools or middle schools.
Gotcha.
So I have a lot of time.
Gotcha. Thanks, Michael.
You're welcome.
Jim?
I'm actually going to add a question. I think we have a lot of work to do, right? We're going to get a lot done. Why not run in 2 years?
Pardon?
Why not run in 2 years?
Why not more than 2 years? Well, that's I can't answer that. Why not more than 2 years? If the community wanted me and someone twisted my arm and it didn't violate anything, then, but I'm making a commitment to do it in 2 years and not to run again. Because again, one of my, and they're not my competition, they're my neighbors, by the way. So, they mentioned it puts you at an unfair advantage. If you're appointed, you're an incumbent, and it doesn't give anybody else a chance. So that's my answer to that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know I didn't ask it of the others. If anybody would like to come up and answer it when I'm done asking questions, I'm going to invite them up to do that if that's okay, because I didn't add that question in. My other two questions stay the same. Most pressing issue, if you had day number one, what would you change in or address in Encinitas? And what do you expect to receive the most emails from from D4?
Well, I've lived in District 4 for 46 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. I saw it when it was one stoplight all the way down at La Costa Avenue, and a lot of flower fields. So I saw a lot of growth, a lot of untamed growth, so to speak. I think traffic is a huge issue going up and down El Camino Real, but nobody has said anything about Encinitas Boulevard. And if you're coming down the hill going east on Encinitas Boulevard, you can see cars backed up all the way to Village Park and beyond. So it's traffic is a major concern.
Super. And within D4?
Pardon?
Within D4? Like, what do you expect to get the most emails in regards to in D4?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you quite right.
What do you expect in D4 the most emails from?
Most emails?
Yeah, or comments from your questions, issues.
I would have to say it would probably be traffic.
Traffic also?
Honestly, yeah, it's gridlocked, and not only traffic, but traffic violations. People running red lights and speeding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And you may have touched on this a little bit already, but I'll ask the question about El Camino Real. And since you live in New Encinitas, we've put a lot of energy into thinking about what the options are for El Camino Real. What are your thoughts on it?
On El Camino Real?
Yeah.
You know, there's a few places that are still open, like between Armstrong Gardens, and I know that there's a development that is possibly going in there. I'd kind of like to see that stay an open space. There are too many stoplights, you know, on El Camino Real. South El Camino Real is also, it's a pleasant drive as it goes into Manchester. So, you know, I'd like to see it remain residential.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's it?
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Next applicant is Marco San Antonio.
Good to go? All right. Good evening, Mayor Ellers, esteemed council members, and you, the often ever enthusiastic and ever involved citizens of Encinitas. It's an exciting night for the 8 candidates standing up here before you in hopes of representing District 4 and representing Encinitas as a whole in order to make these difficult decisions to lead Encinitas today and also into the future. I stand here before you as a lifelong resident, moving here as a first grader in 1980 to Village Park and what is now known as New Encinitas. I grew up there. I rode my BMX bike there, all around the fields that soon became homes and strip malls. I went to Degano Middle School and I graduated from San Diego High School. All I can say is that my roots run deep in New Encinitas, and I've watched the El Camino corridor grow to support our incredible city and ever-changing restaurants and stores. I've also had the privilege of working hard within our city. We opened our family business in 1989 under the historic Encinitas sign that spans across the 101. I've seen downtown grow through its streetscapes, repurposed buildings, to the changing of businesses, and the ever-growing influx of people wanting to live in our beautiful city and love its lifestyle. My family has also been blessed with 2 young children, 19 months and 4 years old. Like many of you in this room, what we do in life is in benefit for them, like many of you in this room with children, what we do in this life is in benefit of them. My interest in serving Encinitas goes no further than here. I do not have any political aspirations to go to Sacramento. I'm here for the sole purpose to make Encinitas the very best version of itself, so that you and your children and mine can grow up feeling the same way I did, walking, biking, and spending time within its city limits as I did growing up here in the 80s and 90s, which is secure and safe. Look, I've read every single candidate bio and personal statement up here. Encinitas will be blessed to have any one of these candidates in District 4, represent District 4, as well as Encinitas as a whole. We all have something unique to offer the city. What I feel I bring is stability and ownership. My business on the 101 has been a staple of North County for 36 years. I bring a vested interest in the success of our city because this is where I want to raise my children, and God willing, my grandchildren. And I also bring a level of government experience as an elected official in 2022 as a director of a Levenheim Municipal Water District, which I won in my district by 71% of the popular vote, which happens to also serve half of District 4 for the city of Encinitas. Mayor Ellers, council members, I don't envy your current position today. You have 8 greatly qualified candidates who are stepping up to serve the community and answering the call to serve. Who will you choose?
Thank you. So, usual questions. Will you commit to not run in 2026?
No, I will not commit.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, I will not commit to it.
Okay. And do you support Prop A?
I do support Prop A.
Okay.
And in support of Prop A, are you willing to make the adjustments appropriate to, for the growing city that we have?
100%. I just feel like there's change is inevitable. You can't, you can either be the hand that guides the change or not move it at all. And I'd rather be part of the change. That it can be easily or responsibly grown.
Absolutely, love it. And then the commissions, are you willing to jump in full on and be a part of the division of the commissions so that we can all do our parts equally?
Yes, 100%.
Awesome.
As of right now, I sit on 3 in the water board. So.
Copy. Thanks, Marco.
Jim?
Same question. I should just leave it on. Same questions. Your A number 1 first priority in Encinitas as a whole, and then in D4, what you believe the most pressing issue or what you expect to hear the most from residents about.
I think in D4, I believe it's the fire as well as the evacuation routes. I live right in a very heavily wooded area, so I believe that's a huge issue. We've already seen what happened in LA and in the Pacific Palisades and whatnot, people running around, leaving their cars, and with those single exit routes in a lot of those streets, it's definitely an issue. As far as Encinitas as a whole, I believe housing, we've got that, as we can see what happened with this, with our new council members that were elected, we definitely have an issue with housing.
In what regard?
That we need this, I'm sorry. And with housing, I feel like we need to have more housing, but we need to do it responsibly as far as growth.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Go ahead, Joy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have an additional question, because I was going to ask that. So I don't think I do, but I think you've answered my questions already.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next applicant is Eli Stern. He's going to be using his lapel mic. He's been using a lapel microphone.
Okay, great. And we can lower the podium too. You're going to do it from wherever you're comfortable.
I can't stand up, so I'm
Yeah.
just sitting here. But I'll
Perfect.
come over here so you can see me. No, I have a microphone.
Okay. We want everybody to be able to see over the top of the podium, so.
Oh, can you do it? My hand's not working, sorry.
Testing, test.
I can't hold it, so just stick it
Yeah.
wherever you want.
There you go.
Can you put my first slide up?
It really does go low.
Oh, did it get low?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm talking about the podium.
The podium.
We have a podium that adjusts down.
It's weird, because I've spoken here before when I could stand up. I didn't know those went up and down.
Yeah.
I figured I'd show a picture, well, in a minute, I'm sure you've all read my bio, but,
Yeah.
I said I'm not Democrat, Republican, or independent, and in this picture here, shows all the politicians that I've met. Since I technically don't have a political background, which I don't think it's a bad thing, but I have been on I'm currently on the senior commission, and I was on the Affordable Housing Task Force. Next slide, please. Well, I guess you guys can't read it. Basically, that's my bio. I know I've spoken to each one of you before. I can't see it, but I can remember it. But anyway, I started off by saying, like I said, I'm not biased to anything. I will not run again in 2026. I'm committed to that. Part of what I think is different about my background is I've had lots of experience in lots of things, so I could bring something different. Like, for instance, I'm good with contracts. I used to run a purchasing department for like a huge firm. You know, things that other people might not offer. Sorry, I have Parkinson's. Sometimes my throat closes up. Anyway, what else? I like to try to be concise, by the way. Like I said, I'm sure you've all read it. I wish the audience can see it. I don't have that much to add just because, you know, I've spoken with you and you've read it, I'm sure. But I guess now I can be open for questions.
Okay, and I think you answered the first question. Where do you stand on Prop A? Do you support Prop A?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, great.
Okay, are you willing to make the appropriate adjustments to advance our community as a whole?
Well,
To Prop A.
Well, yeah, of course. You probably have something else to say about that, or?
No,
Okay.
there are some adjustments to it that could help us get kind of the adjustments. One of the other applicants spoke to it, but if we make the proper adjustments, we don't have to go back out to the city. We can make all those adjustments at once to make sure that it goes back out to the city, because it's going to have to go back out to the city as a Prop A adjustment. But now we can actually start to maneuver within the confines of our dais responsibilities.
Sure. And by the way, the only thing I have a problem with Prop A, it's not really a problem, but if we have to get the whole city to vote for it, doesn't that mean whatever we want to do is going to take too long for an answer? Like, if we have to wait till every November for the vote, that's my only thing I wish maybe could be changed. But I don't know how we could do that, and who knows how much it's going to cost.
We'd have to talk to the author down here at the end on the other side. The one right here, the mayor. Okay, and then with that being said, with all of the commissions that we sit on, are you willing to take your fair share to kind of allow us to all be, have the extra time? Because again, with those commissions, it minimizes some of our time to be involved with the citizens, which there's a part of job here. There's about a third of the job. A third of the job is our commissions currently. And then I think that a third should be out there with our citizens as often as possible. So to be able to take that burden out off of all of us, to be able to help us get out in front of our citizens more often.
Oh, sure, I'm retired. I can give 100% of my time to everything.
Copy. Thank you.
Appreciate your energy. I appreciate it on the phone call we had. Same two questions for everybody. Your most pressing issue in Encinitas as a whole, if you could pick one issue that stands out. And then within District 4, what do you expect to be the predominant question you receive or issue?
I actually think it's utility rates. Since you only say I could say one, that's what I got. Otherwise, I would have more.
No, that's perfect. And then within D4?
That's kind of a tough one. Because, look, I mean, I live in New Encinitas. So we don't have the same issues as, like, if you're in Olevian-Haven. You know, in there, I think, seriously, fire safety is very important. And, you know, I've done a lot of research on this. And, you know, for like $1,000, you could spray your house with, like, retardant that stays for a long time. And that could go very far, you know, as opposed to, let's say, everybody's got to clean out their backyard and whatever. So I think that should be almost a requirement on new houses and maybe even for, you know, houses that exist now.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Eli, thank you. You were so enthusiastic. We spoke on the phone twice. So thank you for that. And I'll do my disclosures later.
Really? Yeah. We all will.
But I did want to ask your thoughts on El Camino Real. As you heard me say earlier, every district touches it. So I haven't heard you yet talk about the future for El Camino Real and what your thoughts are.
Well, I think the streets should be expanded. I think we're spending too much on what we're doing with it. I also agree, you know, that there's a density problem, you know, if we build new houses and such. And the last thing I'll say with, because, you know, I did run my wife's campaign when she ran around against Bruce and lost. Anyway, you know, part of the things we did was we helped local businesses. Like, I don't know if you saw our flyer, but our flyer literally had coupons that we gave them, you know, free to give to everybody in District 4, but it helped them out. I mean, I've got so many things from all the businesses I put on it. So those would be my answers to El Camino Real, I guess in a nutshell.
All right, thank you.
Okay. That it for questions? Okay, thank you. Next. And Julie, if you can bring
And then
the, or Paul, you can bring it, yeah.
We're a team here.
Our final applicant is Paul Templin.
Yeah. It does move slowly.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, really. We need the Jeopardy theme song playing right now. In the future, note to self, put them in order of height. Not alphabetical.
You also got to remember, I'm also disadvantaged because the T's always ended up at the end of these types of things. At least we're not picking like a basketball team right now.
Yeah,
something
really.
like that. Okay. Wow, 3 minutes isn't a lot of time. But let me first compliment the other candidates who clearly have a wealth of experience and knowledge. There's a lot to choose from, and I learned a lot just listening to the different candidates tonight, and really not just the candidates, but that whole pickleball discussion was fascinating. And I have to say, every time I come to council, I learn a little bit more about why things are the way they are and the challenges we're all facing here. Like the other applicants, I'm a longtime resident of New Encinitas, whose children went to Parkdale, Degeno, San Diego, and a second-generation Southern Californian who'd seen SoCal grow and change. While I have some government experience working on low-income Section 8 housing in the city of Berkeley as a college student, long time ago, and in the California State Legislature as a legislative intern, the bulk of my experience and expertise is as a collaborative problem solver. Engineer, project manager, people manager, high school teacher, middle school teacher, Peace Corps volunteer. My focus has been on working with people from different walks of life to solve problems and make the world just a little better than it was before. In practical terms, that means not just having my own opinion, which I definitely do, but also listening to those around me. Congestion, housing density, and other quality of life concerns in Encinitas need to be tackled by working closely with and listening to not just key stakeholders, which I think is a lot of what we hear in this council, but all the District 4 constituents to find out what folks really want, what they can agree on, and what is possible. With that in mind, my first action as the District 4 council member would be to reach out to my constituents in District 4. Too often in the past, it feels like council has failed to really listen to what our citizens want, as it has eliminated parking spots in downtown, approved new housing developments, or invested in infrastructure that makes our neighborhoods just a little less funky and a little more congested. Going forward, I do hope that whoever is selected by the council will listen closely to their District 4 constituents, implement common sense and practical governance, and avoid imposing well-intentioned but poorly thought out policies on this great city that create further congestion, degrade our quality of life, and increase public cynicism about the ability of this city to govern itself. Ooh, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, really, well timed.
I timed that at home, and it was 2.5 minutes, so.
Time
out.
goes faster in
It
council
does, it
chambers,
does.
just so you know. Will you commit to not run in 2026?
You know, that's a trick question, at least for me. Is this a job requirement, or, or are you just curious to know?
It is something that I'm looking for my support, because we've had so many appointments where we actually had a majority of appointments on the council, and I don't want to be in that situation. I want a free and open election. In my opinion, I'm one vote.
Sure.
I want a free and open election in 2026 without the advantage of incumbency, and it is a big advantage.
Oh,
So-
absolutely. And based on your earlier comments, I'm surprised that we're doing it this way. But at the same time, it's kind of like doing your taxes. I follow the tax codes at the time, and if the tax codes say I can deduct one thing or another, that's what I do.
Yeah.
But if it's something that's going to a strict requirement for you, I'll.
It's really, tell me what you want to do, because there may be people up here that have the opposite viewpoint.
Well, I share the sentiment of one of the other speakers that don't ask me now, ask me in 6 months. So really, for me, if it's a requirement of the job, it's something that's necessary, then I would say yes, but otherwise I would say ask me in 6 months.
Okay,
So I guess if you're going to press me for an answer, I'll say ask me in 6 months.
Okay, that's fine. I put a maybe down.
Yeah, very good.
So Prop A, do you support Prop A?
Absolutely. I've been voting for different candidates over the last a decade based strictly on their advocacy for Prop A. I think you can probably tell from my talk that I think housing density and congestion are and you hear it every week when you come in to this council meeting, that this is really the bread and butter issue for everybody.
Okay.
There's obviously constraints that we face from Sacramento that may impact that, but I think we have to fight the fight.
Okay. Next.
Yep. I'm going to ask you actually an extra question because of your background.
Okay.
Your
Bonus question.
Yeah, bonus question for the, yeah. Because of your background in low-income housing, you might have some unique experience, perspective. Is there something that you would be able to bring to the council that would help us actually? I mean, you've heard everybody, for the most part, talk about the housing as an issue. So do you think it's an issue? I'll just let you answer that, yes or no, or. We'll just go into your point.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we got to think outside the box and trying to do, as an engineer, I would say trying to run the same experiment and expecting a different result is not going to help you very much.
Correct.
Which I think to a certain extent is what we've tried to do in California in the last 10 years.
And do you think that there's been an overreach do you think there's an overreach from the state into our communities?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just crazy that we live in a city where my own daughter is never going to be able to afford to live here. And yet we have directives from the state telling us that we have to create affordable housing. It's not affordable for any of us. So it's something that we have to think about in a very different way. And I think, as other speakers have said, we need to really think outside the box and think about what can be done besides just adding granny flats or something like
Correct.
that.
I appreciate that. And then going back to the Prop A is, again, love Prop A, love the local control, but at some point it's also maybe, I'm going to say outgrown its current situation, but would you be willing to open it up and try to see if we can retool it for a better purpose?
Well, absolutely, but I'm also tentative about sort of revisiting a topic that we've talked about and fought about in the past. So I guess I would be concerned about opening that Pandora's box again.
Of course.
Because, I think there's a lot of different viewpoints on, and not my viewpoint, but there's a lot of other viewpoints, obviously, on Prop A.
Appreciate it. And then the last one is the commissions. Are you willing to take? Yeah, you go on. Yeah, you can bring it up. You can bring it up while we talk.
It goes.
I think it goes higher. It goes higher.
You just have to hold
it just takes a while.
Keep going.
Yeah, so you can keep going.
I'll just talk and hold the button at the same
so
time.
the commissions. Are you willing? You say you're retired.
Oh,
so
there we go. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I have the time to do it now, so it wouldn't be a problem at all.
Copy. Thank you very much, Paul.
Sure.
So I'll start off with the question about D4. What do you expect to hear the most about or be challenged by as an issue in D4?
I really think, as I've already mentioned, congestion and housing density are the existential sort of issues for everyone in California, but especially in the coastal communities. Now, for D4 in particular, I'm kind of surprised I haven't heard anybody, for example, complain about e-bikes, and a lot of the things that people talk to you about in D4 or any part of Encinitas or local issues, the quality of the roads, stoplights, things like that. But if there's an overarching issue that I think you'll hear people talk about in my area, it's around development and density and things like that, parking availability, things like that.
So where would you, since you've mentioned density, I appreciate your dive into this. Where would you start? Where would you start to look as far as density goes? What would be a pressing issue within that?
A pressing issue in what sense?
So is there an area of it you'd look to as far as addressing the state? Is it an area of infrastructure? Is it an area of?
I think we got to look at all the different avenues, and push hard really against the state, because the guidelines from the state are really pretty restrictive. And I know I've been in council meetings in the past where gentlemen get up and just say, well, this is the law and you got to follow it or we're going to sue you. That said, we really need to push back on that. And if that means we're going to be paying some lawyer fees, I guess that's probably what I would approve. But beyond that, I think we also need to look at different, we have to just think outside the box. So there's been a lot of discussion already today about the El Camino corridor. I know I walk or drive by some of these new construction sites, and the thought comes up, and I guess I know the answer because it's sort of commercially zoned, but maybe we need to think about putting mixed use or something else to address some of these demands from the state, and really think about the use of city property if it's really necessary. But my first instinct would be just to push back really hard against the state for the kind of crazy things they're doing right now, asking us to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Joy?
There's only one other thing that I wanted to ask, because you mentioned about e-bikes.
Sure.
So just what are your thoughts? You said, I'm surprised nobody mentioned e-bikes.
Well, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned it, because I know I'll be driving along the road and some of these kids, and a lot of times they're not teenagers, they're in middle school or younger, or driving at the speed of traffic. That by itself, putting a teenager in a car is dangerous enough, but putting them on an e-bike in a lot of ways is more dangerous. So more thought needs to be given to how we can control that and restrict it and limit it. I know as a parent, talking to parents, it's sort of like, well, everybody else has an e-bike, so I need them as well. But I do sometimes question how it's being done, and just whether it makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I think
That
no other
concludes all the
questions.
applicants.
Thanks, everybody.
Other public speakers? Do
We have
or
12.
12?
Did you want to, continue the meeting past 10 before we start?
Yeah, I had two housekeeping actions we have to take care of. First is I need a motion to extend because I think we're obviously going beyond 10.
Motion to extend.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay, and why don't we call that question?
That motion carries unanimously.
And we have quite an agenda after us, and I think apologies, but I think we're going to have to take some of the future items or the next items. And the one that I think I would go with is the tree ordinance, mature tree ordinance. It would be, what the proposal would be that I would make is to continue a date certain to February 19th we have a reasonable agenda that night. Plus, I think it'll give a chance for the public to give more input on the mature tree ordinance. Any comments or?
I would second that if that's a motion.
I'll make
I had
that
a
a motion.
great conversation with staff. A number of places we dove into this tree ordinance and where we can give it a little more teeth, where we can get a little more clarity, and make it more of a tool for our planning department.
So
And
the
I'm willing to let
little
them-
mechanics here while we ask the city attorney. Do we have to wait till we're on 10B to then continue at date certain to the 19th?
You can announce what you intend to do now for the benefit of the audience who's waiting for it.
Yeah.
When you get to the item, or you can just call it up now and then continue it, or wait till you get to the item and then open it and continue it.
So procedurally, I think best to just get it done now. Do I have to do anything to suspend what we're doing on 10A to take care of continuing 10B?
Correct.
What do I have to do? I'll
Just make a motion to temporarily suspend this, call up
Okay.
10B, open 10B, and continue it to a date certain.
So we'll do exactly that. I'll make a motion to temporarily suspend 10A while we do our housekeeping.
I'll second.
Okay, so we'll call that question.
Hold on just 1 second. Sorry. Systems.
This is a new one on me. I haven't done this before,
So
but
that was
it'll work.
Myers and O'Hara. And so we were suspending.
We're waiting for the software right now, so.
Sorry. Okay.
There we go.
And that motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then so we're going on to 10B, the mature tree ordinance,
We
and
have two speakers.
I wasn't anticipating, we can open the public hearing, continue it. I guess I would ask the public speakers, do they have to speak tonight?
It was not a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing, so.
You can just, Mr. Mayor, you can just continue the item without
Okay,
opening public
so
comment.
the proposal would be just to continue it to date certain, and we'll, obviously, can take public input via email and phone calls, et cetera, in the meantime. So I'll make another motion to continue 10B, date certain, to February 21st. Sorry, 19th agenda. Thank you.
It's Friday night.
If I can get a second?
Second.
Okay, Luke?
Just clarification, we can still push it back to staff on this and discuss it with them.
We can,
Okay.
the discussion.
Just confirming.
We can't
No,
discuss it,
yes.
but you can continue to talk to the public about it.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then we can hear it that night, and we can do what we decide to do that night, which could possibly include additional.
Got it. Good.
Continuations or something.
Thank you.
So, motion and a second.
And that motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Now,
Now we go back to item.
what do I need to do to open up item A again? Anything?
Do we need to extend?
Just open up item A, that's all you
Okay,
do.
so I'll open up 10A again, and we will continue. So next item would be public speakers, and we had how many, 12, 13? I think I saw another one.
Yeah, we have 13 now.
13, okay.
Look at that.
Did we, and we did vote on the.
We did extend the meeting,
Okay.
yes.
Phew. Yeah, 5 minute. Back by 10 o'clock, and I'm going to start right on time. So, sorry about that. But a
Okay,
quick
you're not speaking
bio
on
break.
this
About every 2 hours is what we do.
There we go.
I
Now
feel
you're
like I
on.
should be whistling. Okay.
Now you're
We're
on.
all set? Okay. We're coming back to order here. Thank you. So now we'll hear from the public.
All right, I'm going to call you three at a time, so if you could be ready. First is Christine Schindler, followed by Natalie Satoon, and then Molly Woods.
Is it okay if I make a request that if they're coming up here to speak about a specific person, they let us know, because we've got a very long document in front of us that I would like to follow if they've got a point that's on that document.
Okay, so maybe tell us who, if you're
If you're
speaking of
specific about
one.
somebody, please tell us who, so that we can get to the spot in the document and to follow along or answer your questions.
I don't
Please.
see
I don't see Christine.
Christine. So that'll be Natalie Satoon, Molly Woods, followed by Susan Turney.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. I'm not speaking necessarily about one person in particular. I did submit my preference for Marco San Antonio. I'm here concerning a conversation that I had this morning, and I would like to publicly recap my thoughts about. This council voted to appoint a council member to D4 seat, taking away the power of the D4 constituents. It's understandable, and I can appreciate the fiscal consideration behind the vote, as well as the interim absence of the D4 seat that a special election creates. The conversation ensued that an appointment may not be agreed upon, which forces the special election with a 2-2 vote, with one person steadfastly insistent that a leave-behind candidates should not be considered, as New Encinitas has not been properly represented. Is there a subdivision within D4 that we are unaware of? Have the recent D4 representatives neglected to equally support the entirety of their district? Do we in Cardiff have a representation division between east and west of the 5? As of 1 p.m. today, there is overwhelming support for two candidates, Brad Lefkowitz and Marco San Antonio. From this morning's conversation, I gathered that the two top contender names are not popular with persons submitting opinions for the D4 seat. In fact, the names I heard were the least popular. If I concluded the information conveyed correctly, and I feel certain I did, how is punishing any well-qualified candidate residing in the district any different than opting to employ a DEI hire, which, by the way, is federally disbanded today? This reeks of quasi-discrimination and, dare I say, quid pro quo. In our recent local election, as well as national election, we saw an undisputable sweep. Policies from the left were radically rejected, even down to no on Measure K. Encinitas does not lean conservative, and these were legitimately the Dem seats to lose, and constituents loudly spoke in unseating Tony Allison and not seating the left-leaning D2 candidate. Voter rolls reflect that D4 is the most conservative district in our city. Please do your best to consider the voter base in D4, given you've removed the ability for D4 voters to exercise their voices. Each of you in this election cycle were seated under the auspice of listening and acting in the voice of your constituents. Your constituents have had no voice for far too long. Lastly, a reminder back to last year when we were sandbagged by the D2 candidate. Fortunately, Councilman O'Hara opted to run because from all appearances, D2 constituents were indeed set up. I support Marco San Antonio as a committed council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ellis and council members, for the time to speak today. I do have some slides that I'm going to share. I believe, and I'm going to be speaking against a particular candidate, and that's Marco San Antonio. I believe the council has before them a handful of incredibly talented and experienced options for the appointment to District 4. While there are a few that I think stand out more than others, I'll be speaking in opposition to Marco. I'm presenting my findings tonight because this particular candidate and his social media were alarming enough that I could not stay silent. I did a quick Google and social media search of all the candidates. Most were private or had minimal posts. Marco San Antonio's Twitter account and Facebook accounts brought up a lot of concerns. This, combined with his application stating he was a firefighter engineer with OCFA for 10 years, led me to dig a bit deeper. You can go to the next slide. It is rare that firefighters, particularly those who take additional steps to become engineers, leave an organization such as OCFA within 10 years of beginning their career. When asking around if anyone knew Marco, the response was an overwhelmingly no, and a further search led me to Transparent California, which, as you see in the slides, lists Marco as a reserve firefighter for the years he mentioned being a firefighter engineer. First to Marco, thank you for your service as a volunteer firefighter. As you can see from the salary, you can go to the next slide, a volunteer receives a small stipend. A reserve gives the organizations the day they're available to volunteer, and they're given a pager and can respond within 10 to 20 minutes to the station they're assigned to. 2 stations within OCFA allow a 45-minute response time. All of this to say a reserve firefighter is not a firefighter engineer. Nonetheless, what concerns me is that Marco deliberately altered his resume to present himself as a firefighter engineer as opposed to what he was, a reserve firefighter. In fact, he cut and pasted the description from the OCFA reserve firefighter, but omitted the word reserve and receives training too. If you could go to the next slide. You'll see on the left-hand side, it's the reserve firefighters from the OCFA website. On the right-hand side is Marco's resume. I have great respect for reserves and volunteers, but career firefighters make a huge sacrifice in the role of spending 48 to 72 hours a week away from their home. It is concerning to me, a San Diego sheriff reserve would not claim to be a sheriff, nor should a firefighter reserve claim to be a firefighter. Lastly, if you can go to the next slides, Marco San Antonio, oops, there should have been other slides. I had given you new slides, but oh, there they are. Is a proud right-wing extremist. Mayor Ellers has spoken about the importance of a nonpartisan candidate. Marco has posted anti-immigrant, anti-DEI, anti-mask, anti-vaccine, anti-pronoun, anti-Democrat, and pro-violence tweets for years. If you can go to the next slides. This here is making a joke about my pronouns are, which is extremely offensive to our trans community. In the past, I voted for Democrats, but they're the party of division and hate. And lastly, that Marco would like to punch Beta, I will not say the word, in the face. Thank you.
Next speakers are Susan Turney, Kathleen Lindeman, and then Cynthia Milliken.
Susan Turney, Encinitas. I'm speaking tonight in support of Denise Martin for appointment to D4. I've known Denise since 2012 when we formed the core team that worked to pass our Prop A Right to Vote initiative. This effort took well over a year, beginning to end, and to say that Denise was a tireless worker is an understatement. We had upwards of 200 volunteers who had to be organized, wrangled, educated, and Denise was our person. Best of all, she stayed upbeat and extended that positive attitude to raise team morale through some pretty stressful moments. Of tonight's field, Denise is the one who comes to the position ready to hit the ground running. From her years of active involvement, her knowledge is more than surface level on so many topics and issues. She's been around City Hall long enough to have an understanding of how the city itself processes and runs their procedures. And she goes beyond the knowledge of the issues. Since I've known her, she's been continuously involved here at City Hall, speaking before the council, writing articles for the paper, and attending workshops. She particularly shines when it comes to the nuances of housing and development, having followed the various projects and housing element plan updates in the years since Prop A passed in 2013. She's participated in numerous community outreach sessions on these topics. She can read a plan and pick out the important questions. She can run the numbers and pick out the important questions and numbers. Overall, it's her absolute integrity and truth-seeking that will make her a good fit with this council. She, too, wants the sea change that residents voted for last November. At the same time, she will be no one's yes person. I believe she said that to every one of you she spoke with. And will instead be an independent thinker who does her own homework. Her positive attitude, ready knowledge, and willingness to ask the hard questions to make an informed decision make her, for me, the best choice. Thank you.
Hi, Kathleen Lindeman. I was able to go online to read the applications for being appointed to finish the term for District 4 councilperson. From the applications, 2 important issues jumped out to me. The first was that only 2 applicants, Julie Graboy and Denise Martin, stated they would not run in 2026 as an appointed incumbent. Those who stated they would not run in 2026 show respect to their district constituents by allowing them to make their decision to vote for the person they want representing them in 2026. The second issue had to do with qualifications. One applicant stated their many qualifications concisely with no extra padding, making the applicant, a worthy candidate. That said, anytime you have a new job or responsibility, there is a learning curve. Denise Martin, because of her extensive experience and knowledge in a broad variety of Encinitas issues, from public safety to housing, has the shortest learning curve of the applicant pool. I've known Denise for about a dozen years, since we first worked together on the successful grassroots Prop A vote initiative. Denise proved herself to be a hard worker who played a leadership role. She verified her own facts and did her own homework. She demonstrated to me that she is someone with the utmost integrity and honesty. And she actually has a very good sense of humor, too. She will be an excellent representative, not only for District 4, but also for the entire city. I urge you to appoint Denise Martin to the D4 seat. Thank you for your time and attention. And as long as we had a lot of ARP stuff going around, obviously, and I look at, I'm an ARP member too.
Next speaker is Cynthia Milliken. I think she may have just left. Cynthia. Next then is Beth Von Boxtel, followed by Sheila Cameron, and then Rachel Greer.
I'm here to recommend Brad to represent District 4. My name is Beth Van Boxtel. I have lived in District 4 for 40 years. Yes, I'm 40 years old. My dad and I both graduated from San Diego. I currently live in Village Park. I'm a realtor that supports Prop A, and I'm a master gardener. I met Brad a few years ago, and we became fast friends. We share common interests in the garden world, such as native plants, sustainable landscaping, and trees. Brad is a small business owner and has a lovely family. His wife teaches other kids, and they have 2 kids of their own. Brad is a very respectful, kind person, excellent at communication, tech savvy, a creative problem solver, reliable, trustworthy, intelligent, and a true Encinitas local. He cares about Encinitas, and he would be a perfect fit for the City Council. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. First of all, I want to say congratulations to everyone who's come forward with an interest in this position. I am always amazed at the wonderful people we have in the city. Kid you not, their backgrounds, their integrity, and their devotion to wanting to be a big part of Encinitas, and that's important. I would like to say to them, if you are not chosen this evening, there are a lot of commissions that need you. We have positions open, and that's the way to really build the city. I'd also like to make the distinction between commissions and committees. which has been said tonight. Commissions are appointed by the city to cover Planning Commission, Arts Commission, Senior Commission, etc. But you all serve on committees. That's a slight distinction. It's a learning curve for everybody. And I do want to say to you, Luke, we do not want to work around Prop A. Prop A is perfect. What we need to do, and the only way to get around this and make it work, is to increase the amount of low-income housing. We could do 10%, that's what we're doing, it's terrible. 15% in some cases. We begged for 25% during Measure U. After that, we could even do 50%. The Planning Commission came forward unanimously and said that. So it isn't Prop A that's the problem. It is not a problem, it's perfect. We're not the only city that has a Prop A. Several cities do. What we need to do is increase the percentage of low-income housing. Low-income, middle, affordable, all of it. The other thing is we need to be selling these houses, not just renting, because that's like having a gerbil in a cage that keeps going around and around. They go from one apartment to another. People need to have the right to buy, and that was the point of the statute to begin with. So, and in Piraeus, that's what we're doing. All those homes are going to be sold. They are not going to be rented. Anyway, thank you all. Congratulations to everybody who came forward. I admire each and every one of you. I've been around here a long time, helped incorporate the city. I've lived here 50 years, which is longer than some of you have been alive. But anyway, I'm putting in my 2 cents worth, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you need it. Thank you.
Next speakers, Rachel Greer, Dennis Caden, and then Mino Patel.
Good evening. I am here to voice my support for Brad Lefkowitz. My name is Rachel Greer. This is my first city council meeting. That being said, I have a strong interest in our community. I'm focused on the future. I have 3 very young kids. I'm excited to raise them here. What a privilege for them to grow up here. I also have memories going back more than 30 years. I look around the room and I see many people, who I went to high school with. Jim, we haven't met directly before, but I was buying shoes at Move and Shoes back in the day. Now my 6-year-old daughter is running the near races, so that's a nice full circle moment for me. So like many of you here tonight, I am proud of my long ties with our community, and I want it to continue to be a place where we're excited to make our strong roots with our families. And so that's why I am here to advocate for Brad Lefkowitz, who I'm so privileged to know. As I've gotten to know him, he's impressed me deeply with his passion for our community. He cares deeply about maintaining the dignity of Encinitas and preserving its unique qualities. I'm blown away by his institutional knowledge of the city and his strong grasp of the issues, the complex issues facing our community. I want to highlight 3 core reasons that Brad would be an incredible addition to the City Council. And he would be a great steward for our city should he receive your vote tonight. First, as he's mentioned, both he and his wife are small local business owners, and as such, they understand what local businesses need to grow and thrive in our communities. He also has the benefit of interacting with our fellow community members and learning their values and priorities. His experience as a local business owner will make him a more effective council member. Like me, Brad is raising his young family here. He's truly invested in the future and will be a responsible steward for the benefit of future generations. But what strikes me the most about Brad are his natural leadership qualities. Chief among those, he's low ego and he listens. I think those qualities go hand in hand, and in my experience, they're very rare. As a city council member, the ability to truly listen to constituents and to fellow council members is a trait that will be supportive of success. I have seen Brad moderate opposing viewpoints and guide large groups towards consensus in the true spirit of collaboration, and I'm so proud to bear witness to that. Finally, he's a steady and inspired person. He has given voice to reason, saying openly what so many people have shared privately, and he's been willing to do that even when it meant that he would be vilified by people with dissenting views. He's a strong leader, and I, again, urge you to consider him. Thank you.
By Meenal Patel, Dave Forrester, and then Victoria Fulton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dennis Caden. In the last election, the voter mandate was for change and for as rapidly as possible to control overdevelopment and fix our dilapidated infrastructure. I'm in support of Marco San Antonio as the candidate to fulfill Bruce's seat. As a local business owner, he provides the best empathy for our local businesses, so much needed in Encinitas. He has a history of public service as the Olivenhain Water District, and that should put him at the top of the list for a D4 candidate because he's ready to hit the street running. What better time also than this, with the LA fires so fresh in our minds, than to have someone with firefighting and first responder experience, whether it's limited or not, for such an important role to fulfill the infrastructure our fire department needs. As a local person, I trust he has a true heart for Encinitas and to do what's best for Encinitas. He even got his business degree locally. If for any reason you did not choose Marco, I think that Julie Grabeau, Michael Quinn, and Denise Martin would be excellent candidates as well. And I would ask you to vote for the person who is most like-minded to yourselves for the sake of continuing with what the voters have asked for in November. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm here in support of Brad Lefkowitz, but before I get to that, I want to say I've lived in Encinitas for 10.5 years, so not quite as long as other people, and hopefully people see the importance of making a choice to live here and how much I care about the city, because I quite literally emptied my bank account to buy a house here and made a choice to raise my kids here. And I really want it to be a place that I'm proud to call home. So with that, I am here today to support Brad. And it's our shared commitment to making sure that Encinitas is a place where everyone can thrive. And that is what keeps us in touch on issues that most affect our families. Through our efforts this last year to ensure fair and balanced representation on the EUSD board, I have seen firsthand Brad's passion for a great city and great schools for all. His ability to take lots of opinions and voices in a group setting and parse out what are the most fair and, importantly, focused points. Getting to know his family through that process as well over the last year, I know he is a very devoted father. His children are incredibly adorable and well-mannered, and also a very devoted husband. He's a caring and a supportive friend. He's just the kind of person I would want to work with, live next door to, have over for dinner, and without hesitation, I would trust Brad's judgment when it comes to decisions that will affect my day-to-day in a city that I cherish and hope to call home for the rest of my life, and hope my kids can one day stay and raise families of their own. His professional achievements also speak to his ability to execute on difficult ideas, use creativity to solve problems, and run a successful and highly recognized business. In a time where both nationwide and sadly even here, our politics have become divisive, sometimes untruthful, and for my family in particular, sometimes scary, I would highly recommend including a bright, honest, and reliable voice to our esteemed council. Thank you so much for your time.
Does this thing go up any higher? I feel disadvantaged. Good evening. My name's David Forrester, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Marco San Antonio.
I didn't realize that we were going to have the opportunity to give remarks this evening. I just came to support a man that I've known for the past 35 years. I grew up across the street from him on, was it Little Oaks? No, Honeycomb Court, there in what is, I guess, is New Encinitas. The thing that I feel that I need to say this evening is I'm a fire captain with the Orange County Fire Authority, and I've been there for 19 years. We value the work and the effort of the reserve firefighters. We don't think of them as reserve firefighters. In times like this, when there's fires raging across Southern California, which seems to be happening more and more every year, we get praise heaped upon us. And it's embarrassing, it's sweet, we appreciate it, but it's the reserve firefighters that do it for free. These guys do the same job that we do, but they do it for free. Marco's a business owner, and he would drive to Orange County to do this in the evenings, come back and work his business in the morning. If you're looking for a man with dedication, with purpose, who's willing to serve and not be recognized for it, he's the man that you want for this job. As a fire captain, I've seen guys that he has trained. I've visited him at his station. He's held in high regard still by the men and women that are there at Station 11. So I couldn't give a more full-throated endorsement of Marco to sit on this board. Thank you.
What was his name?
Good evening. My name is Victoria Fulton of District 2, and I'm here tonight to express my support for Brad Lefkowitz and Farhad Mahmoudi for appointment to the D4 vacancy. It's through local activism and a shared commitment to our beloved community and schools that I had the pleasure of knowing Brad and Farhad. During this last election cycle, I took active roles in organizing and supporting candidates I believe would not just benefit myself and my family, but all members of the community we share. The bulk of my activism has been focused in particular on our EUSD school board elections. I'm a retired classroom teacher, having spent 10 years in Poway Unified, where I taught social studies and humanities. There's a lot of teachers out there tonight. In grades 6th, 7th, and 8th. I hold multiple credentials, as well as a master's in curriculum and instruction from the University of San Diego, and I'm currently on faculty at CSUSM as a university supervisor, where I train, coach, and support teacher candidates. But my proudest accomplishment are definitely my 2 young boys, both students in EUSD. So my stake in protecting our schools and keeping them safe and inclusive and supportive environments is paramount. Leucadia has been my home for the last 19 years, and I hear you have to make it to 20 before you're considered a local, so I'm very close. It's been a mix of time and life and local activism that I've had the privilege and the pleasure of meeting and connecting with so many members of this funky, vibrant little place we call home. And in the last almost 20 years, I've seen change come to our town, but what remains the same is the beauty and the charm and the ease and the laid-back nature that is undeniably and so characteristically Encinitas. In my work, collaboration, and friendships with Brad and Farhad, they too encompass ease and charm and a laid-back sense of self. I've witnessed them as devoted husbands and doting fathers, creatives, collaborators, thinkers, and most importantly, listeners. A powerful and underutilized virtue in politics. Brad is steadfast, motivated, earnest, and, well, Brad, you're really funny. Farhad is thoughtful, contemplative, and arguably and typically the most knowledgeable person in the room on too many subjects to count. I echo my friend Meenal Patel when she writes that these are exactly the types of thinkers, listeners, collaborators, and problem solvers who I trust making decisions on behalf of the town and community I love so much. These are men of honor, of truth, of fairness, and Farhad grew up here. We have it so good in Encinitas that it's hard to imagine how it could get any better, but if I think of this question in terms of leadership, direction, and vision for our little town, the answer to that question is Brad and Farhad. Thank you for your time, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and congratulations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That does conclude public comments.
Okay, very good. So the next step, we're going to go through our disclosures. So we'll start at the far side and work this way.
Okay, I've had a conversation with Julie. I've had a conversation with Denise. I've met Brad at his house. I grew up with his wife and his sister-in-law. I went through high school, junior high with Marianne and graduated with her. So I know the family well, but I just met Brad for an hour at his house. And then I've spoken with and met with Marco San Antonio. And then also, I had a phone call for about 20 minutes with Eli Stern. So that's the extent of my disclosures.
I had a phone call with Miss Julie Gaboy where we discussed her resume. Mr. Brad Lefkowitz came into my office. We had a discussion here at City Hall regarding various topics, including the tree ordinance. I spoke with Denise Martin on the phone. We talked about her qualifications as well. I met Marco San Antonio near his business, and we chatted about his resume. And I spoke with Mr. Eli Stern over the phone in a very colorful conversation that was spirited and wonderful.
I reached out to all 8 candidates to invite them to meet with me or talk on the phone. Julie Graboy did not respond to my request. I did meet with Brad Lefkowitz at his house and also discussed on the phone. Farhad, I had a conversation on the phone. Denise Martin said that she couldn't accommodate the time frame that I was able to meet. So we did not meet, but she did respond. Michael Quinn and I spoke on the phone. Marco did not respond to my request. Paul and I spoke on the phone, and Eli and I spoke on the phone twice. Thank you.
And I spoke to several people on the phone, and I'm talking about really since the application process started. Some of the people I've campaigned with over the years on various campaigns, but I don't think that's the subject tonight. As far as within the bounds of this, I talked to Brad Lefkowitz on the phone at length. I talked to Denise Martin at phone one more time. I think we met in person too. I think before Michael put his application in, I talked to him, but didn't talk to you after that. And then Eli Stern, I've talked to several times on the phone, and so other than that, that's my disclosure. The next step is, and maybe the city attorney could help me here, as far as the process for nominations, I want to make sure we're clear on, this is from the floor, but if you could explain how it's not the mayor giving a recommended nomination. It actually is, but if you can explain, you'll do it better than I do.
So a recommendation will be made. You make a motion to make a motion to appoint a particular candidate. That motion needs a second. Then that is voted on.
And anyone can make that motion.
Correct.
Right. So with that, we'll go into deliberation. Please use the buttons, and I see Deputy Mayor Lyons is up first.
I'll kick it off. What I would like to do is just share some initial thoughts without presenting one candidate, but giving my thoughts on the group and maybe a few thoughts on a couple candidates. But what I wanted to start with is something that we've already covered here at City Council, and we talked about it when we talked about the question about whether we were going to elect or appoint. I remember that Suzanne Stone, who's one of our constituents, stepped up and spoke an oral comment, and she said things that I really support. And later, afterwards, I learned that my council members supported them too. So let me refresh everyone's memory, because when we make a hard decision, and I think this is a really hard and important decision for the next 2 years here, it's always good to remember what our vision is. What is it we're aiming for? What's our goal for filling this D4 position and bringing the 5th member here to City Council? One of the things that was brought up was that diversity is important to decision makings for any city. Diversity of thought is how our mayor characterized that statement afterwards, and I agree with him. Diversity of thought is important. if we all were up here with the same position, then we would not have other ideas that really enrich the conversation. So I think we've all agreed. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I did remember the mayor did say that he also agreed with that diversity of thought. Be positive and be a team player. Sometimes I think of positive as look at this opportunity as the cup half full instead of not the cup half full, the cup half empty. So the cup half full, be positive, because honestly, it's hard. You know, you come to this and you think, I'm really strong about these positions. I know this stuff, so I want to bring these ideas forward, and I know my friends know this too, and they want it too. But what you realize right away when you start to really listen to the diversity of people in our community, there's a lot of other ideas out there. And to be able to be open-minded when someone comes to you with something that's totally different than any reality you thought, and to think, I'm listening, and I want to hear what that is. That's not easy. It's a skill that I think you have to have some kind of inborn skill at to be able to see your way through the complexity of that to a positive outcome. We talked about leadership and civic engagement and how that was important to someone who would be considered a successful candidate for this position. We talked about a person who's nonpartisan. I think I suspect, at least this is what I feel, a nonpartisan in fact, not just in registration, but nonpartisan in fact in how they look at the diversity of opinions in our community, and someone who's connected to the community. That's my summary of what Suzanne Stone put forward, which I agree with, and I did highlight some things that I think the mayor agreed with, but I'm sure he'll speak for himself. I don't mean to speak for him. So I wanted to start with that and then say that I've heard some new voices in the room today, and I appreciate that. There are some new people here that we haven't heard from a lot. I feel, though, and this is my reflection, that some of the candidates who came forward were not speaking to me. I think I've mentioned this in the past, that when you look at diversity on this existing sitting city council, I represent that. I was not the newly elected group that ran on the same ticket and were elected for the same reason. I'm the one who's different. And many of the candidates did not speak to me tonight. They were, I think they were speaking to the other three, and I noted that. And I do want to say one of my perspectives is I asked some questions about New Encinitas, and for a reason. I feel that what I heard from people as a response is that there is a different perspective from people who live in New Encinitas and in Alevenhain. And I wanted to kind of tease that out. So that was enlightening to me as well. I also heard a lot about housing, and I agree. That's our biggest challenge. It's huge. So many different ways. It's huge. But I don't think it's just about Prop A. And actually, I'm sorry to admit this, but Prop A is the law. I mean, so I don't know why we're talking about whether we support it. We do, and we have, and it is the rule of the land. But I agree that there's a need for, let's think about how that's translated into how we move forward with the broad range of complexity in the housing arena. And the final narrative point I want to make is it's so informative to listen to this wonderful group of 8 people who have been bold and put themselves out there. So thank you for accepting the challenge and stepping up. I hope to hear from you all again in the future, and I know some of you are already on commissions. But when you come and you speak before us, it says much more to me than the written word, so I appreciate that as well, too. I was really compelled by a couple people who seem to understand data and facts and be able to take complex things. That's what we do here, take complex things and tell them in a simple and understandable way. So I think there was a lot of people being articulate here today, and I appreciate that. And that's a skill that's I value high when it comes to a short list of people that I've heard tonight and I've talked to over the last few weeks for this position. And with that, I'd like to say that my top choices are in the area of seems to be the public favorite of Brad Lefkowitz. I love the fact that you had a lot of people talk on your behalf tonight, Brad. That meant a lot to me. And a person can say anything about themselves, but when a third party says things, I think it's a nice way to explain how a person is. And then Farhad, I've never heard you speak before, so other than 15 minutes on the phone. So you're very articulate and seem to understand the range of challenges. And my third is Paul Templin. I apologize for that. And so I won't. I'll just say one more thing too, and it's not so much what the detail is about what you say, but how you communicate it to me that you could solve complex problems. Thank you.
Okay, I'll hop in here and I'll continue with giving initial thoughts and not going as far as a motion yet. I'd like to go one time through if we could. I think it gets everything out there. First, we can only pick one, which is a very difficult position because we have, I believe that, I think that's the limit. I could check with the attorney. Yeah, and obviously we have a wealth of applicants and we see a great breadth of skill set here and it's wonderful. But the question is, what's the goal of what we're doing here? We could have done an election, would have cost $450,000 potentially. So it's an expediency. If I had not gotten elected, I would still be here for 2 more years. So when I ask questions and I'm trying to reflect what I think in this appointment, that's why. Because actually, when I got elected, it was with the expectation I would be here 4 years. And so continuing that for 2 more years, and only 2 more years, is my goal. Because I don't want to spend $450,000, yet I want to represent the elected results. And in 2026, as I explained when we talked about appointments, I support fully an open, free election. I'll continue to support that. So that hence my questions. It's interesting. There was one comment about we don't want to appoint somebody who would be, the dead man walking was the term. And I thought, gee, Carlsbad does it. They've been doing it for quite a while. Peter Norby was appointed and was there for 2 years, did a great job. We just had Carolyn Luna, or they just had Carolyn Luna, did 2 years, ex-planning commissioner, filled in beautifully. I worked on a board with her. Delmar did the same thing and has done the same thing multiple times, and that's their policy. I support that policy. And so what I'm looking for, and I've explained this and I won't go into detail, especially given the late hour, but what I'm looking for is somebody who has already proven they will be here, have already done the work, know the general nature of the law and the issues, and they've come down here and see, and we've seen some of the applicants are relatively new to coming down. I encourage you to get involved. Some of the applicants have run for higher office and won it, or worked on campaigns. I encourage you to run in 2026. That's absolutely the route you should take. But for this short term, because of the expediency, wanting to continue the will of the voters that already they showed when they elected me to D4 in 2022, I'm looking for somebody to support that would reflect that viewpoint and continue it. So I'm trying to think what So I would ask everybody to keep involved, and I'll go further in my next opportunity to speak. So with that, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody. This is, I know it's not easy to get up here in front of the recording from people in the room and to articulate, and I will absolutely echo to much greater than myself. Every single one of you, I think, are much more articulate than I myself, and probably belong up here better than me. But tonight, our job is to select somebody. I don't hold the same requirements for not running again. I get why we did it and why we're doing it, but one of the things I look for, because of the ever-changing tides of Encinitas, again, my parents moved here when there was 8,000 people here. There's 62,000, and then we're projected to be at in 2040, we're supposed to be at 70,000 and growing. So it's a growing population. I've had to come to my own terms with that, and it's taken me many years to do so. So the people I look for right now, my top choices are what I said, and Brad had mentioned this, but has skin in the game a little bit. And I know that the people in the front row, just so happens, it's just weird how this has worked out, but the group in the front row, not to take away from your experience and your time in the service of this city, and I would love for all of you to continue to do so. I look at Farad and Brad and Marco as people who have kids currently in the system, currently in actually all of them running their own businesses, doing this whole thing, really have, for me, what I think is going to, because of how close they are to the next generation. That's what it is for me. And to make sure that we bring this place up, how do I say it? I know a lot of people are look down on people not being local or being local, and it's a point of pride for me for sure. But at the same time, I don't want to minimize the people that have moved here. But I also, in that same breath, we have to respect the people the reason you moved here. They were here first, and that's part of what you love about this place. It's a special place. Again, I always say it. Yogananda put Swami's there for a reason, because this has got a special energy, and it always has. And the people that have found it earlier somehow made it the way it is. That being said, I've said this through the campaign, but districts 1, 3, and 4 still look slightly unincorporated. Somewhat by design, intentionally, and somewhat by accident. And here we are now dealing with people that have moved here of recent, and I'll say recent 10 years, 15 years. Where are my sidewalks? Where are my things? This community was hodgepodge along the way. And the problem is when we talk about housing, we talk about some of these things, it's now being mandated that we continue to hodgepodge because developers are telling us how we have to do it. Because that's just kind of the way of the rule and the law right now. I will speak to Prop A being a law. Well, the fact is humans made laws for humans, and we shouldn't be so restricted mentally that the laws that were made before us don't need adjusting. We always represent our Constitution, but we have to remember the fastest form of communication where our Constitution was written was the horse. I theoretically could pick up my phone right now and call anybody in the world. It's a different time. We are 25 years into the 21st century, and if we don't start thinking about the 22nd century, we're behind. If you go buy a computer today, it's old 2 years by tomorrow. And so we need the group that has that understanding that what has to get done has to be somewhat lightning ahead of what we can really think about. Farad, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to meet you in person or talk to you, but I was highly impressed by your ability to dance on your feet just now. It's not easy. It's very impressive, and it's the time that you probably spent in your dad's store and doing the things, but extremely impressive. So I'll just lay it out, my top 3 and reasons why. just to be clear and make sure that there's no mistake in why. I'm going to start with my fourth because it's probably not going to make my vote, but Denise, you'd be my fourth choice right now. I love everything about what you have going on. I love what you have to offer. For me, the big one is time. I know you're busy. I know you're going at it. What you're doing up there is God's work in Army Navy Academy. I appreciate what you're doing. But I do have 2 young kids at home. They're hopefully not watching this at this point. But the fact of the matter is I'm doing this because I have skin in the game, and I'm doing it at an age where my kids can have a benefit of this, period. So that being said, Marco, I grew up looking up to you. You're my sister's age. I think everything that I've seen in your resume, everything I know about you, I've never known a kinder human being. When I showed up to San Diego High School, when it was still San Diego, not the academy, everybody represents San Diego Academy, but it was just San Diego at one point. It was the original high school here, right? It gave birth to Torrey Pines. It gave birth to La Costa Canyon. And a lot of people don't realize that. And the fact of the matter is you've come up through the ranks. You've seen this city when it was tiny, small, when the only places that we played soccer were Parkdale Lane, Flora Vista, and Ocean Hole. Those were the 3 schools. You could see them every single weekend. Glen Park was the only place that we did soccer stuff, all of our finishing points. So I respect everything you have to offer. You've won an election in your district by a whopping 71%, 4,000 votes, so people voted for you. So that gives me faith in kind of continuity of what what Bruce said. Somebody that was voted for by the district by which you are leaving.
Mm-hmm. Get to your...
And then your active service, like I think it was Dave, right? Couldn't speak higher to the fact that somebody would reserve, not get paid to do this job. It is extremely hard, the things you put yourself through. So that, for right now, has glaring, obvious reasons why I support you. Farad, I look at you, I call you, I put you at my second choice right now. And Brad, I had a great conversation with you, everything I know about you so far. Obviously, the 2 women that I know that know you, actually love you and are married to you, I love dearly. And well, you love one of them, but you love Marianne as well. So I respect the heck out of you, and every single one of you. I think any one of you that ends up here, would end up here, we would be lucky. And the sad truth is I'm going to have a lot of catching up to do. So I appreciate your guys' time.
Jim?
Can I fact check and just kind of go backwards here a little bit, get something out of the way? Dave, would you be willing to come up here again to the podium and answer a couple of questions? Dave, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name, and I apologize. Dave Forrester. Dave, can you tell me what you do for a living, what your position in relationship to Marco is?
Sure. I'm a fire captain with the Orange County Fire Authority. I've been there for 19 years this upcoming April. I've known Marco since we were 15. I'm 50 now, so 35 years. I've known him for a long time.
So I received a call from Molly Woods, who presented her information she presented today, questioning Marco's service. I think if you saw the slide, if you didn't see the slide, we can ask him to bring it back up.
That's okay. I saw it.
I would like to get your input on that slide.
In terms of?
I believe the question, or maybe you can confirm this if I get it wrong, the question is whether he has made a false claim with, is that correct? Made a false claim with his statement.
No. You're asking.
I'm asking, but she's clarifying what I'm asking.
Oh,
so
well, then
we
need to bring her up to the microphone.
So a reserve firefighter does, the reserve capacity that Marco operated in was the same capacity that I operate in. He was a level 1 reserve at Orange County Fire Authority Station 11, and they are certified to go interior, to operate the engine, pump the engine. They do everything that we do, just they're not paid. And he was at Orange County Fire Authority Station 11. And that's, there are different levels of reserve firefighters that we have with the Orange County Fire Authority. Some reserves aren't, our programs have changed over the years, and some aren't allowed to go interior, meaning put on the full SCBA turnouts, make an interior attack. Marco was part of a reserve that was able to do that in the community of Emerald Cove.
Okay. Do you feel he was accurate and misrepresented himself when he said he was a 2011-2021 Orange County Fire Authority firefighter/engineer?
Yeah, he was. That's what he is. From what I understand, there is no distinction nationally between a reserve firefighter and a full-time firefighter. They are the one and the same. He is trained to the same standards that we're trained to. They go through an academy. There's no difference other than, I'm on duty for 48 hours at a time, and they come in and they're not paid.
Do you feel that was a fair representation that he put down of himself?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Just want to clarify and make sure that is
Do you have a
clarified.
question for Mally?
No, I just needed to confirm the right question to ask
But
him.
we need her to do it at the microphone, just
okay.
if you could.
If you don't
Just so
mind
we get it on
clarifying the
tape.
question. That,
From the audience, you can't hear it on the tape, and so it becomes this garbled, distant.
Yeah, so my concern is Marco was not a firefighter engineer. In order to be an engineer, you actually have to go through an academy after you're hired with OCFA to be a firefighter. I fully respect that he was a reserve firefighter. If on the screen he took out the word reserve firefighter, cut and pasted into his application, he was a reserve firefighter. He was not a firefighter engineer, and he cannot drive the same trucks that an engineer apparatus engineer can drive at OCFA.
So I see, Dave, you have a response. You're holding your hand up.
You have to come all the way back up.
I'm sorry. I just want to.
No, I just want to get them on tape. That's
confirm
that's all I'm
information on
doing.
here, and
Thank you.
we're not looking to. No one's looking to do anything.
We want to get to the fact.
Yes.
Yeah,
Orange
I'm with
County
you.
Fire Station 11 has a Type 1 fire engine that the members of that station are authorized, qualified to operate and pump. So yes, he is able to operate a fire engine, a Type 1 fire engine, just like we are.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you for your clarification.
If I could say, he is qualified to pump as an engineer that engine. So.
Okay. All right. So I also used Ms. Stone's list. I thought it was a great list. I appreciated when she got up there. It really brought me to tears. I think, this question of what a local is, I think she kind of nailed it on the head with what it means. It means to be intact with the spirit of being here and connected, and all of the pieces she said here through engagement, through community, through skills. And as everybody came up here, I ran through that list. Like check. And I got down to all but two people who got almost all the boxes, and most of them got all the boxes. So before I go farther, I want to commend all of you and thank all of you for coming out, for putting yourselves out there, engaging the community, engaging this evening. I know it's not easy. I do not have the requirement of 2 years. And I invite anyone right now that was answering that just to appease Mary Ellers to come up and change their answer. You're welcome to do that. I believe you need to be in it to go more than 2 years. We've got a task ahead of us to voter mandate is going to require more than 2 years. And so I want somebody who is going to stand up and is going to go through the crucible of an election if they're willing to do it. And they may, who knows, 2 years, they may say, I miss my family. Because I miss my family. My daughter's asleep. I didn't see her all today. So a lot can change in 2 years. So I'm not going to hold somebody to that. They may love this job, and they may be the best counselor up here by the end. And I have to tell them, no, you can't run. That doesn't make any sense to me. At the same time, they may get here and be the best counselor and say, I want to go back to my family, like I just said. not going to keep them from doing that, but I'm not going to hold them from that to decide that today for what they're going to do in 2 years. I don't think that's fair. So I don't hold that. And in fact, I value somebody who is willing to step up and say, no, I'm going to run if I have the opportunity or if this works for me. I think that is important. It shows the fire you need to sit up here and to take on what is coming down the line from the state and from other areas up here. So I do lean towards that aspect. And again, I invite you, if you want to change your answer, you're welcome to come up for that. Something that popped up tonight was new Encinitas versus old Encinitas.
Versus Levenheim, you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, versus Levenheim. I don't think that's a matter for this decision. I think that's a matter of, and it's a statement of, we need to redistrict and change the way our districts sit. Clearly, there's a district that feels left out in this equation. So maybe that's something to look at down the road. Tonight, we're looking for who the best district person for District 4 is, or wherever they're from, if they live down the street or if they're neighbors. Some of you are. So I think as you roll forward, you look at who has a resume. We had a great, obviously, number of people that stood out publicly tonight. We had a lot of time to look at resumes, and we had countless emails that we received endorsing multiple candidates. We do have only one person who's gone through an election, and I do think that matters a little bit. I think Luke's point of winning an election at 70% is a pretty big statement. I think we also have some very viable candidates. I very much enjoyed my conversation with Brad Farhad. I'm looking forward to following up with you and getting to know you. I do agree. I thought Denise was great. I don't see, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't see the time there. That needs to be there for this job. So I'm looking for, as far as that goes, it comes down to my question about the city. What do you think is the most important thing for the city? I think everybody came back with the same answers as far as El Camino Real, fire. We had a couple people who talked about utilities and pieces, but it all kind of came back to essentially the same ideas with Levenheim. Everybody's on the same page, which is great. Community that it can unite around the same causes, which is fantastic. City-wise, I'm going to lean towards the person who makes a strong statement of certainty. There were people who got up there that said they were against density, but didn't say how or why or what that meant. They didn't expand on it, and that's why I asked a couple people to expand on it. I think that conviction is part of what you have to have back here. Those are the criteria I'm using to guide my decision as we go.
Do you have top 2 or 3 that you want to put out there?
Not yet.
Okay. I guess I'm next. So I didn't do that, and I'll do it now. And I think, given the time, I think I've made it pretty clear what I'm basing my a lot of the check marks that Deputy Mayor Lyons spoke and quoted from Suzanne Stone last time were ones I had said going in. In fact, it was Suzanne quoting me. So and so I won't repeat them. But in order of my order of importance, with the I would say Denise Martin is my top choice, with the one caveat being the availability for the other boards and your flexibility on time, but your track record in knowing the issues and long track record of being involved here at the city and defending Prop A. Number 2 would be Julie. Julie, we've known each other from all the campaigns and whatnot, and you also, and you have been down here probably even more than Denise. The one advantage I think Denise has is that, and I do think where you live matters because you have an innate awareness and worry, and I've seen it when the proposals to expand go 5 stories in El Camino Real, back in 2010 and 12. That was a huge issue to me and to you. And so I know you have a sensitivity for the impact of traffic and growth along El Camino Real and everywhere else in Encinitas. And I know from our talk, your family, you have family ties farming here back that far. So you came up here as a kid. So you've got deep roots here. Your family has deep roots, and you personally have been involved. It's time. And then Michael Quinn. Michael, I think I reached out to ask you, were you interested? And I never heard back till I saw you show up. So hallelujah. 46 years, also New Encinitas, commissioner right now. And so those are my top 3. I think you all support Prop A, understand the need to have firm decisions that will put the people in control of density in the city of Encinitas, and that's what that does. What we had before we had Prop A is we had a general plan that required a vote of the people, but it had an exception. It allowed a 4/5 majority of the council to bypass that if they could make a finding of public benefit, which they did at least a dozen times, and for different reasons, and not reasons I think that would pass. They would not pass muster, just like the first 2 tests of Prop A did not pass muster. But remember that there should be an alignment between the council and what the voters actually vote. It's not that we're smarter. And I've heard past councils that came up with that would say that almost. Well, we can't leave it to a Prop A vote. They might vote no. Well, if they're voting no, we as representatives should be voting no too. So that's why I think Prop A is a bellwether for me. I'll continue to support people that will support Prop A. And I've already explained the other part. And I'll yield.
I'm seeing some yawns in the audience. I'm not going to call you guys out, but I've seen more than one. So I will try to bring this forward. I see some alignment in what I've heard from my colleagues, and I know I still will hear more, especially from Jim, who hasn't stated who he supports. But based on the alignment I've seen, I'd like to make a motion to put Brad Lefkowitz in the position for D4. And the reason I'm saying that is not only because I see some alignment there, but Brad made an effort to understand each council member, and he brought that forward to us, and it resonated with me when he talked about him and his family walking along El Camino Real and really just embracing the community and walking to Swami's for breakfast. It's just like he's grassroots. He's really tied to the community and tied to his location. He's a small business owner. He really would support mom and pop development along El Camino Real. As you could tell, El Camino Real, I think, is quite important. And that to me says he understands the heart of the community, the right level of development, where we should head when we look at our next steps as we inevitably grow. And I think that in general, his presentation tonight hit on some really important issues, and he has received a lot of external support from other members of the community. So that's where I'll stand.
Do we have a second or a substitute motion or anything?
I'm going to see if he wants to get his names out.
And any discussion or no? Or does it fail for lack of a second? And if nobody does anything, I'll make a substitute motion, or I guess at this point, I'll call it as failed for lack of a second, and I'll make a motion for Denise Martin. And I think the only person who hasn't given kind of a top 3 is
I was waiting.
Yeah, O'Hara. Yeah. So maybe Jim, tell us who the whatever you want to tell us. 2, 3, 4, 5 people that you would consider.
I'm going to the point where, what was my platform? What did I get elected for? Public safety, infrastructure, fiscal responsibility, and managing responsible development. Right now, I'm looking at resumes. I've been looking at them, and I come back to Brad's and Farhad's and Marco's. And I get caught on the fact that Marco has won an election and obviously aligns with those directives. So I lean towards him.
So is that a motion?
And I'm torn. Well,
I'll make a motion to seat Marco San Antonio.
And I will second that for consideration and discussion. So, and would you like to continue, Jim? I'm sorry, we kind of interrupted you there, but you.
it's splitting hairs to some degree, and so it comes back to like what the most recent election people voted for infrastructure, public safety, responsible development, and this was the strongest statement. It was clear. It was a very clear point of how he would manage that and what his thought was on it. The density rather, and I value that he stood here and he stood there and he said, "No, I will run again if it works for me." And I think there's a gumption that you need to have to be up here. You do.
I agree.
And I applaud Mr. Temple, and I've never met you, and I applaud that you stood up there. I loved what you said. I put a lot of value in that answer. I don't, they check, a lot of these people check a lot of great boxes. Having won an election, having the ability to stand up there and say, I would put, because election is a lot. And it's how it goes back to the point I think Joy was making. Maybe it wasn't Joy. I'm sorry if I'm saying this wrong, but was talking about getting to know the people. And you realize when you campaign, you're not telling about yourself. You're meeting everybody. You're learning everything about your constituents, more than you ever thought. And you got to be willing to go through that gauntlet. And whether you do it or you don't, obviously everybody here doesn't have to. But you're willing to go through that. That matters to me. You're asking why.
Okay, so I think we've got a motion and a second. I've got Mayor Lyons and then me. And did you want to speak?
It was just along that same lines as.
No, actually, it's.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. When I was mentioning that I wasn't being spoken to by some of the candidates, I think I could call Marco out for that. So it's probably pretty obvious. And but not only that, I always want to look at what are people telling us about themselves, and I am really truly concerned with the lack of clarity on the job description for the fire department. I am, and I need to call that out. And I appreciate Council Member O'Hara making that a concern and question for him too. I think the words were being parsed a little bit. I can understand that perhaps he was relied on to do a lot of really important things, and I honor him for that. That was great. If that was the case, you were very dedicated to the Orange County Fire Department. But reserve is different than a full firefighter and engineer. I review a lot of resumes. I've hired a lot of people, and that's something that really, really affects me seriously when someone chooses their words incorrectly. Because it's a very important document you're putting in front of other people. And to me, that says a lot about a person, and so that's where I stand on what the motion is on the floor right now.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, to clarify the previous point that we were talking about, well, actually, I'm going to hit Deputy Mayor Lyons' comment there. I don't know if Dave could have been more clear. The fact is when you get a full income, your family has pensions, your family has stuff when you go down or something happens to you. If you're a reservist, a lot of those benefits go away. So for somebody to go into a reserve position and put their life on the line for others without the security of your family, I just can't say it enough. That is a glaring example of an amazing human being, because you don't have the securities. I've been in these situations. I've been around people that don't have those same securities. And I'm going to tell you right now, to be in scenarios where you can die, to know that your family is safe, I'm not going to say it makes it easier, but it makes it easier. A whole hell of a lot. And to not have that, it says everything about a type of a service that a lot of people don't have the gumption to do. And I'm not saying that you have to have that to be up here. You have to have that to be a good person or to be a citizen in Encinitas. That's not the requirement. But it does say a lot about a person that is willing to do that, period. So I just want to make sure that that is absolutely clear, and I hope that's not held against him and actually should be revered as a reservist. I just want to clarify that, please. But the other point I want to make is not only did Marco do his own campaign, he just got done campaigning for you, Mayor Ehlers, knocking on doors and looking at what Jim was referencing. Looking at the people. Here's what a lot of people don't get. When you go, I hate the campaign season. I didn't even want a campaign. I didn't even want the whole thing. The fact of the matter is when you go knock on doors, you get to meet the people by which you represent. You get to see what yard you're walking into, then you get to see the car that they have, you get to see the door that opens, you get to see the eyes, the windows of the soul that is looking back at you. And get to know the people that you represent. And this town is amazing. There's some very, very interesting people here. There's very cool people here. There's some, to be quite honest, some quite scary people here. But it's all of it. It's a normal town. But to have just gotten done doing that, actually going on the road to do that, also says fact of the matter is, extra time running his own business with two young kids that were here tonight and left because it's their bedtime. So it just goes further down the path that he didn't run a campaign for himself, but he did help run a campaign. So that tells me, along with and I don't want to be, this has zero to do with ego, but more fact. The town in this last election spoke loudly. And that kind of goes back to what Jim was saying, is there's a loud and glaring, obvious example of what is going on and what has been going on for the last however long. And I'll leave it there, but that's kind of what I'm putting this all on. And that checks all of my logical, humanitarian requirements for somebody making decisions on behalf of the future of Encinitas, which, by the way, a lot of things that are happening in our current town happened 3, 4, 5 years ago. Decisions made then are what we're still seeing today. So the person that's sitting on wherever we all shift to, the person that's sitting next to us is making decisions that will affect that 3, 4-year-old that just left the building. So I want that up here.
Okay. Are you okay to chime in?
Well, all
Jim
I
has it next,
was
but
going to
if you
say
had a
is I
quick-
didn't know if Councilmember Schaefer was actually speaking to me and he wanted me to reply, but I think he did. I think he wasn't. So I'll pass.
Okay. So With that, I think I'm up next, and so we've got a motion and a second. It's interesting, yeah, if I eliminated everybody that walked with me for the campaign, that would take out half of this crowd. So Marco's not alone, and I appreciate the help, and I know you are out campaigning, Marco, but I really think what I'm trying to do here is have free and open elections, and you'll hear me say that constantly. And I think you agree with it, yeah. So let me talk about Marco in this case, because I actually have been doing this so long, I bought signs from his dad. And Marco was probably there working in the shop when I was buying it 25 years ago. And now I've bought signs from him. So, I have a great appreciation for your small business and what you've done. I have a great appreciation for what you did by running, which is why I was trying to encourage you to run in 2026. But like I say, Michael walked with me, Julie has walked with me, Denise has walked with me, and, in this election, most of you. So Eli called around, couldn't walk, but I'm not going to eliminate or put people at the front of the line only because they did that. That's not what this is about. Obviously we need it's a late hour, and I want to get to a decision. And I apologize for taking this much time, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we will make all year, all 2 years, right? And like I said, we can only pick one of you, and apologize. So this is about compromise. The reserve issue, I want to speak to that. That actually made me, you're crazy enough, sorry. You are giving enough to volunteer to go into burning buildings. That is service above self in its best way. So actually, the omitting the reserve, I consider you normalized it more and have testimony of somebody from there. I really appreciate you being here and doing that. So, but that doesn't take away one bit. In fact, I think, in my opinion, I think to Councilmember Schaefer's point, it actually helped me. So the one thing we're up here to do is compromise. We have to compromise, and some things give. I think, Denise, there might have been, we could have gotten you there if you had more willingness and time. I think you'd make a fantastic, I think all of you would make great council members. But I'm going to go with Marco at this point in the spirit of compromise, and we need to get done. And then we'll let the voters decide in 2026. And if Marco chooses to run, that'll be up to him ultimately. And it ultimately was up to them. I was just looking to see if I could get a commitment out of them so that we could have a, as I say, fair and free election. So, next, sorry. O'Hara, next.
I just wanted to touch on Deputy Mayor Lyons' comment about people only speaking to 3 people. And, it's not about us up here. It's not about who they spoke to, didn't speak to. It's about picking a candidate on all the information we have, not, everything that was here, the people that spoke, the people that sent in emails that we aren't even looking at right now, all of this stuff here. It wasn't about us. You mentioned parsing out words. I just spent 6 months with you standing next to somebody who parsed out words. And I'm working side by side with you, and I'm giving you opportunities, and I'm asking you to work with me on different pieces. And to split hairs on parsing words, I just spent 6 months doing that on the campaign trail. About someone you stood next to who parsed words better than anybody I've ever seen. So there's no victimizing up here. It's not about that. We had a question. We went to the best person we could find in the room to answer that question. I think we got an answer. It's a shame we had to do anything with that, but it is what it is. We got confirmation that we needed on that answer, and now we're moving forward.
Okay. You yield?
I yield.
Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear, and I think maybe the audience knows what I'm I was saying. I'm not questioning Marco's experience with the fire department, and that it was wonderful and heroic, and thank you. I honor that. So I just wanted to say that in response to Councilmember Schaefer, who implied that maybe that's what I was saying, and I was not saying that. And Councilmember O'Hara, I'm a little not clear on where you're going, but I just will emphasize again, it's what you write on your resume and what you don't write on your resume. That's my point. I would expect it to have been accurate to what his actual position was. I don't think there's any gray there. I think that's black and white. So, yeah, hopefully that's not confused still.
Well, without going back and forth, I don't think that mattered 6 months ago. And the stance was very different. So, but I'm going to digress. I'm going to stop this line. It's not about this.
Thank you, because do we have any other, anybody? We have a motion and a second. Can I call a question? If so, we'll call a question. And I apologize for taking long, but I think this is crucial.
And motion carries with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no.
Okay, well, thank you. Please stay involved. You get spirited discussions, and welcome on board, Marco. I think your first meeting will be, he gets sworn in when?
Right. Well, I was just going to mention that for swearing in, we just have to work with OMWD because he has to resign that post. And so I'll work with him to get sworn in within the next couple of days. He'll be sworn in officially in my office, and then we will do a ceremonial swearing in at the next regular city council meeting.
And he will then, at that point, when he's sworn in, get an email address and.
Yes.
And
Exactly, when he's
people can
officially sworn in.
talk to
So I'll
him.
work with him.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's see. How we doing on, I know we at 11:30. What's that now? Double time, yeah. I would say move on to 10C and see, do we think we're going to get through 10C, 10D, and 10E? I have a funny feeling we don't have a lot of people. So the question is, and I would ask Councilmember O'Hara whether we could continue 12A to a future meeting? Would that be acceptable? I think we're gonna hit a wall around midnight, soon thereafter, if we haven't already.
Yeah, I was hoping to time that with our strategic planning mission.
And it would be before that, if we put it in on the 19th.
Yeah, it wouldn't give them a lot of time to implement it before the 24th.
Okay.
So
I mean, we're going to literally run out of time, I believe. But we can when we get there, we can decide.
Let's go.
So let's go on 10C. Go ahead. Sorry, just
it's quite
checking
all right.
Agenda items.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. My name is Jared Elmore. I'm Senior Management Analyst with the Utilities Department this evening. And we're here to discuss sewer capacity fee EDUs, which is a small portion of the whole picture of our sewer revenues. We're here to make a small adjustment, hopefully, to the current EDU assignments. So I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. I am available for any questions you have, but I'm trying to respect your time and everyone else's in the late hours. So let me know if you need me to slow down or back up or clarify something.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the order of business this evening is staff presentation, discussion and questions, public hearing, public comment, close the hearing, introduce the ordinance, right? This matter has been appropriately noticed, posted here at City Hall and the Coast News. There is no Prop 218 requirement for this item because there is no ratepayer class, so it's different than your regular rates. Wanted to differentiate for the sake of folks who may not have been here the last time we spoke about these. There are two different kinds of revenues that we have at the sewer utility. One is our sewer rates, and the other is these capacity fees that we're talking about tonight. And I just wanted to differentiate for clarity. The capacity fees are about collection system replacement and expansion. None of the stuff on the list on the left, okay? So how do they work? Sewer capacity fees are also known as sewer connection fees, and they're for new or expanded service. When somebody comes in and says, I need to connect to your sewer line, or I have something, but I'm building something bigger, we say, that's fine. We need you to pay into the system to make sure the system grows with its users. So our capacity fee is calculated as the price per EDU times the number of EDUs. An EDU is equivalent dwelling unit. The EDUs are a benchmark value that we use for comparing different users in the system, and so the benchmark is targeted to a single-family residence in each respective system. Meaning they're not necessarily comparable when you go from Cardiff Sanitary Division to Encinitas Sanitary Division to Leucadia Wastewater District. Not necessarily comparable. They're similar, but not the same. The EDUs are a combination of different factors, including the volume, the strength of flows, the timing of flows. It all gets to what's the demand from this residence or this property use on our system as a whole. So for a single-family home, it's one EDU. For a one-bedroom apartment, it's less than one. For a big box retailer, more than one. That's what we're playing with, okay? For the multifamily residences in particular, which is what we're here to talk about tonight, some of the elements of the cost of service are the treatment, capital costs, and system maintenance. We're here to address a correction or a modification of what was adopted by council in May of last year. The assignment to the multifamily residences we felt was a little bit low as staff, and so we asked our consultant to go back and take a look, and they came back and said, yeah, we think you're right. We think we need to increase that EDU value for our multifamily residences. And then in addition, we talked to them and talked to our permitting staff at the counter and said we need to also differentiate between accessory dwelling units and all of the other multifamily. Because we want to track those separately for administrative reasons and making sure that we can have important policy discussions later. Right now, the ADU fees are waived, and that's a policy decision. And if council was to revisit that at some time in the future, we'd want an accounting of that, right? So we just want to make sure that we're tracking them separately, but the values we're assigning to each are the same. So you'll see in the table here, the ordinance before last year when council acted, these were the values that were assigned to the different uses under Ordinance 9810. Last year, we enacted Ordinance 2024-07, which consolidated all of these multifamily categories down to a single value. And here, we're saying we want to bifurcate that again, so that way we have the accessory dwelling units for each of the sanitary divisions, and we're asking to increase the EDU value for the multifamily in each division respectively. So there was detail about this in the memo that our rate consultant provided. That's in your agenda report packet. I can go into that in greater detail if you want, but that's kind of the end of the brief summary. So I'm going to turn it back to the mayor now, and Mayor, if you want to open it for questions, I'm available.
Thank you. The first step I have to do after staff report is ask council to disclose any information they received not included in the staff report. So we'll start with Councilman Schaefer.
No disclosures.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose too. So any preliminary questions about the staff report or any issues?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Sure.
Real quick, that last slide, was CSD, what was CSD, Cardiff?
Correct, that's the Cardiff Sanitary Division.
And then on top of that, so that just a simple brain. This is like electric, the more you use in a house, the more you pay kind of thing. Water a little bit, water coming into the house, not going out, obviously. It's just that you're paying more for if you're using it more kind of thing.
There is a proportionality to it. The consumption basis would be what we use for our sewer rates, the sewer service charge. These are more like development impact fees.
Gotcha.
And so we're estimating the impact that this use is going to have over time.
Copy.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions of clarification? If not, we have one public speaker. Oh, I thought. Oh. Okay, we will open the public hearing. We will close the public hearing. And then we can council discussion. Any?
I have no questions. Esam gave a great presentation on this. It was very thorough. It was very clear. I feel very comfortable with it.
And I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Oh, can I have a motion first?
I motion to accept.
Okay, so I got O'Hara with the motion and Schaefer with the second. So any further, I see Schaefer for
Well,
speaker.
that was for that question. It makes too much sense. That's all I was going to say. But
Okay. Yeah, and I too, the staff report was great and then got any questions answered. So with that, we'll call the question.
Mayor Ayers? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to the fiscal year 2023-2024 ACFR and payments to PERS. Oh, this was the one we have one public member to speak, correct?
Yes, with the
Okay.
time donation.
So we will start with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. I'm Tom Gallup, Finance Director. Tonight, staff is presenting the city's annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. With me is Finance Manager Monica Attili and Coley Delaney with Poon Group, which is an independent certified accounting firm that conducted an audit of the city's financial records for fiscal year 2023-24. Coley will be presenting the results of that audit.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So I'm back. Again, Coley Delaney, partner with the Poon Group. This presentation will be very similar to the Water District's presentation, as we'll be going over required communications, audit responsibilities. This is going to be a 30,000-foot look at the overview of the financial statements, and then the audit results. So I'll start with required communications. Again, for independence, we as the firm and all the individuals on the engagement team complied with all relevant requirements regarding independence. The city disclosed all significant accounting policies in Note 2 to the financial statements. The city, quote unquote, implemented GASB Statement Number 100, accounting changes and error corrections this year, although it did not have an effect on the city's financial reporting. There are some significant estimates included in the ACFR, and those include the fair market value on investments, depreciation, amortization on capital assets, proportional share of joint ownership for investment in joint ventures, and pension liability and OPEB liability actuarial inputs. The sensitive disclosures, ones that we like to point out that, to kind of pay more attention to in the ACFR would be, again, Note 2, summary of significant accounting policies. 5 is investment in joint ventures. 9, long-term debt. 12 for fund balance and net position classifications. And then 15 would be your public employee retirement systems, and that's not actually Note 13, that should be Note 16, is the OPEB plan. As far as misstatements, there were no uncorrected misstatements reported, and there were no consultations with other accountants regarding audit-related matters. We encountered no significant difficulties in dealing with management, and we did not have disagreements with management in terms of accounting treatments or audit procedures performed. We also did not come across any instances where transactions occurred that did not have authoritative guidance. Again, responsibilities, same as for the district. Management is responsible for the financial statements and presenting those financial statements in accordance with U.S. GAAP. They're responsible for adopting sound accounting policies, establishing and maintaining internal controls over financial reporting and compliance, and providing the auditors with evidence supporting the amounts in the financial statements and the footnotes. They're also responsible for fair presentation of the financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and they're also responsible for preventing and detecting fraud. As auditors, we are responsible for performing the audit in conformity with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards, for communicating with those charged with governance, assessing audit risk of internal control over financial reporting, and just like for the district, we do not provide an opinion on the city's internal control over financial reporting. We are responsible for determining the fairness of the presentation of the financial statements and rendering our opinion on those financial statements, as well as issuing recommendations to management if we do have any. So now again, that sort of 30,000-foot level overview of the financial statements, and so I'm going to start with the statement of net position for the governmental activities only, is what we're seeing here, 2024 versus 2023. Assets increased $17.6 million, and within that, cash and investments increased by $4.9 million, and capital assets increased $13.2 million, with the remainder staying of the asset staying relatively static. Pension-related deferred outflows decreased by $1.2 million, and OPEB-related deferred outflows increased by $400,000. Liabilities increased $7.7 million, and that was with accounts payable increasing by $2 million, the net pension liability increasing by $3 million, compensated absences by $1 million, and claims also increasing by $1.3 million. Pension-related deferred inflows decreased by $1.2 million, while OPEB-related deferred inflows increased by $500,000, and lease-related deferred inflows decreased by $200,000. For net position, the net investment in capital assets category increased by $10.6 million. Restricted net position increased by $4.9 million, and restricted net position is a net position that is restricted by a third party or enabling legislation. And then the unrestricted deficit also increased by $5.5 million this year, for a total change in net position for the governmental activities of a positive $10 million. So similar statement of net position condensed, comparing the 2 years for the business type activities. Assets increased $3 million, we had a cash and investments increased by $300,000. Receivables by $600,000, while inventory and prepaid items decreased by $750,000. Investments in joint ventures increased by $1.1 million, and capital assets increased by $1.8 million. Deferred outflows of resources were similar in 2024 to 2023. Liabilities increased $1.1 million, and with that, accounts payable and other accrued expenses increased $2.7 million, which was offset by a $1.7 million decrease in long-term debt. And the pension and OPEB liabilities did not see much change year over year for the business type activities. Deferred inflows of resources saw pension-related deferred inflows decrease by about $400,000, and for leases by $100,000. And for net position, the net investment in capital assets category increased by $2.7 million. Restricted was similar to 2023, and unrestricted was also relatively unchanged. Total net position did increase by $2.4 million. So on to the income statement. We'll start with governmental activities. So total governmental activities expenses increased by $12.7 million. General government expenses increased by $7.8, public safety by $2 million, public works expenses increased by $6.1 million, and planning services expenses decreased by $12.1 million, while engineering services expenses increased by $7.1 million, and parks and rec expenses increased by $1.7 million. Charges for services were up by $1.3 million. Operating grants and contributions decreased by $5.4 million. Capital grants and contributions increased by $2.9 million, causing the net cost of services to increase by $13.9 million in 2024 compared to 2023. Property taxes did increase by $3.7 million, but sales and use taxes fell by $1.2 million, and investment earnings increased by $3.5 million. So overall, the governmental activities had a positive change in net position of $10 million versus $17 million in 2023. So on to the business type activities. Expenses increased by $3.6 million. Expenses for SDWD increased by $3.6 million. Expenses for Cardiff decreased by $1.4 million. And Encinitas Sanitary Division increased by $700,000 as well as the Affordable Housing Fund increased by $700,000. Charges for services increased by $1 million. This was mainly attributable to San Diego Water District. Operating capital grants and contributions increased by almost $1 million over 2023. Investment earnings increased by $1.4 million, mainly due to fair market value adjustments, and total net position went up by $2.4 million in 2024 compared to $2.8 million in 2023. Now we're looking at the general fund, comparing the 2 years. This is the balance sheet. Total assets are comparable to the prior year. The liabilities increased by $1.1 million, with accounts payable increasing by $2.8 million, while deposits and other liabilities fell by $1.7 million. In the fund balance categories, the non-spendable fund balance includes the balances for inventories and prepaid items. Again, restricted fund balance is restricted by a third party or by enabling legislation, and these amounts are mainly restricted for the city's for flexible savings accounts. Committed fund balance is committed by a formal act of council. $2.2 million is for budget stabilization and $20 million for operating reserve, which has increased by $2 million from 2023. And then the unassigned fund balance is the residual that does not fit into any one of those other categories. Overall fund balance for the general fund decreased this year by $875,000. On to the general fund statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, the income statement. Revenues increased by $5.9 million. Taxes and assessments increased by $2.8 million. Charges for services increased by $800,000, and use of money and property increased by $2.4 million. On the expenditure side, those increased $18.7 million. General government increased by $1.6 million. Public safety increased by $5.6 million, and we do want to point out that a lot of these costs that were for public safety that were picked up, that were charged to the ARPA fund last year are coming back into the general fund this year. So that's part of the reason why you're going to see that. And capital outlay increased by $6.3 million, which was the Surfers Point purchase in 2024. Proceeds from debt issuance increased by $5.7 million due to the issuance of the 2024 lease revenue bond, and the remainder consists of new lease and subscription-based IT arrangement liabilities. Again, fund balance in the general fund decreased by $875,000 in 2024 versus a $5.5 million increase in 2023. So now we'll get to the audit results. So in this one, in the ACFR, we do have multiple opinion units, unlike San Diego Water District, where we just have the one, which is just the district. So we issued unmodified, so clean opinions to all opinion units. Now in the ACFR, we do have opinion units for the governmental activities is one opinion unit. The business type activities is another opinion unit. Each major fund is its own opinion unit on its own, and then the aggregate remaining fund information, which would be your non-major funds, internal service funds, et cetera, and your fiduciary funds are also one opinion unit. So we issued an unmodified opinion on all of those opinion units, and so what that means is that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. The accounting policies have been consistently applied, estimates used are reasonable, and the disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements. Again, no disagreements with management were noted. We have no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified in internal control over financial reporting and/or compliance. However, the federal grant audit is still in progress. We're hoping for no findings there, but again, that one is we have not issued our opinion on that just yet. No inappropriate activities or fraud, waste, or abuse were noted, and we are required under government auditing standards to disclose that to you if we do come across those. And no accounting issues were noted where there was a lack of authoritative guidance. And that will conclude my presentation on the ACFR.
Okay. We have one public speaker. Do we have any preliminary questions? Sounds like no. Let's go to the public.
Cam only does have a time donation from Ellen Burr.
That's already the right height. So it's nice here. We have so much space and all this room, and we have time to talk. 2 years ago, I was up here for that nomination process. I'd say that it went a lot better tonight. I'd say it was rigged before, and it was clear that the decisions were not made until just now. I think that's really good.
Thank you.
The first thing, I read through this report. You got to think about, what are you going to do with that 6.9 million is projected to be left over in June? That's the first thing that we got to talk about here. So let's see. We can talk about some of that old stuff. I always throw a few more slides in here at the end. This one was interesting. This is RENA, but it's not really relevant here. Let's get back on topic. First thing I want to do is see this. Oh, it does work. It's kind of big. Okay. So we heard a lot about communities and everything. We heard about the pickleball community. Before there was pickleballers, there was the skateboarders. We heard about them. And they were complaining that it's too crowded at their facility. We heard the same thing from the pickleballers tonight. Why is it so crowded? I've heard influencers, professionals. That's not what Encinitas is about. We're not here, and the council's not here to provide entertainment for people that don't live here. We got to stop this. If we want to be a quiet beach town, we should zip our lips. So anyways, this chart here shows the largest industries in town. By far, healthcare dominates. We should become a medical powerhouse. If we really want to get this housing, part of the general plan and arena and all that says you have to provide jobs along with these houses. We've only provided housing. And some of it's not even getting built, but we've permitted it. Government is big, accommodations and food services. It's just really interesting looking at what is really going on here. We heard all this talk about mom and pop. I don't know if that's true. Who are the largest employers in town? First off, I want to highlight the boxes at the bottom. And in the last 10 years, the top 10 employers have consolidated. So we're getting bigger employers here and less small. I think that's opposite of what people were saying earlier. Look at the total employees. It's gone from 37,000 to 33,000. We have 63,000 people in the city. That is mind-blowing that there's that many people that work here. So clearly a lot of people come to Encinitas to work. They don't live in Encinitas and vice versa. Now, once again, we showed that other slide. 1,300 people work at Scripps. That's just Scripps. That's not all the medical on El Camino. We should go big on the medical. We have the nucleus right now. Encinitas City Hall is another large employer. I'm not a big favor of big government, but these are the numbers. Home Depot is on here. These are the huge things. Target. I don't know if these are high-paying jobs, but they're large numbers. Now, in the key performance indicators, there's always interesting stuff. There's so much stuff in here. I pulled this one out of the Cardiff Sanitary District. I didn't know we were going to talk about this stuff. On this top 10 list, I look at some of the places, and I see George's Restaurant. I see Pacific Coast Grill. I see Cardiff Town Center. These are retail. They're using up all of our water. I don't think that the residents are really getting a good deal on this stuff, and we should be thinking about who's using all of our water. Now, what's interesting is the Encinitas Sanitary District doesn't have the same chart. They have different charts, which is a little bit, they're different districts. Now, this is where I got the 6.9 million projected. This is where you're starting from in June. This is the starting point for June. I just want to get ahead of it. I like being in charge of it. Not in charge. That's a bad word. Finance is what ECRP is doing, and we're informing the citizens and we're informing the council of what people are looking at, and just to make sure this is going on. You're going to accept this thing. I'm not saying that this report is bad. We're going to have to take it. It's good. The auditor said the numbers are good. Nobody's challenging that, but these are just things to think about. There's a lot more stuff in the KPIs that we'll be talking about in the future, and that's all I got. It's so much easier when there's time. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, thank you. Scott, you were looking at this the way that many of us are, in that it's a summary of our money in, money out. And so it does tell us what we have as far as of the reporting date to look at as available money when we're doing our budgeting. However, it'll probably change a little bit between now and then. But I do want to move right to the recommended action, because the recommended action is specific. And I'd like to move the recommended action, and that is that staff, sorry, I'm tired, that we accept the file the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, and adopt Resolution 2025. And essentially that resolution amending the fiscal year budget to authorize the additional discretionary payment to CalPERS in the amount of $500,000 to reduce the City of Encinitas unfunded pension liability. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, so
did you have your button pushed?
So this was a good time for the question that you asked earlier about the water district, but I'd asked this yesterday during the staff report, and I thought it was maybe not this year, but to have an idea what years when it does make sense to jump ahead, when we do have a little bit more money to get this the unfunded pension to back even higher than what it is, and just get us even further into the black on that. I think it's appropriate, and we already talked about it yesterday, so I don't really have to go over it. I just want to make sure that you asked that earlier on the water, and this is the perfect time to think about that for years when we can catch up and get even further ahead. And I really like that. So I will second the motion.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second, and Councilman O'Hara, did you want to speak? Okay, great. So I don't support doing this right now, and my first question to staff is, could we don't have to transfer the money immediately. We could wait until after we have our initial, our goal-setting session. In other words, as long as we transfer the money, and we want to do it, we can transfer it any time between now and the end of the fiscal year, right?
That's correct. It's an additional discretionary payment on top of what was required by CalPERS for this fiscal year. So that could be done at any time.
And so one of the questions I had for staff at the time, yesterday during my briefing, or whatever day it was now, I guess it would be 2 days ago now, was that we are going to go into this budgeting cycle with 6.8 something, whatever Scott said. But if we don't transfer this tonight, it's really 7.35. And so what I'd like to do is defer the PERS payment until after we've gone through our initial priorities and maybe even an initial budgeting, but before June 30th, well before June 30th, so that the books can be done properly. So that it could be done in this year. It'd be functionally identical to doing it tonight, other than we have more flexibility and we have to decide, because I do believe we have lots of critical issues to discuss, and it might be worth not doing this discretionary payment, but I don't know. No. And I'm waiting for the trade-off. So I would do a substitute motion, offer a substitute motion that we accept the ACFR, but we don't take action on the PERS tonight. And if I could get if anybody's interested in that, I'd look for a second.
I like the idea. The one thing is Scott just eloquently said that we're one of the top employing companies in town, and besides a couple of above. I do think it's important. I just don't want to put. I think it's important to let our employees know as well that it's important to us, and that we don't want to slip outside that 500K if we don't have to. I just wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to get to the planning session all of a sudden there's our chance to get a little bit further ahead, and then it's only. I get it, but
if I might, the idea is we're paying down ahead the outstanding, and what is the outstanding unfunded pension liability today for it's 48 million?
I've never had to do that before. So it's a total of $64,858,500
So,
is the net pension liability.
Yeah, and it can go up and down tens of millions of dollars due to the investment returns of pension funds. And so we will see it go up and down, and it's swung tens of millions of dollars in last 5 years.
Yes.
And so now,
also,
that said, we still want to eventually pay it down, and we have a target date we're trying to do it by, and we will consider that at the, I would propose we consider that at the goal-setting session and the budget cycle, and we'll put this as a line item that we would want to fund out of the unassigned, and by the way, we could make it larger, too.
Correct. And we talked about this yesterday. As we hit those cycles, there's a time to hit it right where you catch that wave, to properly hit it, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure if that's that window. We talked about that. I don't know if this is the year, right this second. But I don't know what I don't know. I'm going to press the I believe button and trust what we're talking about. I just don't want it to go away and not have a chance to get in front of it. But that's my only
We
concern.
want to make sure that
I made
this additional discretionary payment is included in the next actuarial report as well. So, because they do ask what our additional contributions are, and that gets incorporated into the next actuarial valuation. So we start that process, I want to say in March. We start gathering data for that. It takes some time for them to put that together. So.
Okay. So in March,
just something to
so
consider.
we could at least have a goal-setting session and then bring it back to decide, do we go ahead and do this? Or do we change the number? And to be clear, we're paying into the pension fund. This is an extra payment that we have a prior, is it a resolution or just it's kind of a standing policy that the councils have?
We do have a resolution whereby we pay off the entire amount of the PEPRA plans, which is the after 2013, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, otherwise known as PEPRA. The state created other plans, which the council, I believe in 2018, directed us to pay off any balance for those plans.
And the PEPRA is what portion of that 64 million? Is how many? It's a smaller, much smaller number, right?
15.
Yeah,
It's
it
probably
is.
listed on note 15. But I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, it is smaller relative to the classic plan.
Right, yeah. Maybe that was the number I was thinking of, but, so far I haven't heard a second, so it may die in the mind.
We'll talk about it.
I have a question.
Let's see, I've got Schaefer next,
Well, we already went through that one.
and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, let me just ask a question before I know where I stand on that, Tom, and maybe our city manager. This is our typical process. This has been how we've considered this every year. I've always understood this to be our customary policy. Is it also a standard practice in the industry of government financial management to consider it at this time? I guess I'm looking to see if there's any risk of us not performing in a manner that's expected and in a manner that financially might be deemed risky?
Many cities do make additional payments if they have a carryover in fund balance, but in terms of timing, it can be done at any point.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to clarify that, in the staff report yesterday, you guys talked about the last 3 years, we were it was because of the way the swing of the market, we were behind. So even the same amount of payment was not as successful in catching us up to where the swing right now is actually making it's a little more opportune, is from my understanding. It was a little more opportune this time because of where the market is right now and where our investments are. So that's what I was saying about if there's a time that we want to make more of a payment, even larger than the standard 500, there are dates, there are times to make that investment because the market's to our favor. The winds are to our back, so if you will. So they're not quite to our back right now, but the point here is they're better than they've been for the last 3 years. So I just want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to really use this market. But at the same time, if there's some resident experts up here that has time that we don't have up here, I don't have up here. And when we get to February, I just want to make sure we don't miss the opportunity and we just don't blow through that, because there's a lot of other things that need to get funded in town and it could pretty quickly go away. I just don't want the Vegas effect to kick in, if you know what I mean.
Yep. So anybody else? So I think I made a substitute. We have a motion and a second, and then I made a substitute motion, but I don't know that I got a second.
I will second at this point your motion, as long as we up here, the four of us, and now Marco, when we get to February, that we make a commitment, a mental note that we're going to do something in the regards to that direction. If that's what we're going to do.
I would add to the motion that we direct staff to include it in the budgeting proposal of the unassigned general fund as an item at the top of the list, even, if that helps, so that we don't forget it. There's no chance.
Does that worry you guys at all?
No, I'm
Okay.
confident that you.
Okay. All right. As long as you're not worried, I'm not worried.
And so you'll accept my
I'll
friendly
second it,
amendment?
yes.
So I think we have a substitute or superseding motion, whatever it's called. Tell me the proper Robert's rules.
What do you think?
Substitute motion that gets
Substitute
voted
motion,
on.
okay. That's the one we'll make the decision on now.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, so, any other comments? Sorry, I'll call the question, okay. And we're voting on the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sticking around so late. Sorry about that.
This is my
Yeah.
new late record.
Yeah.
But just barely.
Yeah. Okay, now we're moving on to item 10E. We're going to stay focused here.
I'm trying. It's way beyond my bedtime. Way beyond that.
Mr. Mayor, would you like a full presentation, which is about 10 minutes, or an abbreviated, which is about 4 minutes for this item?
Unless anybody else wants, abbreviated would be preferred by me. I think we all read the staff report.
Okay. All right, we'll do an abbreviated. So good morning. I think we made it to Thursday. My name is Dan Nutter. I'm a senior engineer in the Utilities Department. And with me tonight is Tim Lewis. He's a project manager with Waterworks Engineers. They're the consulting firm who prepared the report. And then we also have Isam Harish, who's the director of the Utilities Department. Next slide. So we'll be presenting tonight the results of the report's alternatives analysis. And this is for the Olivenheim Trunk Sewer Capacity Improvements Project. Throughout this presentation, we'll be referring to Olivenheim Trunk Sewer as OTS. That's the acronym. Olivenheim Trunk Sewer is a little bit of a mouthful, so we try to keep it a little shorter. We're going to present to you the recommended alternative, which is Alternative 2A, installing a new pump station at Rancho Santa Fe Road, with a force main to the existing Olivenheim pump station, and we'll request you take action. The recommended actions that we're requesting for tonight is, one, that you receive and file the report for the OTS Capacity Improvements Project, and two, that council directs staff to move forward with the preferred alternative. With that, I'll now hand it over to Tim.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, council and mayor, and for having me today. So Olivenheim Trunk Sewer, or OTS, is a 50-year-old pipeline that's 3.5 miles long and is 15 inches in diameter. And it operates as a trunk sewer pipeline that conveys and collects almost 50% of the flow from Cardiff Sanitary Division. And we're going to skip a couple slides here in the interest of time. The wastewater flow capacity of OTS is the reason we're here today. That capacity is under 2 million gallons per day when operating at 90% full. And OTS must convey all peak wastewater flows, rain or shine. So why are capacity improvements needed? OTS is undersized for peak wastewater flow in existing conditions and 2035 build-out conditions. This is not a new finding. It's something that's been identified in past sewer master plans in 2003, 2011, and 2022. And they made recommendations to make capacity improvements to the pipeline. However, recent capacity improvement projects to date have focused on reducing inflow and infiltration and implementing rehabilitation and repair projects. So today, Waterworks engineers, I'm going to skip ahead to the preliminary alternatives. So we looked at 6 different alternatives. One would be upsizing the existing alignment. 2A would be installing a pump station that would divert flow off the pipeline in a force main. 2B is the same concept, a pump station at El Camino del Norte instead of Rancho Santa Fe Road. And then we looked at 3 other alternatives, 3A and B, which would be to install emergency storage, and alternative 3C, to install an aggressive inflow and infiltration reduction program. Only alternatives 1, 2A, and 2B met the city's capacity alternatives and capacity objectives, and were selected as the final alternatives. So we assessed these alternatives and looked at them under a microscope. And when we scored and ranked those alternatives, alternative 2A was the clear winner. It had the best performing. It was the best performing amongst all of these comparison items on the screen in front of you, and was also the lowest project cost alternative. So if we look at a map of the improvements, we have a pump station at Rancho Santa Fe Road, force mains on Manchester Avenue. We have new operations maintenance access points, the existing pipeline, and also a modest upsizing of the existing pipeline and rehabilitation of the remainder of the pipeline. Estimated project costs would be, for the lowest cost alternative, would be $28 to $30 million, and the other alternatives were 33, ranging to $40 million. Project financing, of course, is a very important consideration for this project, and we looked at there are a variety of opportunities for grants and low-interest loans, and of course there are bonds, and then also current available funds from developer capacity fees, also available project funds, and the project financing approach could be a combination of some or all of these items. The proposed project schedule is to go out this summer for design. Design could take 3 to 4 years. Construction could take 2 to 3 years, and the total duration for the project could be up to 7 years.
So just quick recap, recommended actions are for council to receive and file this report, and then also for council to direct staff to move forward with a preferred alternative. So with that, we'd like to turn it over to council members for any questions.
Okay. I assume no public, nope, okay. So we'll go to council deliberation.
I just, after receiving the report and listening to them last week for the orientation that we received, and then seeing the best project along with the best price, it just, I don't know if there's a customer out there that would ever deny that this is the best that we're going to get. And I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. So that's just, and I will wait and see if anybody has anything.
Yeah, set a motion?
I'll set a motion. I'm good with setting a motion
Good.
unless you guys want to say something. I'll set a motion.
I'll hop right in on there and second the motion too for the recommended lowest cost option. I'm probably the one who's walked the entire sewer line out there, both as a planning commissioner going to visit the phase 1A and B, but also being very familiar with the Rancho Santa Fe location, where it might go on either side of the road. We don't know yet. And having the, not having to go dig up all of the riparian land there, love it. Lowest cost, love it. Clearly, you've done the master plan is consistent for 20 years. We need it, capacity. So with that, I'm supporting this and love it.
Love it.
And if there are no other speakers, I will call the question. Oh, I see everybody's ready to vote, so. When I see the hands go up, that's an indicator that I should shut up and just move.
Just to be clear, we're voting on the $4 million and then to approve going forward after that comes back with 2A.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Oh, shoot,
That's correct.
Yeah. I We're voting on the recommended action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
You ready for 12A? It's important, I think.
Yes. Okay. So are we on to 12A now? Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay.
Gentlemen, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to keep you.
A little less impactful with the room right now, but that's okay. I'm still going to go through it all because I think it's important. Starts with the cell phone. And early 2000s, about 1.5 million people had a cell phone. Small part of our population. Smartphone comes out in 2007. And in less than 2 years after that, 80% of the population has a smartphone. Massive increase. We are going through these orientations right now as new council members, and I've done a few solo, and I've done a couple with Councilman Schaefer, and he always asks, what are the best 3 cities? Who's doing it right? I don't think anybody's ever answered Encinitas. This is what we're asking staff, right? And so I'm putting forward a measure to move in that direction. We spend a substantial amount of money on consultants. And if I can bring up my link very quickly. So this is an example of a study we did in 2021 for affordable housing strategy summaries. If you scroll down, you'll see that, go back up to page, here we go. These are all measurable data points: background, evaluation criteria, opportunities, sites, financial feasibility, next steps. Well, next steps is the pages. But these are all, everything on there, the background, the evaluation criteria, the opportunity sites, the financial feasibility. These are all driven by data. This study was pretty expensive, if I remember correctly. We can scroll down a little bit. So is it to get the scope of work, finding due diligence on finding locations for housing using one of our consultants. In the next 5 years, we want to increase the capability of our staff. We want to help them do more with more. We have an increasing number of units coming into town. We have an increasing, what we expect to be an increasing staff need. And so rather than add to staff, we can come back here with better solutions and get away from consultants to bring our budget back down a little bit in this process. Over the next 5 years, AI and generative AI is going to increase to a capacity much like the cell phone moved to the smartphone. We have Singapore internationally using AI to power much of their infrastructure. City of San Francisco is doing so. I was in Austin last week. I took last month, and I took a driverless taxi. And in the meantime, I also learned they are empowering their entire city traffic plan with AI. We're doing studies that could be completely data-driven by AI. Our city's growing, our staff needs are growing. The use of AI will offset the cost of additional staffing. Staff will be able to do more with more. We'll actually empower our staff to do they already do a great job, do an even better job. Give them the power to do more in less time, to not have to do all the legwork. They can program these AI programs to actually learn. We are paying massive fees up front for our city's needs. We recently did we did another study that was, I had it on my phone and I don't want to make you guys wait for me to do it. But we recently did a $99,000 study, which just happens to be right under our threshold, that relied on all data points. And I look at staff like that, and I look at $99,000 here, $99,000 here, and we go to Public Works, and Public Works says we need 3 electric vehicles and 1 charging station. And I look back and I say, wow, AI could have gotten us those 3 cars and those charging stations by offsetting that workload of our staff. And they could have done it in less time. It would have taken staff less time. It would have been more efficient. It would have been a very enjoyable project. So go back to Luke's question. How do we make this one of the best cities around, one of the 3 best cities in California? We do that by staying out front. And I'd like to see us start doing that with February 24th. Coming up now is the right time to ask all of our departments to audit or review, however we want to put this language together, their use of consultants. Where they could have avoided a consultant, maybe they didn't get the result they wanted, where it was data-driven, and then how we can come back and what tools they need to make those fees come down by replacing them with better tools. AI, if it's not AI, some other tool that they need. But I'd like them to identify these consultants as we go into February 24th with a self-audit or a self-review where they can come up with a list of projects that they would do differently. I look at this project, I don't remember how much we paid for it. I think we paid a substantial amount, well over 6 figures. And we got this back, and this is work that I think we could probably do ourselves. And we probably didn't because of time. So let's take that out of the equation. Let's get a tool for our staff to make this not take 6 months, but rather a day, 2 days. So I'm moving to ask us to ask staff to review their use of consultants, where they can cut back, where they need tools to replace those consultants to bring their costs down, so we can do more with more. That concludes my presentation.
Councilman, Deputy Mayor Lyons, sorry.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief here. I don't mind giving you support. I see that you want to do big picture, but and move things towards more efficiency and cost, lower cost. My clarifying question is for staff, for city manager to respond to. I've asked city staff to do things in council member initiated items before, and there is a cost for staff to do that and a time frame to make sure we're asking for the right thing here. Would the first step be to ask staff what the cost to do the audit of each department would be and how long it would take? I just want to manage expectations around what
Sure.
the cost of this would be.
I'm asking it now, and please answer this question for Deputy Mayor Lyons. I'm assuming right now, if we're being diligent in our preparation for February 24th strategic meeting, that they are already going through on their own and self-auditing their use of their past budget, which includes consultants.
So thank you, Mayor, council members. The strategic planning session isn't as much about budget or money. Yes, what this would be is staff time. What each department would do is we do have a contract module that's set up through Munis, and that tracks all of our contracts. So that'll tell us the contracts for professional consulting services, for construction. So each department can pretty much pull up what type of contracts they currently have. That we actually did that module a couple years ago, and departments are doing that. So what I would say, it's going to be staff time. I will certainly talk to the executive team tomorrow to gather information to see how fast we can get that done. And I can definitely report back to council if for some reason we feel that it's going to take longer than the strategic planning session, which is February 24th and 25th. And I can let you know that early. But we do have a good grasp on all of the contracts we have, when they expire, and how much we're spending and how much has been encumbered. So we've got a good system that does track that.
And that's an example of something we could eventually move to AI.
And so I think I still have the floor. I'll take it.
Sorry.
In that, thank you for answering my questions. I think there's a big learning curve with AI, so I don't think it's just me. But I know there's AIs that businesses can do for their own entities. And at first I thought that's what you were talking about. Like the city would do its own AI where all of our data is very accessible in a different way. But I think you're actually maybe talking AI in a broader sense. So I think for me anyway, and I imagine the public too, to understand it, there might be some good education that would be needed, what exactly you're saying and how AI, so that's about all I want to say there. I just wanted to contribute that thought to your proposal.
Okay. So I'm up next, and first I think I have some questions about the just framing the investigation more. The term audit, I come back to the ACFR, and audits are very constrained compliance issues. And then you used the word review. I like that one better. Review is something that I could see staff going and do. So if you agree that it's more of a review, that makes me feel better.
Absolutely.
Then you also use the term consultants, and I want to be very, very careful because just tonight we had a whole bunch of consultant contract extensions like Doken, Kimberly Horn, Rick Engineering, Michael Baker, NV5, STC Traffic, Adora, Dudek, and Kleinfelder. None of those are very highly technical, and I couldn't put in and do their jobs because they're actually doing consulting services on the form of project management or actually project implementation, and I don't think AI will answer that. But were those the type of consulting contracts you were looking at?
I'm really looking at more project consulting.
And so that brought me to my next one. I think you're really looking more studies, consultants doing data studies, like the DEI, like the one you cited, like the $89,000 AARP study. Those are the candidates. So I'm just trying to clarify the task you're asking for.
I think as we look forward 5 years, it becomes much broader than what you're just suggesting. I think what you're talking about is a safe space to start, and as a review of, and I think that is, to speak to people's comfort level, a great place to start with an eye on the future.
Okay, and I want to be careful too, because right now, I don't know if you're familiar with Gartner's hype curve. They're a technology consulting firm. And if you go do a Google search and get the AI results out of the Google search, it will actually tell you right now that generative AI is positioned at the peak of inflated expectations. That's where it's way over, and the inevitable next step is to drop. So I know we say it may be 5 years. I'm willing to bet it'll be a little longer, but you're not asking to convert straight to AI right now. Just kind of you want a survey. I'm trying to bound this and make it not too much staff time, but have them come back by February 24th with some investigation of candidates they have that maybe in the past year or two, the types of things we could have done using AI tools. And
sure, yes, survey and review with the intention of augmenting their capabilities so that they can do more. They've got a new tool in their toolbox, right? Okay. That's really the goal with this, and we're looking for their input on what tools will serve them. For them to tell us. Okay. We have great IT staff that can implement all this, and if we can do, we're already using AI in the building a little bit already, but being more specific or more intentional, I guess would be a good way to say it, with our eye towards, hey, this is where it's going, and we want to provide this tool. And I think tools are a safe place to start because there's going to be very specific use. The learning curve is going to be much shorter, to Joy's point, as we use a tool, because the scope of the work on it is more specific versus something that's very broad.
And it's very data driven, maybe with. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I want to recognize Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah. Just to kind of add to the whole thing, I think that we have our technical expert right here sitting in the crowd, but the understanding is that maybe there's got to be some level of education. So I'm sure there's a way to educate the staff that the stuff they don't even know. So we can't really ask the staff to do research on stuff they haven't even gotten an education on because it's so new that I'd say the 99%, if not the 100% of our current staff don't have a clue what AI can really do and where it's headed in some kind of education. So it might require in this research, and I'm not sure this would happen before the 24th of February, but some kind of consultant in an AI field, or if you can do it, if it sounds okay, I'm getting a nod, that she could probably give an educational moment. I'm not sure how long it would take, a day or two or a couple hours, departments at time, to really, really show them what Councilmember O'Hara was saying. Data at this point is the obvious choice, where we can augment data. On the other side, there's other things where it's a learning tool where it can actually enhance, so we need education that goes beyond that. So they don't even know what they're looking for. And then come back with a full report of where we might be able to augment anywhere. It might just be research or getting us studies, but it also might go further than that as we grow. And this probably might be a yearly program where we update it on a yearly program where we augment progressively as a progressive city.
I mean, if I may, what I'd also like to do with that is give you a list of where we currently use AI, how it has benefited, and then some of the things that we have in the future. And our IT director, Jessica Contreras, has already supplied me with a wonderful list. So, yeah, I would also like to bring that back just so that you know where we're using it, where we're looking forward, and two, how it's done for us. I mean, I know a lot of it, we do a lot of cybersecurity intrusion, so there's a lot of really great things where AI is definitely, catches things a lot quicker, faster. They're 24/7 where we're not. So yeah, if that's okay, I'd also like to bring back where we're currently using it, where the thoughts are, and then just maybe some feedback on it if that's all right as well.
Yeah, and what time frame?
The same. Yeah.
Okay.
I've already got a great list from Jessica.
Thanks, Jen.
So do you've got consensus, I think, direction? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Patty, yeah.
Stottlemyre? Patty?
Sorry about that.
Councilman O'Hara, I applaud you for this very bold move. And I think what everybody is saying makes a lot of sense, though. There's probably, you need consultants for some very technical things, I'm sure. But, a few years ago, or a year ago, something like that, I was looking at ICLEI being the consultant for the Climate Action Plan. And then I learned that, they stopped the contract a couple of years ago, but then found that there's like 9 NGOs doing the consulting that took over from ICLEI from Germany. So I think there are some applications where a review of consultants would be a very good idea, because maybe some of these consultants are more political in that kind of arena. They don't have the best interest for Encinitas. And, I don't think there's anybody in Encinitas that doesn't want to preserve our environment. And, maybe there could be a shift more of how can we preserve our environment, and especially at the local level, versus this global net zero agenda that's mostly a political agenda. So, I think, this could be a great cost savings also for some of these consultants. Now, AI, I don't know. I don't know if that's so fail-safe, though. Humans aren't fail-safe either, but, I was talking to someone else that, a city staff person, not here, but is saying that, maybe the staff can just, I think this is a great idea to ask the staff, but then maybe the staff can be doing more of some of this work, and maybe they might not like that, and maybe the cost savings could help fund their CalPERS retirement. Anyway, thank you.
And thanks for sticking around. Wow.
Yes, thank you.
So, do we need you've got direction? I think we've heard staff respond. Any other, I don't think we need a motion or anything. I think we are good.
Yeah, so if I can, just for the minutes, so I have is the consensus. So in preparation for the strategic workshop February 24th and 25th, direct staff to review each department's use of consultants with a goal of identifying opportunities for improvement and replacement of certain, do you want certain consultant services through the use of AI or other tools, and then also identify where currently using AI and the results.
I think we're leaning towards keeping it simple first, right? Not all consultants, but.
So I had like certain.
Yeah. Or say study. I used the term studies. I thought that was better than consultants. Yeah, consultant studies and projects, but as opposed to, highly technical contract management, building stuff.
The goal of this is to improve our staff.
Yeah.
And to augment their abilities, not to overwhelm them or.
Well, and I actually think having a list of examples will really spur a good discussion of how it could work initially and get us going. So, but.
Yep.
So the use of consultants for studies, and then with a goal of identifying, and the rest stays the same.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's how I
That's a
would
great place
say
to
it.
start.
So I'm gonna put that down as consensus.
And you didn't say audit, right?
I know,
Review?
Staff to review.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm with that, so.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like consensus.
Perfect.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to 13, councilmember reports per AB 1234.
All right. I was at a week ago today, now that it's Thursday, at the Regional Solid Waste Association, and we were covering, obviously we swore in, all the new people swore in. We went over the hazard waste clean earth model that they've been working on for a little while now. And then one of the big ones was covered was SB 1383, which is the reduction of disposable organic waste and edible food. So your green waste bin and the stuff of that nature. We need 2021 was the start of compliance on that. So now they're getting further down that environmental enhancement program. It's stuff along the lines of food recovery, so stuff that goes to food banks, Feeding America. It's a free service. They're picking it up from grocery stores, from restaurants that have food that's usable to get to people that need food. So it's a pretty phenomenal program. And EDCO is the one that right now is currently keeping the records, which is kind of a big deal to keep that all organized. So it's pretty phenomenal. It's an annual education that they're running and identifying which businesses will be participating as we grow further and further down the road. 1883. So what's that? Oh yeah. So the Cal Recycle resident experts. Our current contract ends in June 30th. So we're going to be renewing the contract before then and making sure that we get all dialed in. So the follow-on meetings will be covering that. So that was my Thursday meeting with Regional Solid Waste Association. And then on Friday, I was with Mayor Ellers down at the San Diego Community Power. It was really just an orientation at this point. It was not an official meeting, but it was a grandiose orientation as to all of the supplementation. They do not own any of the power that we get. They are the ones that are providing the services and the long-term contracts for all of the different agencies that are creating renewable energy to include the old school fossil fuel. They provide anything from 45% renewable to 51% renewable, and then they have a 100% renewable program, and you would know that you'd be reflected in your bill. There's a way to be under SDG&E's model, paying slightly less than what SDG is, but at the 45%, and then you go, that's per 100 kilowatt hours. And then at 51%, you end up going about 51 cents over SDG&E, but you have the feel good that you're using renewable waste. And then there's one that's $9 more than the SDG&E model, and that puts you at 100% renewable. So if you want to be helping pay for the ability to get renewable energy into our system, you can do that by going 100% if you choose. And that's it for them. And then I reported earlier during the water board meeting that yesterday, Councilmember O'Hara and I were at the San Alejo JPA, and it was, again, predominantly an orientation, but we did go through some of the new systems that they've set up, and I just have nothing but great things to say about what they're doing there in San Alejo JPA. So that's all I have to report.
Last week, I attended the Academy for Local Elected Officials Conference at San Diego State University, home of the Aztecs. Myself, both days, and on one of the days, Councilman Schaefer was also there. We worked with other local electeds across San Diego and throughout the region to learn more about programs going on in the region, as well as ways to work together. Highly educational. There were city managers there next year. I hope to bring our city manager with us. That's it. Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, great. Just two things to report. On January 10th, I attended the SANDAG board meeting as the representative from the San Diego County of Water Authority. And then this morning, I attended the EWA, the Encinitas Wastewater Authority board meeting. That's it. Thank you.
And I already reported on the 10th in our last meeting, and you didn't have the opportunity. Today I attended the Encinitas Wastewater Authority Board of Directors meeting this morning, and we kicked off our a salary, what was the word, not survey, I guess is what it is, but for like a year from now, so classification, the whole bit. I also attended the San Diego Community Power Orientation. The one bit of data that I want to share is the fact that we were the only municipality that that defaults into the 100% renewable, and we also had the second lowest participation rate, and probably a little bit of cause of effect. And the only one lower, and we're at about 93% participation after people get out. The lowest was City of San Diego, which is bigger, and they had a huge, I think they had what they were describing at the event was they had a huge publication trying to move people out. So and all the others were 4 to 6 points higher in participation rate in the CCA, the San Diego Community Power. So
it seemed to be from lack of education or understanding completely what it was, and I think that people didn't like that they were automatically moved over there. It was
I think it was also higher cost.
Yeah.
I think that's what SDCP said, but whatever. I thought it was a data point that we all might want to hear, understand what's going on there. So that's it. With that, City Manager report.
No further report than earlier this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney?
My planned report from the last meeting is continued to the next meeting.
Okay. And City Clerk?
I was going to say tomorrow, but today at 5 o'clock, the applications are due.
Okay, that's for commissions.
For commissions.
Okay. And with that, I will adjourn at, 12:45, and thank you.